There we go. I always forget if I don't open voice meter, it's not gonna work. How are we doing? I said I would stream yesterday and then that didn't happen. So it's happening today. Happening right now. But I'm excited to recap probably the dumbest political controversy that I've seen in a minute. But it really never fails to impress me how easily Republicans manage to weaponize this without any sort of like weaponize just stupid shit without any sort of like top-down order. What they were born to do. It's why they're the best. I actually kind of like respect it in this fucked up way. Because I'm just like, it's total jealousy that Dems can't do the same shit. Okay, so this all started with America's favorite Boy Scout, James Comey. Whomst is bad. This stupid photo of him posting. Oh, awesome journalism, New York Times. They don't actually include the photo. Hold on. James Comey 8647 post seashells. Like, who's even keeping up with like? It's already loser shit to follow James Comey on Instagram, which is where all of this kicked off. Trump says ex-FBI director James Comey 8647 post called for his assassination. MAGA really wants to be the victim, not just the victim, like the biggest victim in the world.
Something that many are interpreting as a call for violence on the president. Look at this. The caption.
Many just means people in the Republican establishment, not actually like reflective of the average American, but okay.
Reads, cool shell formation on my beach walk. And it says 8647.
So this is what the former director is saying in response to this. It literally makes no sense, but here it is. I posted earlier a picture of some shells I saw today on a beach walk, which I assume were a political message. I didn't realize some folks associated those numbers with violence. It's never occurred to me, but I oppose violence of any kind, so I took the post down. So what?
He took it down? Dude, this is such loser shit. Such loser shit. He should have fucking left it up. It just is gonna end up being used as fodder. More than it already is, but like him taking it down and like taking action is like, see, he had something to hide, or like he thought he was being coy, but like we caught him or whatever. He shouldn't have done that.
What political message did you think it represented?
I expect nothing less from this asshole.
Just in case you don't know, most people do. In the dictionary, it defines 86 as slang.
Merriam-Webster's dictionary defines this word as this.
For to throw out, to get rid of, and to refuse service to. A lot of restaurants use this. When I was a waitress, they would put 86 green beans on the chalkboard.
The seashell image has a very live, laugh, love vibe to it. Yeah, he was just celebrating his culture.
So you knew we were out of it.
But like when it comes to law enforcement, a lot of times 86 means death.
That's right.
Kill him by 86th him, he's dead. So we thought the head of the FBI has to know what 86.
This is just three dumb bitches saying exactly.
Can be used. Why would you post that? Number one, who cares what James Comey thinks? All he spends his time on the beach. I'm wondering, did he do that rock formation?
Right, I was wondering that too.
Or do you think he just walked on and thought you'd share it? So this caused Don Jr. stumbled on it first and said, are you calling for the assassination of my dad?
Yeah.
So here's the president.
Give me 1 second.
ask, responding to it.
He knew exactly what that meant. A child knows what that meant. If you're the FBI director and you don't know what that meant assassination. And
okay, I actually want to save this because I have like I think the longer clip from this or whatever. But okay, so this actually led to Secret Service checking out this guy. And I mean, if you're gonna, you know, go so far as to say this is a call to violence, I guess you need to see, you know, really commit to the bit and actually waste people's time and send the Secret Service there to actually question them over this. Senior admin officials have said the post amounted to an assassination threat by the former FBI director. Secret Service questioned James B. Comey, the former FBI director, on Friday about a social media post he made that Mr. Trump's cabinet officials and allies claimed amounted to a call for Mr. Trump's assassination, according to a law enforcement official. The Secret Service sought the interview after Mr. Comey posted a photo on Thursday of seashells on a beach forming the numbers 8647, a phrase used by Mr. Trump's critics at protests and on signs and clothing. A phrase I had literally never heard, but like, you know, immediately made sense to me. But I've not, this was like definitely some resist lib type shit because I didn't know about this at all until now. 86, oh my God, we're actually going to define what it means because of the dictionary. Thank you, New York Times, excellent journalism. Shortly after Mr. Comey made the post, Kristi Noem, the Homeland Security Secretary, said the Secret Service, which falls under her department, a scary sentence, was investigating it. Tulsi Gabbard, the director of national intelligence, said on Fox News that Mr. Comey should be jailed. Very cool. The interview is said to have taken place at a Secret Service office in Washington. Mr. Comey is said to have voluntarily consented to the interview, the official said, and was driven to the interview by Secret Service agents. Mr. Comey deleted it, saying he didn't know, like we just saw. Critics of Mr. Trump's admin have said his officials have blown Mr. Comey's post out of proportion and are using it to as an excuse to harass one of Mr. Trump's perceived enemies. And it's like, it's not even really, it's partially that, but it's also not that deep. It's just like, you know, if you can like throw a fit and shit your pants over stuff like this and get clicks and attention and rile people up into a tizzy, they'll do it. He returned home after the completion of the questioning on Friday night after 10 whole minutes. Because I don't, like, what would you even have to question him about based off of this? The Secret Service investigates multiple threats a day to people it protects, but it's uncommon for senior admin officials like Ms. Noem and Ms. Gabbard to comment publicly. Mr. Comey has long been a target of Mr. Trump's ire, dating to early in the first Trump's presidency. Mr. Trump fired Mr. Comey as FBI director in May 2017, which was so fucking stupid. Like a huge reason why Trump won in 2016 is literally because of Comey's decision to open up an investigation into the fucking Clinton emails. But whatever. As the Bureau was investigating whether Mr. Trump's advisors had colluded with the Russian government to steer the outcome of the 2016 presidential election. In an interview with Bret Baier of Fox News that was broadcast on Friday, Mr. Trump, the target of 2 assassination attempts last year, said he believed that Mr. Comey was calling for him to be killed. Let's see, where is that? This keeps coming up. There it is. Silent. Oh wait, no, that's not what it was. Oh wait, this is this.
All right.
Okay, this story, it's sparking a wave of anger. James Comey, our former FBI director, posted on Instagram something that many are interpreting as a call for violence on the president. Look at this.
I knew exactly what that meant. A child knows what that meant. If you're the FBI director and you don't know what that meant assassination. And it says it loud and clear. Now, he wasn't very competent, but he was competent enough to know what that meant, and he did it for a reason. And
he's a moron, but he's also like an evil genius.
He was hit so hard. because people like me and they like what's happening with our country. Our country has become respected again, and all the.
Not that that sentence is, you know, means anything. This is just him riffing, but like, I'm pretty sure I saw a poll that said Trump's favorability is down on like literally every single issue.
And he's calling for the assassination of the president.
Obviously, he apologized and said he doesn't.
Well, he
wasn't
apologized
calling
because
for
he was
violence. But
look, he's a very bad.
What do you want to see happen?
A,
what do you want to see happen?
I don't want to take a position on it because that's going to be up to Pam and all of the great people. But I will say this: I think it's a terrible thing, and when you add his history to that, if he had a clean history, he doesn't. He's a dirty cop. He's a dirty cop, and if he had a clean history, I could understand if there was a leniency, but I'm going to let them make that decision.
Tulsi Gabbard was asked, do you believe?
Okay. So he's claiming that people like him in the midst of Trump's approval rating now underwater on nearly every issue. Yeah, negative on almost every policy issue, a new poll has indicated. According to polling conducted by Verisight US for Strength in Numbers, Americans disapprove of the president's handling of all policy areas they were asked about, except border security. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Why it matters. Tracking Trump's... Actually, it doesn't. It doesn't matter. It will make no difference, you know? It will make no difference as far as how anyone conducts themselves. It really doesn't matter, you know. President Donald Trump previously said a poll had shown he had the best poll numbers ever in a post on Truth Social. Trump's best poll number ever is thank you, he wrote. Though he did not reveal the poll he was referring to. You know, like this actually... Of course, nearly every issue except the one he's probably been like the worst on border security. That's actually, you know, I was like kind of excited to pull that up or whatever. And now that I know that that's the case, even if it's just like a simple majority saying that they approve of it, that's still really fucking bleak. So I hate James Comey. I think that Obama was stupid to keep him on as FBI director, so he didn't look too partisan or whatever in his during his administration. And I remember when he posted this, just like how angry it made me, because I'm like, again, we are only in this fucking situation. Because he is a Republican. He is a registered Republican. I don't know that he still is now, but at the time that, you know, he came onto the radar for like most Americans with regards to like opening the investigation into Trump and stuff like that. He served under Bush. I'm pretty sure he worked with the Clinton administration in some capacity, but I'm not sure. And then just seeing this, and it's like, dude, you're the last person I want to fucking hear from. Like, half of America hates you. W. James Comey getting fired. You know, like see, the thing is like, I couldn't even enjoy him getting fired because by the time Trump is firing him, even though that's objectively funny, he's just doing it because he's investigating him. You can't enjoy anything. So the Republican meltdown on this has been extremely normal. So this is Meghan McCain. This is the spawn of John McCain, another Republican ghoul who used to be alive. Don't know how this can be interpreted as any other way but a threat against President Trump. James Comey should at the very least get a visit from the Secret Service, which literally happened. Also, is everyone mentally ill? Okay. Mentally sane woman, Meghan McCain. Dude, where is it? Yes. This was amazing. What was the date exactly? 8,647 days ago. The date exactly 8,647 days ago was September 11, 2001. So it goes even deeper, guys. It goes even deeper. Not only was it a dog whistle to take out Trump, but it was also a veiled, you know, threat and like disrespect against September 11th. So amazing things are happening there. Yeah, it was about 8647 because these people have to find some other like some other thing to like be panicked about. Is basically QAnon. This is the average Republican, but yeah, the average Republican is basically QAnon at this point, or like is like 100% bought into QAnon stuff, whether they know it or not. Colin Rugg. I don't know who this guy is, but I always see him like I don't know what his deal is, you know. But he always seems to be conservative. Conservative posting. Oh no, I thought he talked shit about it. Okay, no. He just posted about the the Krasenstein brother, which I'll get to. How many times are Dems gonna try to assassinate President Trump? Is it even worth pointing out that the first kid was a Republican and the second one was just like crazy? Some dad, like some dude who was like really into Ukraine, but also not, it wasn't clear to me that he was like conservative. I don't know if democracy can survive AI. Will you react to the new overzealot video? Who's that? Who's overzealot? Oh, this one. This guy. Oh, I like this guy. We follow each other. Yeah, maybe tomorrow. Today or tomorrow. We'll see. I have time for this. Second guy even voted and supported Trump, but turned on him for being against NATO and Ukraine. Oh, yeah. Okay, it's coming back to me. It's coming back to me. This guy is like, yeah, the second guy who tried to kill him, he's like a median voter I didn't actually think existed anywhere except in like polling aggregates, but you know, brave enough to do what many would not. Which is obviously a turn against Trump for being anti-NATO. Kash Patel. This goober. FBI director. We are aware of the recent tweet by former FBI director James Comey directed at President Trump. We're in communication with the Secret Service and Director Curran. Primary jurisdiction is with Secret Service on these matters, and we, the FBI, will provide all necessary support. What is the edit from one of those? Every time I see like somebody actually... There's something so revolting to me to see people use AI like this out in public and like tweet about it. It's like no different to me than like indecent exposure as far as like the just visceral reaction I see to people just displaying their idiocy to take a fucking bot run by Elon Musk at its word. For anything, and if you're using it for any other thing than just memes, your brain is like smooth. Speaker Johnson. President Trump has already survived 2 assassination attempts. He's so brave. Now, former disgraced FBI Director James Comey is either threatening to kill Donald Trump or suggesting someone should. This is as outrageous as it is dangerous. Grateful that they're looking into this. There's more energy here than when there's like a school shooting. I mean, I'm anti-NATO, but because I don't like the US military, me. The first guy was just some random loner with no known motive. Very strange still. To me, what's strange is that like it just... I really thought that that was the moment that, oh, okay, he's winning. He's winning in November. Like, I think Biden was still in. I was like, okay, it's done. And then it ended up being like this thing that just kind of happened and then wasn't really that relevant to going forward, surprisingly. And now it's fun to just like pretend it never happened. James Comey has just issued a call to murder the President of the United States. As a former FBI director and someone who spent most of his career prosecuting mobsters and gangsters, he knew exactly, like, make him sound way too cool. He knew exactly what he was doing and must be held accountable under the full force of the law. We fully support the Secret Service investigation into Comey's threat on President Trump's life. Okay, what does this bitch have to say?
Tulsi Gabbard's the director of national intelligence. Are you buying that the former FBI director didn't know what 86 Trump meant?
Absolutely not, Jesse. That is a ridiculous and insane statement to make, certainly within this context, but especially coming from a guy who's the former director of the FBI, a guy who spent most of his career prosecuting mobsters and gangsters.
I love how it will just go completely unacknowledged in every single one of these like softball interviews that he was fired by Trump for investigating him. We'll just like scoot past that.
People who know and execute other humans and use this exact lingo of 86. Comey himself admitted in his follow-on message that he knew that this was a political statement. Well, the only reason he knew that, Jesse, was because a little over a month ago, a bunch of anti-Trump, anti-Elon Musk protesters were
I thought she was about to say Antifa.
proliferating the use of this 8647 slogan, which was a veiled call to action to murder the sitting president of the United States. So for Comey to think that we, the American people, are so stupid as to think that he, as a former FBI director, former prosecutor, and someone who clearly pays attention to what's going on, would believe his lie that he didn't know what this actually was calling for. The dangerousness of this, Jesse, cannot be underestimated. When we have 2 assassination attempts on the president's life, when we have people who look
Would have been funny if there had been like a Freudian slip about like, this can't be understated, you know, how little this matters.
Two guys like Comey who've been celebrated by MSNBC and the Democratic lead and CNN as the beacon of integrity, the law and order guy, the guy who would tell the truth no matter what the consequences. This is the guy.
Again, but why? Why was he hailed that way by resistance libs? Why?
Who's issuing a hit on President Trump, the president that the American people voted for. So it's guys like Comey and others who call the president the modern day Nazi, people who are in great positions of influence, who are saying that President Trump poses an existential threat to our country. These are people who hate democracy and hate the American people because they cannot stand that the people overwhelmingly chose to elect Donald Trump and send him back to the White House. So they are seeking other means to get their way and to try to remove him from that position.
How serious is the administration taking this, and what are the next steps going to be?
We're taking this very seriously. As you mentioned, the Department of Homeland Security, and specifically Sean Curran, the current Secret Service director, a man who has been willing to lay down his...
Dude, it must just be like a slow day at the office, the fact that this is like the top priority, and they'll just say that so brazenly.
His life as the lead of President Trump's Secret Service detail for years now. He takes this seriously and is leading the investigation into this threat. There has to be accountability for this. There was a Rutgers study that just came out a little over a month ago.
There has to be accountability for when ex-FBI directors that were fired by the sitting president post photos of seashells in formations that we don't like. There must be consequences.
Jesse, that asked respondents their view on these calls to assassinate President Trump, and over 55% of respondents felt that murdering President Trump would be, quote unquote, somewhat justified. This is
based. My opinion of the average American just went up a little bit.
The effect of people like James Comey doing this kind of stuff. This study also pointed out that there is a quote unquote assassination culture that is starting to take over the views of what they call the extreme left. We, the American people, cannot take this lightly. Whatever your politics, we cannot allow people to get by without being held accountable for this kind of public call to assassinate the president of the United States.
Do you believe that Comey is goading you guys to come after him because he wants to be a political martyr? He wants to be set up so he can say, oh, look, we were right. Donald Trump is a dictator. They're coming after me. They're arresting me. They're interrogating me. I was just using my free speech.
Again, we are talking about like a Boy Scout, this like naive doofus who still believed in like the integrity of American institutions, which was like his citation for why we needed to. He opened up that investigation against Hillary Clinton because he didn't want it to look political, even though it only looked political. What does Tulsi do ever? I mean, she always seems to have time in her day to make Fox News appearances like this.
You know, whatever his intent.
I mean, like, it's already known that most senators, congressional representatives, etc., like they have staffers that do the bulk of the actual work that they talk about, as in like, you know, Elizabeth Warren is not the one actually putting pen to paper writing her policy, any policy that she promotes. And it's the same thing here. It's like, I don't actually think that anybody in this particular Trump administration does anything with their day other than media appearances and showing up before Congress every now and then to embarrass themselves. And the reason why they embarrass themselves is because they're just like a figurehead. I don't think that this particular administration actually does anything. They were people that are not qualified for these positions, and they just exist in these roles because they are the most subservient to Trump.
I will tell you that there is a guy in Georgia who is issuing threats on my life about a month ago, and he's in jail today. He has been indicted with a crime, as he should have been, and he is in jail as we speak. So whatever James Comey intent, he and people like him need to be held to account according to the law, which is something.
Yeah, James Comey is basically just like some vagrant that, you know, he's just like that person that made a death threat against her. Thank you for subscribing. Dulcie has felt like unemployed since 2019.
That he claims to have given his life for and stands by the rule of law. Fantastic. The rule of law says people like him who issue direct threats.
I mean, she was like literally doing like debate circuits like less than 2 years ago, and now she's in the White House.
The United States essentially issuing a call to assassinate him must be held accountable under the law.
Do you believe Comey should be in jail?
I do. Any other person with a position of influence that he has, people who take very seriously what a guy of his stature, his experience, and what the propaganda media has built him up to be, I'm very concerned for the president's life. We've already seen assassination attempts. I'm very concerned.
Just like no qualification. It's not even like, oh, if he's investigated and it was found that it was malicious or something like that, it's just like, yeah, I should be in jail.
For his life. And James.
Like I've been seeing this, as far as I can tell, it's Ben Shapiro who's been spearheading this, but people call, like, I think Marjorie Taylor Greene has also picked it up. People calling for Derek Chauvin to be freed for some reason. And, wait a second. Hold up. Like this. Facts in the George Floyd footage revealed 1 month ago what the media never told you. And so I've watched a few of these videos and like signed my petition to pardon Derek Chauvin. So this is actually kind of like divisive on the right because I wanted to see like what is the general. Tim Pool's also calling for him to be freed. No surprise there. I was like, okay, like how much is this like a fringe thing, or is this actually kind of like picking up mainstream support? Because this stuff can change overnight because all these people just kind of parrot each other. And this was actually divisive because I watched like PBD talk about this, and they were like, I think that Ben Shapiro they were like, what does this do for anyone? Let me see if I can't find it. PBD, Ben Shapiro, Derek Chauvin, like they literally thought this was a psyop to make Trump look bad because they're like, if Trump were to actually do this, this would look terrible. It wouldn't make a difference because Derek Chauvin would still be incarcerated at the state level because he didn't just get hit with federal charges. He also got hit with charges at the state level. And it would be so polarizing and optically terrible looking for Trump that like even they were not interested in hearing out like the finer details or maybe on some technicality, like, you know, he wasn't granted like a fair trial or something like that. No, PBD liked it. But the point is that one of the reasons why is they were saying that like, well, that Ben Shapiro said is that Biden interfered because he was asked what verdict he was hoping for in the case between like Chauvin versus the state. And Biden was like, I hope justice is served and I hope he's found guilty. And so they were like, that's prejudice. Like Ben Shapiro's argument, and he's a lawyer. Not that I don't think he really ever practiced, but he's a lawyer. He said, well, that's prejudicial. And the United States president should be like agnostic on these things or whatever. But apparently this should be enough to like justify it being overturned. But yeah. And I mean, they have like a black guest on. The black guest is like, yeah, fuck no.
Rob, if you got this clip. To pardon, I'll let him say it. Go for it, Rob.
If we are issuing pardons, however, there is one person that President Trump should pardon from federal charges forthwith. It would be incredibly controversial, but I think that it's absolutely necessary. That person is Derek Chauvin. President Trump should, in fact, pardon Derek Chauvin. He should. He should pardon him his federal charges.
I agree with Ben. He should do it, not because it would be right. You know, it would obviously be like this huge dereliction of duty, but hear me out. Here's the leftist case for why Derek Chauvin should be pardoned. Because he'll still be incarcerated at the state level. So he's not going anywhere. It would make Trump look fucking terrible. And every single Republican would either have to defend it or disagree with him. And most people in the United States seem to disagree with him. So I would love it. Personally, I welcome this.
If we are talking about reversing the evils of the last several years in American life, obviously COVID and its handling was a massive evil. Destroyed the economy, set us on a path to fiscal insanity, destroyed children, led to massive health-related cover-ups, just horrifying all the way around. And President Trump has taken on a lot of those things. But when it came to BLM, the inciting event for the BLM riots that caused $2 billion in property damage in the United States and set America's race relations on their worst footing in my lifetime, was in fact the railroading of Derek Chauvin in the death of George Floyd. The evidence demonstrates that Derek Chauvin did not, in fact, commit murder of George Floyd. George Floyd was high on fentanyl. He had a significant pre-existing heart condition. George Floyd was saying he could not.
Even if this were true, even if this were true, which is obviously not, there's been like, I think 3 independently verified like toxicologist reports, autopsies. I can't remember what the third one, like a different medical examiner, all saying the same thing. It was not because of fentanyl. He had it in his system, but that wasn't the reason. So even if I granted that, it's like, is it ever appropriate for a cop to kneel on someone's neck?
Not breathe.
So this happens simultaneously. Elon Musk, Rob, responds, I believe, because Elon Musk, he says something to think about. He tweets this video out to 290 million followers on X and says, this is something to think about. Newsweek says Chauvin serving a 22.5-year sentence for second-degree unintentional murder and a 21-year federal sentence for violating Floyd's civil rights, though Shapiro noted in a video that Trump's pardon power only applies to the federal charge, saying the Derek Chauvin conviction represents the defining achievement of the woke movement in American politics. Rob, your thoughts on this story?
I hate this so much. I'm going to tell you.
Wokeism is when you oppose police brutality and some of the most vulnerable people in society, aka drug addicts, having their neck kneeled on in front of everybody.
Exactly why I hate this. Number one, there is absolutely nothing beneficial that pardoning Chauvin would do for the Trump administration, for this country, for race relations, for anybody else. It is absolutely destructive. It makes.
Which is why it needs to happen. He'd still be locked up. It'd make Trump look terrible.
No sense. And so for me, when I first saw this, generally conversations that happen come from the ground up. Usually there's some sort of murmuring under, and then it kind of like bubbles up, and then it becomes a national conversation. This seems to be a very top-down conversation that comes from somebody with an enormous amount of influence. This is nothing that anybody was talking about or thinking about. So it really makes me question, why is this conversation happening right now? It makes me question, why did Ben Shapiro want
As if there weren't calls for this the day that it happened and people saying that like Chauvin was innocent or whatever, because this stuff had already like picked up. Where's the fucking... And you know what's funny? He'll never say her name. He'll never say her name because he fucking hates her and she is an anti-Semite. But that's not why he hates Candace Owens. He doesn't hate Candace Owens because she's an anti-Semite. He hates her because she criticizes Israel as an anti-Semite. George Floyd reaction, or like not reaction. There we go. Here, this. Okay. It was called The Greatest Lie Ever Told. Why do I know about this stupid documentary as to, you know, this revisionist history about George Floyd apparently dying in some other way than what we all plainly saw with our eyes in 2020? Well, because I was on a podcast that was on no other network than Valuetainment. It was the Saucecast podcast. And I was talking to this conservative woman, and she literally said in the middle of it that, yeah, Derek Chauvin's innocent. George Floyd's a drug addict who died of fentanyl. And her evidence for this was this stupid documentary. And Adam Saucecast, who works on this network, was entertaining the idea. Even though he was like, at first he was like, oh, like, that's not true or whatever. But then he like started, like, literally moved on it. Like 2 seconds later, he was like, I don't want to shut it down or whatever. Like, I'm open to it being true or something like that. So these people are wretched. They have no spine. But yeah, it's so funny now that this is like Ben Shapiro's thing, because I'm like, this is your girl. This is literally like the progenitor of this. Because this was 3 years ago 1.4 million views just for the trailer. And this was with the Daily Wire.
Marking, 5, take 1.
This was the second time he exhibited that behavior, 11 months earlier.
I've never been so...
Ben Shapiro thinks criticizing Israel means you are an anti-Semite. I mean, that really does seem to be like his only metric, because one time, I think it was, what's her name? Ann Coulter. Ann Coulter said, like, she was watching the Republican presidential debates, and she was like, what did she say? Ann Coulter, Israel, anti-Semitism comment. What did she say? It's gonna make me log in. Ann Coulter accuses Republican candidates of pandering to fucking Jews. Her words, not mine. Controversial pundit tweets, how many effing, you know, I'm not gonna say this in this order, I don't want to get clipped. Do these people think there are in the United States? After several candidates in the Republican debate stress improved U.S. ties with Israel. Okay, and then Ben Shapiro defended it. How does he defend it? He says, well, she's always been good on Israel. A year ago, but this isn't it. I'm curious what this is. This cannot be my citation for this. Is somebody else saying that he said it, but I know that he fucking said it. Well.
Hurt inside. And even as I'm speaking to you right now, it's starting to come back.
This is an autonomous zone.
23 out of 24 hours in a cell. No TV, no magazines, no books, no nothing.
So anytime a customer brings a counterfeit bill, you see we have plenty of them. We tell them, hey, this is counterfeit. If the customer insists, then we call the police.
Oh yeah, that was like some of the pretext for it, right? That like he allegedly used like a fake $20 bill or something. Obviously this warrants the death penalty by a single individual cop.
How did you feel watching the trial?
I thought it was a sham.
All right, so I just want to start it with just you stating your name for the record, as well as your professional background.
Can you believe a Republican white guy thought that the trial of Derek Chauvin was a sham? We should make a documentary.
I have been a police officer in the state of Minnesota for almost 4 decades.
Forensic criminologist and certified medical investigator and police practices expert.
Yeah, it's a good moment here. It's like we lived together almost, I guess, it was about 4.5 years, almost 5 years.
So you guys, in many ways, were some of the people that were the closest to him. And I don't.
What is this sound mixing? Why is this music so loud?
I remember seeing your faces on the news or anybody talking to you. So I guess let's just start with that. You guys knew him best. So who was George Floyd?
You're right. We haven't told our side of the story. Maybe it's time for us to tell our story, you know?
So when this guy's coping that this is some like top-down thing, one, no, it's not. There's no shortage of racism in the Republican Party or the type of person that would defend Derek Chauvin. Are you fucking kidding me, dude? And two, they only make documentaries that they think people will watch, that people will pay to watch. And I'm pretty sure there's like a premium subscription for like Daily Wire Plus. This is when they were going really hard into like movies like I don't think Lady Ballers had been made yet, but they were like gearing up for this huge like kind of media company launch of the Daily Wire. They don't make documentaries unless they think there's already an audience for it. It's very, very rare, you know? When you think of like exceptions like Tiger Kings, it's like who's asking for the Tiger King documentary? It's like one, true crime as a genre was already getting big. And two, the only reason why that rose to popularity was because of the fucking quarantine. That was it. It was a total fluke. And it probably wouldn't have been been kind of the cultural touchstone that it was had it not been for everybody being at home and being bored.
To start this conversation right now. Who does this benefit? Doesn't benefit Trump, doesn't benefit America, doesn't benefit race relations, it doesn't benefit anything. And the last point I'll make.
Also, that's like such bad logic though, because if you actually think that, how is this not collectivist logic? Because you're saying Derek Chauvin should be imprisoned for the greater good before you even heard out the arguments as to why he actually might be worthy of a pardon. You know, are these people who are like hyper individualists or whatever should not be making the counter argument to it should be there's no evidence that he died of just fentanyl. It should be related to like the facts of the case. But the stupid argument, that's a stupid and terrible argument that like if Derek Chauvin, regardless of whether or not he's guilty, he's hated, so he should, and it would be bad for Trump. So I guess he has to be locked up.
Take on it as this.
Not that he should be locked up, you know, because he actually did it.
There are very few people that can actually really speak to in depth what was going on in that trial, how George Floyd actually died, et cetera, et cetera. There's probably 5 people that have, you know, spent the bulk of their day on a podcast set every single day, like Ben Shapiro, like maybe 2 or 3 other people that can really talk to you in depth about this. So then they're positioning themselves to say, no, listen to me. I'm the one who really knows about this. So what? Trump's agenda is supposed to be derailed. Where we're at as a country right now is supposed to be derailed because these leftists and these Democrats are looking for a reason to have another race war. That is what they love. So why this conversation is happening right now, I have no idea.
You're not for it at all.
So Derek Chauvin didn't cause the race war. Your reaction and you being mad that a white cop is kneeling on a black guy's neck who has drug issues, that's you causing tension, not him. Because you need to be more measured about your reaction to that. You need to keep it in line, but you know, Derek Chauvin, like police brutality, whatever.
No, I am not.
Interesting. Vinny, yourself.
Well, it's weird. I sent Rob some of the clips, Rob, of Ben Shapiro back in the day talking about how great it was that they should definitely go after Derek Chauvin and how.
Let's watch how long it takes for this guy to turn red.
How, you know, he deserves it and all this, and I'll have them put it up. But it doesn't make any sense if the evidence is there, which, listen, it's more than likely that he died of all the fentanyl and all the stuff in his body and all that stuff. And you know what? Retrial, do something different. But for Ben Shapiro, who was at that State of the Union, whatever the hell it was, standing there, kind of applauding with kind of a whatever face, the only option that I would think of is that this guy, he must not like Donald Trump. Why the hell else would you, because you, listen, innocent or not, you free Derek Chauvin today. What does this weekend look like in the country? The country is going to be set on fire. And
I didn't remember how badly I only watched this a few days ago, but this is a horrible argument. This is a terrible argument that you should keep someone locked up because it would be politically inexpedient to your president.
Who's the president? Donald Trump. So for Ben to say something like that now, out of nowhere, after he said all this type of stuff, and Rob, you just put it up, all he's saying is like government has.
But I guess he did couch it with like, it should be a retrial. Because I mean, if Ben Shapiro was actually being more serious about this, he would be attempting to lobby it like simultaneously with the state, not just calling on Trump to do it. Because I guess that's true. There's other avenues that you could pursue this. And it wouldn't just come down to like Trump doing it. That's how you know it's like this huge stunt.
One primary function to prevent the violation of rights of life and liberty. The police officer destroyed George Floyd's rights. That is no excuse for.
This doesn't matter because Ben Shapiro has new tweets saying he disavows all these old tweets.
Our government abandoning citizens' rights to life and liberty in favor of rioters and looters. Do your damn jobs. Why the flip-flop and why right now? The only conclusion, my opinion, Vincent Oshana, is that he wants civil war and something crazy to happen under Trump. I don't know what his motive.
So? I don't know about that. That's
well, why would you?
Hold on. Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. First of all, just so you know, I had no idea. You didn't show me this before the podcast.
They're literally arguing in favor of political imprisoning people on their own side. I mean, and I really feel like this Trump could only Trump could get them to make it seem this way, because I do not see these people being this like dyed in the wool and like gung ho over like George Bush or something like that.
I don't know who tweeted this. I don't mind reading the other two. I returned to a 2-day Jewish holiday and 5 the country's on fire. We all agree George Floyd, which is why bad cop is on the arrest, and anyone who defends looting and rioting and targeting business.
Just one bad cop. I bet this was painful for him to even admit at the time.
Cops, okay. You're not stealing that TV to honor George Floyd. Okay, so that's other stuff.
Yeah.
So
and he took no time at all to pivot to like, and stop rioting, stop looting.
Why I don't think that's the case. And my likelihood of that being the case is less than 10%. Rob, can you pull up the picture of him and Matt Walsh being at, what do you call it? They were
State of the Union?
They were at the State of the Union. Why are they at the State of the Union? Why are they standing next to all those people?
They were guests of
Why
Donald
are they?
Trump.
They're guests
of Donald Trump.
No,
Invite you?
they're guests of the speaker specifically.
Somebody, the speaker, invites you.
Yeah, but they're there. So
Yes.
they're at the. So are they there? You think the average person knows they're there because of the speaker? You think they're there because Trump?
I mean, like the idea. It's so funny that they're like side eyeing Ben Shapiro. It's not entirely crazy because it really would be so bad for Trump to do this. On top of all the other crazy shit that he's doing, it would be really bad. But I honestly think that this is, I don't even know where this is coming from Ben Shapiro. Like, I don't think it's crazy to think like, is this PSYOP shit? Because he is starting to criticize him, but it's like, he's only criticizing Trump because he thinks he's jeopardizing like future Republican races. That's it. He doesn't actually principally get that mad at him. And he's mad about the Qatar thing because he doesn't like this tour of these Arab countries, as Ben Shapiro would probably call it.
Prove that these guys can't be there. You think Trump's going to be okay if the speaker, let's just say Speaker Johnson invites.
He's just like ass mad that he feels like he's giving Bibi the cold shoulder. That's why.
Someone
but this was all happening like before that.
That really Trump can't stand, and Trump looks up and he sees them there. He's going to say, "Why'd you invite them? You don't think he's that delicate, that intentional?" If I'm running meetings and one of my guys brings a guy intentionally that I said, "What are you doing with that guy being in here?"
But like Ben Shapiro is like loves Trump, and right before when did he say this? Maybe it was like late 2024, late 2023. He actually, because in 2016 he did not vote for Trump, and I don't think he endorsed him because he said he didn't think that Trump was like a real Republican. I think he endorsed Ted Cruz or something like that. And then, of course, after he saw how he governed and the Trump tax cuts and the giveaways to Israel and, banning trans people from the military, just like Ben Shapiro's wet dream was the, Trump first term. Suddenly he changed his tune and he went through his whole record and he was like, he governed far more conservatively than I ever expected him to. So I was wrong. I'm happy to say that I'm wrong and I'm going to vote for him again. And I'm doing everything I can to get him reelected. And I'm endorsing him. So even though the PSYOP thing like kind of makes sense because it's like, this is so stupid for you to advocate for him for him to do it because it would be suicide. I guess it's like slightly principled. But I think it's mostly for clicks because it's also very unserious because this would not really be how you would like go about trying to get Derek Chauvin freed if this was really a priority
I would
to
catch
you.
that. No, he's there because Trump approved him. So Trump's ability to play politics, remember who said it, Van Jones said, let's face it, Trump is the greatest politician of our lifetime. He said this after they lost. If you remember, November 6th is when he said that. So whatever the date was when he said that. So I think Trump is playing the game very well with everybody. And they're there because Trump wanted them to be there. I don't think that's the case. I don't think, you can debate the fact that it's not a good idea and it's a terrible timing.
Mm-hmm.
You can say the fact that, the Paul brothers have a documentary coming out, have a show coming out. Right? It's called.
My God, I can't believe he watches that crap. Okay, guys, I'm going to do an ad on Twitch in about 2.5 minutes. So brace yourself and I'll pause it so we don't miss anything. I'll go to my BRB screen.
Paul Americans or American Pauls or something like that. American Paul, something like that. A show's coming out. The trailer is sick, right? The way they really, it's such a great trailer that you want to watch it.
Of course, PBD is excited for the Paul brothers, whose content was like, now it's for, doofuses like PBD, who I've met and was very nice, but yeah, not the sharpest knife in the drawer, but Jesus Christ. His audience went from 10-year-olds on YouTube to now this. Okay, we're doing an ad. I'll be back. back. We're back. Thanks for bearing with me. I hate the ads. And if you're watching on YouTube, please go ahead and like the stream. Seeing I have 0 likes right now, let's see if we can get it to at least like 3.
And in one of the sick,
Okay,
like the way
so I had to interrupt PBD glazing
like,
Logan Paul and the Paul brothers.
it's such a great trailer that you want to watch it. And in one of the clips, Logan says,
Dude, he's such a bird brain. He's such a fucking bird brain. The way he says it. The trailer of the Paul brothers is just so exciting. You have to watch it.
it's not about... it's
like such a fucking dunce.
It's not about being liked. It's all about getting attention. That's what he says. Guess what? He gets a lot of attention. Shapiro is getting attention.
Yeah.
Okay, so whether you...
You see 4 likes. Well, I'm using Restream, so I have to... I don't have like the behind the scenes. It just like streams a video on my channel. And like usually I would see like the live updates of how many likes that I have. So I guess I hadn't... I thought it would update automatically. But yeah.
agree with it or not, but to say that he's trying to hurt Trump and all that...
We're missing why Ben Shapiro and Matt Walsh were there. There was Ben Shapiro and Matt Walsh, the Daily Wire, were instrumental in bringing the no boys and girls sports. They were instrumental in mainstreaming that conversation in a way that I'd never had before. And even Matt Walsh was instrumental, even locally in Tennessee, ending some of that stuff, right? So that's why the two of them were there, because they were sitting right next to Riley Gaines, obviously an icon in that movement, right? So that's why
Riley Gaines, icon.
They were there, I think. I don't think that it had anything to do with the fact that, Trump loves them or anything like that. I think it was very specific to that, and he brought that up in the State of the Union address.
I don't know it's about Trump loves them. I just think that Trump is playing politics, that he knows Shapiro and Netanyahu and that community and Daily Wire. And Trump's understanding what he's also doing. Trump is not somebody that doesn't make moves
100%.
accidentally.
Yeah, but here's my thing, though. That came out. When did that clip come out of Ben Shapiro?
Day
right
before.
Was it the day before?
Or day before?
I think I saw it the day of.
Could be.
I saw it the
I
day
don't know,
of.
but it's within 24 hours.
I think we all agree Ben is really, really, really smart, okay? Let's put that over here.
He is smart.
Why? I'm just asking.
It's so disgusting.
What would that do?
I think we all know that Ben Shapiro is like basically a genius. Like Ben just completely outing themselves as fucking morons because Ben Shapiro is like a stupid person's idea of like someone smart.
Because he's smart. If Trump says I'm pardoning Derek Chauvin, what happens to the country? Honestly, it's going to be all out insanity.
These people attach insane levels of agency. I know they think that Trump's constantly doing this like 10D chess and not just totally, beholden to whatever feeling he's experiencing in any given moment.
George
and acting
Soros'
on that.
freaking BLM is going to get triggered, Antifa and everything. So that's why my opinion, Vincent Oshana's on.
We can't pardon somebody because George Soros is going to get triggered. As in like unleashed on the United States.
On his own. I'm thinking there's something, this comes out of nowhere. Where did this come from? For Ben to say that makes me go, wait a minute. The only outcome is negativity in this country, right? And the president is Donald Trump. I don't like it.
So I agree with the hypothesis. I don't necessarily agree with your conclusion. Like, oh, well, he wants to talk about Derek Chauvin, so he must hate Donald Trump and he wants a civil war. So I don't know how you got there, but I respect your
Pretty
opinion.
simple.
Yeah, but it's
the country was on fire because of the situation.
I get
and you don't think black people are going to be furious that we're walking around and burning down churches and
this is a total aside, but it's so funny that these men think they're like the beacon of masculinity, but it's like it's so like gay coded to me.
Beating the shit out of people?
Well,
okay.
I
We
understand.
have a different opinion.
These like queenie bitches, man.
Understand where you got there.
Okay.
But it has more to do with like them being like in like it's like Dominican, Cuban area. It's like that type of masculinity.
I know you're the angry patriot. I love you. Calm down. Let me get to this thing. Just because he came up with this idea doesn't mean it's actually going to happen. Doesn't mean it's going to be implemented. Doesn't mean that anybody's going to.
This guy is the worst guy ever. Like as far as his political takes, yes, he's like brain dead. And he like loves to hear himself talk.
I hear this, but I think what Ben, who's one of the smarter guys out there, realizes is I think a lot of us don't really fully understand that we were tricked. Because I was one of those guys. I felt.
See, like he's bought into it, and this is what he mentioned when I was on the podcast with him. He was like open to this shit.
For the Russia thing, I felt for the George Floyd thing, and then looking back at it, it's like, maybe the media played us. Maybe the media kind of really motivated us to want to see this guy Derek Chauvin go to jail and go to hell. I mean, I remember whether it's George Floyd, whether it was Eric Garner.
Why? The only reason why Derek Chauvin even got in trouble is because it was like this clear-cut, like Rodney King level example of police brutality in an age where people have their phones and could record it. There was no escaping accountability for him. He was like a blood sacrifice. If they could have found a way to protect Derek Chauvin, they would have done it. And by they, I mean like the local police department. And like if there hadn't been such like a immediate, they would have given him qualified immunity.
Whether it was Michael Brown, Freddie Gray, Fernando Castillo, all these names, you would think based on
Sosnick is actually the least annoying of the main valuetainment guys. I know, which is not saying much, but actually I probably agree with you.
On the media, that cops are just going around mowing down black people left and right. Oh my, and like as someone who has a heart.
It's not just that though. This is like the straw man of people's understanding of like what the complaint is. And it's like, yeah, to the extent that like, it's not only police shootings, because it's like out of several 100 million people, it's actually like low. But one, when it does happen, the fact that it like disproportionately affects black people is like not good. And two, it's not just that. Black people and people of color in this country are bothered just for existing while being black, walking while being black. That's it. They have far too many interactions with cops, even though they're not doing anything.
Art. Someone who has eyes, if you turn on the media and the only thing you see is it
like, dude, like talk to a fucking black person. They'll tell you about trying to like shop at a fucking Sephora with their girlfriend and all of a sudden security's following them around.
Happened again today. They got another one. Black people are going to get upset. Anybody that is empathetic is going to get upset. Anyone's going to get upset by seeing, oh my God, this is actually happening. But it turns out it's actually definitely not happening. Because PBD had the guy, the Harvard professor, Roland Fryer, was that his name, Pat? He came on, black guy, by the way, and I'll never forget the story that he told. He came up with this conclusion.
Black guy, by the way, opinion validated. I found a black person who agrees with me.
And he came up with a report. I think he said he hired 8 data researchers, attorneys to find out what was actually going on.
This guy that he's talking about is like, I don't want to say a crank, but his academic research as far as like understanding police brutality has been highly criticized within like academia and is like and peer reviewed by other criminologists and sociologists who don't agree with his methodology or conclusions, because I know what study he's referencing, but I can't remember the specifics.
The black communities with police.
But it basically said like there was no evidence of like systemic racism or like bias within the criminal justice system or legal system in the United States. It's not true.
And the answer was nothing. So he goes, nah, can't be. Did another whole set of research. And it came to the conclusion that no, police are not just going around killing and shooting black people. So the people at Harvard, the people of the professional elite, what did they tell him, Pat? They're like, do not put this out there. Did they not?
Panic. Studies showing no racial bias in police shootings almost cost Harvard professor his job. Yeah, but it's not because he was some bold truth teller. It was because it was like, holy shit, this is not up to standard.
They got in trouble for it, yeah.
They said
this is like terrible research, and the university is embarrassed to be affiliated with it.
Do not put this out there. This is going to go against our entire narrative. And he's like, no, I'm going to do it. And the findings were this. Maybe there was a little bit of like minor stuff, like, hey, what are you doing? You're jaywalking, that kind of stuff.
Where are you going with
the point is this. He found that it's actually not true. So what I'm
like, only somebody who's like never been harassed by cops continually throughout their life for no reason other than, again, you were existing as like a black person in this country thinks that's like not a big deal.
I'm saying is maybe
like this is somebody whose interactions with cops have been probably almost exclusively positive.
Ben Shapiro is realizing, listen, he might have fell for it too. And I know that it's only a small thing. Maybe this guy is just one minor blip on the radar.
Got it. Okay.
But maybe he
So that's what you were
actually
trying to
believes
say
that
this
he's
entire
sitting
time.
there in jail
Yeah.
fraudulently, and the media like
BBD is getting impatient. He's like, okay, dude, wrap it up.
Okay. So were you going to say something? You
No,
look like,
no,
okay,
no, I
yeah.
was just listening.
So what I would say with this part to me is this, Vinny. Do you think Shapiro is Team Trump or Team DeSantis?
DeSantis.
No question.
100%
He's a DeSantis
DeSantis.
conservative. 100%.
He's a DeSantis conservative.
Okay, I get, but
Is that even true? And Shapiro, Ron DeSantis, maybe. I see.
But wait. What are you doing? You're saying no, he's not?
I'm just saying, if this were a year ago, I can understand this. At this point, DeSantis is literally irrelevant.
Okay. Ben Shapiro explains why he flipped from DeSantis to full-blown Trump supporter.
To a full-on Trump. You went from being, I think it's fair to say a Ron DeSantis supporter, promoter during the primary process to a full-on Trump supporter now. That was something, those
People have basically zero relation to academia, have very little ground in criticizing the decisions of academia. Wait, do you mean me for saying like why Harvard was embarrassed to be affiliated with that professor? Or do you mean like these bozos like thinking that it's some conspiracy or something like that?
Saying I'd rather have DeSantis, but I'll support Donald Trump if he wins it. So it shouldn't come as a surprise, but
not you. I mean, the valuetainment people. I mean, they don't actually care what that person has to say. They already don't think that this exists. So they find the one guy who says that and he has Harvard credentials behind him. And so they push him to the front. That's it.
Tom, explain that.
Yeah, I'm not sure, again, why, as you say, why it's surprising that I voted for Donald Trump in 2020. The Republican primaries were over effectively after Iowa. And once President Trump had locked up the nomination, it's time to, get on the bus because it's either Trump or it's Biden, and there are no other choices that are available. And so Donald Trump was a much better president than Joe Biden. It is that simple to me. Again, I've been very open in my criticisms of President Trump on character, on policy, on some of the things that he says. Bottom line is that from 2017 to 2019, he was an excellent president. The first 3 years of his presidency were great, and then the fourth year was blemished by obviously COVID, and then the George Floyd riots. So if I have a choice between 2019 and 2024, when the world is on fire, when Joe Biden is not in control of our border, when Joe Biden has facilitated the worst inflationary economy of the last 40 years, when Joe Biden has led to massive conflict in the Middle East, massive conflict in the middle of the European continent, like I'm not sure why that's such a difficult choice. And when I decided to co-host the fundraiser for,
yeah, he wants to vote for Trump because Trump really brings stability and peace to the Middle East.
the ideas there was not just that I was giving my own money to the Trump campaign, but it was also, I think, a sign to a lot of maybe hesitant Republicans that guys, like, the primaries are now over, and whatever issues you have with Donald Trump that may have arisen from the primaries, and again, I've said multiple times on the show that if
worst inflation in 40 years by what, like 4%. The thing, people hammered on the inflation thing so much. It's like, yeah, there was inflation, and there was also, like, you know, unfortunately Biden's at the, you know, I think he oversaw one of the starkest increase in the cost of living that's like happened in recent memory. I think, don't quote me. But what people don't get is that, like, you know, what we like, these are like campaign slogans, you know. It's far more we live in a global economy. It's far more complicated than just like, oh, the president's, you know, he's hitting the inflation button. He's making it do the thing. It's like, that has way more to do with like the FEC and policy that's been put in place like a decade ago, and you barely feel the effects, and it does with just like immediately. And this is like post-COVID, like, you know, I'm not saying people are wrong to, you know, complain about inflation, but it's like, it's misdirected to look up and just think like, oh, the president's like unilaterally responsible for this.
would have voted for him. I think he's the best governor in the country, and I think he would have made the best president, but he wasn't the guy. And so because he's not the guy, Donald Trump is the guy. And that means that, again, there's only...
Oh my God, this is like literally, one, I hate the Facebook player because like every time you pause it or unpause it, it wants to mute. But two, it was literally just like, oh, okay, so he had no path to victory, so that's why I turned or whatever. But like, why did he support him in the first place?
I'm here in Poland. I was visiting Auschwitz with Elon Musk today, so I didn't have a chance until now.
Dude, that was great. The fucking... So he went to go see... he toured Auschwitz with Elon Musk after Elon Musk said something like anti-Semitic or something like that. And so they're touring this cultural site of death and destruction. And they're talking about these like important historical events. And Ben Shapiro keeps saying like Twitter or something like that when they're like talking to each other. And Elon Musk kept correcting him and going, it's X, while they're touring Auschwitz. It was awesome.
Now to actually comment on Ron DeSantis dropping out of the race. Obviously, Governor DeSantis was my favorite candidate in the race. I think he would have made the best president of all the candidates who are in the race. And obviously, the Republican voting base wants Donald Trump. And you know what? That's the Republican voting base's prerogative. I think there will be a future for Ron DeSantis in the movement. I think there will be another time
I don't think so.
for Governor DeSantis again. Best governor in the country. With that,
he's like Rudy Giuliani, and he's one of these people that like pulled really well because of circumstances basically unrelated to them. In Giuliani's case, it was 9/11. In Ron DeSantis's case, it was the fact that like the Republican control of Florida was like rapidly expanding with like Matt Gaetz and whatnot. And he was in charge of it. So people credited him for like revitalizing the Republican Party, because when he first came in, he like barely won the gubernatorial race. And then the next time he ran for re-election, he was extremely popular. But there's more that goes into that. I would need to like look into it to get specifics, but like he did terribly when he was like trying to run in the Republican primary for president for 2024. And like the more that he spoke, the less popular he got. And he kept having to like fire campaign manager after I think he fired maybe at least one campaign manager because and then still he lost.
That said, this primary race, as I said after Iowa, is over.
Why do you never talk about why you supported him? You're just saying that like, yeah, I'm supporting Trump because he's the only person to beat Biden.
No,
Like what?
No, DeSantis is not
He's the
irrelevant.
governor of Florida. He has no.
You think that Florida? That's false.
Based on what he did with Tate, he's a little bit more relevant.
But the point, it's a very basic question.
Trump, you're saying that DeSantis is even in Trump's league at this point?
You think Ben Shapiro would have preferred a DeSantis president or Trump president?
Okay, he maybe would have preferred a DeSantis, sure.
It's not maybe. If he was endorsing him in the primary, then he obviously did.
Sure.
But at this point, like the conversation's over. Trump's the president.
Buddy, I didn't ask you for a 17-second monologue answer.
It wasn't. It was a simple answer.
Which one do you think he would have preferred?
Jesus Christ. PBD will say that, and then he'll go on to like yap for the next, like go on like a diatribe himself, I bet.
A Trump or DeSantis?
He probably would have preferred DeSantis a year ago.
So to what Vinny is saying, I understand that there's a percentage of people that may say he's doing this because, hey, disruption or whatever. Fine. Let's give that a little bit of credence that is taking place. Let me give the opposing side.
I do love these little moments where Adam and PBD kind of get mad at each other. Like, it's a never-ending like dick measuring contest in this room.
To why I don't believe that's the way to go. Trump's the wrong guy to mess with right now. Wrong guy to mess with right now. It could be career ending.
And that's the facts. The way he says everything, it's like he's just so confidently wrong, and all of these people are just like so terrified to disagree with him.
It could be losing 2 to 4 years of momentum. I don't know how Daily Wire's business is doing right now. I don't have any idea. Maybe they're killing them. Maybe they're not. Maybe, they used to not be that friendly with Fox, a little bit more friendly with Fox. Maybe they want Fox to buy Daily Wire right now. Maybe they kind of want to, hey, financially, our investors are kind of pissed off at us because we got to get the returns, and you got Brett Cooper, and you got this, and you got that, and you got Candace, and you got all this stuff that's happening. Everybody.
Adam, I do think, is actually a sane person, though misinformed, so he doesn't quite fit in with this group. I mean, he's like socially reactionary, but he was like a lib, and he's talked about how he like voted for Obama before, and it wasn't until like Trump came around that he started being like more of a populist. So it doesn't seem to me like, I guess based on like his environment or the way that he was raised, I feel like he does default to lib, and he has to come up with these like weird convoluted answers as to like how it ends up being in agreement with like conservative positions, because they just don't really seem to be like what he wants to default to.
Oh, Candace going to entertainment. That's the person behind closed doors.
Can't be sane if you're on the right. It's a low bar when you're in the BBD studio for what counts as sanity.
Lawsuits, it's Patrick. Yeah, okay. No, I'm friends with almost everybody from all sides. I'm friends with Cuomo. I'm friends with Candace. I'm friends with a lot of people on many.
At least McCain was a tie-breaking vote to save Obamacare wasn't here, or something like that. You're never gonna catch me giving John McCain any credit. No one hates him more than me.
Different fronts.
But yeah, he was, and that was like total. That's like total like legacy preservation. He knew it was like not going to look good. And also I think at this point he already had like brain cancer, so he was about to croak, and it was just his final his final act.
Sports, business, politics. I get along with a lot of people. Entertainment. I have a lot of conversations with people I agree and disagree with. But to me, they may have some other things behind closed doors that they're trying to kind of figure out things to get to do. Let me tell you how investors work.
BBD thinks Trump will make Syria great again, LOL, by war with Iran. I mean, he hates Iran. He's an Iranian Christian. Which is so funny to me because he's like, I just didn't think he was Iranian.
Moment EBITDA numbers drop, loans, Tom, you and I have been through this game many, many times. So you know what happens eventually when you keep going back to investors saying we need.
He's like, I actually thought he was Israeli. He seems like the most Israeli guy ever, but he's not.
Another 200 million, we need another 100 million, we need another 50 million. Eventually they're like, maybe it's time to sell is what we got to do. Maybe it's time to this. I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if all of a sudden we heard news that, either Daily Wire is raising another round from somebody that's coming in, equity partner, whatever, or a Fox interest reports coming out that maybe Daily Wire is trying to get themselves to get a little bit closer because they would be open to the idea of Fox buying them. And
It's so funny how they moved. They did so they don't even actually talk about the merits of whether or not, Chauvin might be innocent. It immediately turned into like this interrogation of like Ben Shapiro being a turncoat.
What is the valuation, all this other stuff. I don't know. But all I know is right now, Trump carries so much weight that, guess what? It's not about him needing you as much as you needing him today. Trump doesn't need anybody today. He's choosing to build relationships today. Not because he needs them desperately, because he's choosing to. He is probably the most diplomatic I've ever seen him be. Ever. I don't know if I've ever seen him be more diplomatic. I know this sounds kind of weird because you don't think about diplomacy when you think about Trump. It's the most diplomatic. He said,
Oh my God, that's so like just casually devastating for him to say, but it just like, it totally doesn't even like register on these people. The fact that he's like admitting that like Trump is like a war hawk and does like impulsive, stupid shit.
President Zelensky sent a letter wanting to do this. And I have to say this, I appreciate the president's letter. I appreciate the president's letter.
Not like a total war hawk, but like just insane foreign policy blunders and like does not know how to, make deals or whatever. Like if that were true, he would have withdrawn from Afghanistan.
Thank you for sending the letter. What? He's not. He's going there. So again, you're right that thought could be in there, but I think not now because they have nothing they can do to hurt this guy.
They
Nothing.
can't.
It's a second term.
Yeah.
So this is what I think. There's two different types of Republicans and conservatives right now, right? And so we're definitely like MAGA, and I get that. But there is a group of conservatives, Republicans that is more in line. And so when we talk about the DeSantis versus Trump thing, it's not necessarily about DeSantis versus Trump because that's a tired conversation. I don't think anybody's having that conversation. But it's about the type of people that are really drawn to Trump and the type of people that are really drawn to DeSantis. And there are some people some Republicans in D.C. right now that do not like these things that Trump are doing. Okay, these are establishment conservatives and Republicans that have been around for a very long time. They do not like any of this. They don't like dismantling USAID. They do not like dismantling the Department of Education. They see this stuff as crazy. And so there's a lot of people right now that are positioning themselves kind of like to the left of MAGA. And I think that's kind of like what's going on here.
28.
That's it. You're right.
28.
100%.
28. But guess what? Wrong time.
I agree.
It's a wrong time.
Yeah, I
wrong
agree.
time. Now, so wrong.
So weird to think of like establishment Republicans as like left of MAGA. I mean, like they technically are, but it's like talking about, opposition to Mussolini in Italy is like, to the left of Mussolini or something.
Bad timing.
Yeah,
bad timing. I think Q1 2027 is good timing. Q1.
I can't put conservative and MAGA in the same category. MAGA has zero principles except follow Trump. Sounds like a conservative to me. I mean, like the George Bush, Romney, McCain era type conservatism is obviously like sunset at this point. But there is no modern Republican Party and like MAGA movement without like the Tea Party and without those sort of like, in what we would consider to be like median Democrats now, even though those people were insane as well.
2025, bad timing. Way too more. So, couple things for those of you that are
They're the precursor to me.
Watching the podcast now. If you go download Connect, the app, and you join PBD Podcast.
No. You're not shilling. I'm shilling. Tell my viewers who are watching. If you're not subscribed to me on YouTube, you should be subscribed to me on YouTube. And if you haven't liked the stream, please go ahead and do that. If you want to follow me on Twitch, go ahead and do it. But a sub would mean a lot more. If you want to support the stream, you can tip me via the pinned tip link. And I think both YouTube and Twitch chat. Does anyone actually use Connect? I don't think anybody actually uses the shit that they I mean, I keep seeing these sponsorships pop up, so they must be seeing some return, but Jesus. Trump is just the logical conclusion of Bush era policies, yeah. I mean, for a long time, I was reluctant to say that, like, Trump was worse than Bush.
We write out the news in our research team.
Like, it wasn't until, like, the end of, like, the like, first term that I was like, okay, I think he's like, getting to the point where he's, like, he's worse than Bush.
It's all in there. So if you go right now and join the circle, you're going to see all these notes. We do a Connect grab effect that work after getting the alcohol license being launched here soon. Ready, there's going to be listen to my notes.
Oh my God, this is like the last like several minutes of this is ads. Oh my God. Okay. Oh wait, I didn't want to close that. Hold on. I wanted to see the comments to like see what the take the temperature, check the dipstick on like where even like their insane audiences on like if Derek Chauvin should be pardoned. right, quiet. Fentanyl or not, the cop was kneeling on his neck until life slowly left his body. Chauvin had 10 minutes to get off of him. I was so disgusted seeing the video for the first time, and that doesn't change just because Trump's in office now. The recency bias is laughable. Okay. Who does this benefit? It benefits the guy in jail. Chauvin had 18 prior complaints violating civilian rights. The guy should have already been in jail. I watched the entire Floyd arrest several times. I'm 100% behind pardoning Chauvin. That was not where I thought that was going. Pardoning Chauvin.
The same day.
Ben Shapiro. Okay. He should have never been imprisoned. Okay, there's a lot of ideological diversity in this comment section. Why is this a debate? Hell no, he should be in jail. No, we kneel on it. How do you say I'm racist without saying I'm racist? Watch the documentary The Fall of Minneapolis. Dude, I bet that's gold. One of these days I'm gonna watch like both the Candace Owens and like this shit to see like what type of information these people are inundated with to like get them so hyped up on this, on like Chauvin needing to be pardoned. Dumbest idea yet. Chauvin is serving a federal sentence in a low security FCI. A pardon gets him sent back to Minnesota and a maximum security state of prison. I love how it's like, no, that would be bad because Chauvin would get it worse. You don't get it. Dude, this is only increasing the leftist case for Trump pardoning him. This is like, he would be sent to a supermax prison in Minnesota. Okay, that's enough of that. Huge digression. Okay, where were we with 867-5309 gate? So we were going down the list of reactions to the shit. Okay, now we're on Don Jr., the best Trump son. Just James Comey casually calling for my dad to be murdered. Dude, it's so insufferable when these adult children of these people refer to Trump like my dad. You know, Meghan McCain does this shit too. My father. She like always refer to John McCain as her father. Even like, I understand doing it casually when you're in conversation. It's another thing to like actually author tweets where you turn it into like my dad, my daddy. This is who the Dem media worships. Demented. Demented. The photo in question. Cool shell formation on the beach. So this guy. So this guy's gonna scold you about insane tweets. Very cool. It's not that I give a fuck that he's criticizing Hamas. It's just obviously like this is so fucking incredibly racist and has really little to do with that. And it's just this general like ew, Arabs type sentiment. Like this is the type of reaction that shit garners. So I'm supposed to care that about seashell formation from this guy, or the guy who, you know, shares, deletes a tweet questioning Kamala Harris's race. Donald Trump Jr., the president's eldest son, shared another person's tweet with his millions of followers during the Democratic debate on Thursday that falsely claimed Senator Kamala Harris was not black enough to be discussing the plight of black Americans. Kamala Harris is implying she is descended from American black slaves. Ali Alexander, a member of a right-wing constellation of media personalities, wrote on Twitter, "She's not. She comes from Jamaican slave owners. That's fine. She's not an American black, period." Mr. Trump, a valuable Republican surrogate as his father faces a bruising 2020 race, posted the tweet of unverified information, then asked his more than 3 million followers, "Is this true?" Wow. I'm just asking, guys. I'm just asking questions. Wow. This is like how Elon Musk tweets. By the end of the night, Mr. Trump had deleted his message, and by Friday, a spokesman said it had all been a misunderstanding. When they say Hamas, they just mean any Palestinian existing. Yeah, basically. Don's tweet was simply him asking if it was true that Kamala Harris was half Indian because it's not something he had ever heard before. Said spokesman Andy Surabian. And once he saw that folks were misconstruing the intent of the tweet, he quickly deleted it. Okay, see what that means is that once he was getting backlash for posting something fucking racist, then he deletes it. Yeah. Where do people think that Kamala Harris gives the impression that she was like a descendant of an American slave? Kamala Harris, who like barely talks about her race. And then, Chrissy Noem disgraced former FBI Director James Comey just called for the assassination of POTUS Trump. DHS and Secret Service is investigating this threat and will respond appropriately. And then it's like, get fucked. And then the immediate, I don't even need to like open the replies to this to know that it's going to be, you think there's a difference between the ex-FBI director that Trump, you know, fired himself because he was investigating him. I think there's a difference between that and like this guy saying it or whatever. And it's like, not really. No, I don't think there's a difference. As far as like the sentiment goes. So let's see the, did you hear about the game show? Yeah. That shit, I have that. So this psycho, Chrissy Noem wants migrants to compete for citizenship on new reality show. A Homeland Security official told the Daily Beast that the show is in the early stages of vetting, though approval had not been given or denied. Chrissy Noem reportedly wants the U.S. citizenship process to play out in front of cameras. The Department of Homeland Security has been working with writer and producer Rob Warsoff to pitch a reality TV show titled The American, where immigrants will compete in a string of challenges across the country for the honor of fast-tracking their way to U.S. citizenship, according to the Daily Mail. Citing a copy of Warsoff's 35-page program pitch, the Daily Mail reported that the Canadian-born producer aims to, quote, celebrate what it means to be American and have a national conversation about what it means to be American through the eyes of the people who want it most. So I guess we're supposed to do like American Ninja Warrior, but for citizenship, line jumping. Warsoff is best known for producing the A&E reality show Duck Dynasty. Okay, like this is all falling into place now. Homeland Security Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin told the Daily Beast that the show's concept is under consideration, though she denied that Noem had reviewed the pitch in question. Yeah, but it's her department, so it doesn't matter. The concept is in the very beginning stages of the vetting process, she added, and approval has not been given or denied. The DHS receives hundreds of television show pitches a year, she said in a statement. Each proposal undergoes a thorough vetting process prior to denial or approval. Yeah, but this should be instantly denied. McLaughlin denied Noem's involvement in the project, though unnamed sources told the Daily Mail that the Homeland Security Secretary supports it and wants to proceed. I mean, I will trust an anonymous source telling a rag like the Daily Mail over any of these spokespeople for the Trump administration. So, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, she supports it and she's totally fine with it, and it's in development right now. The Daily Beast has also reached out to Warsoff's representatives for comment. The program pitch reportedly starts with 12 pre-vetted contestants arriving at Ellis Island in New York City abroad. The citizenship. Oh my God. The show's host, preferably a famous naturalized American like Colombian Sofia Vergara or Canadian Ryan Reynolds, will welcome them with a personalized baseball glove. I love how they think they're going to get either of these people involved in this. Contestants would then travel from state to state aboard a train called The American to learn about each region's history and culture and compete in themed contests ranging from balancing on logs in Hayward, Wisconsin, to building and launching a rocket in Florida's Cape Canaveral, which houses a major NASA hub. Officials from the U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services are reportedly being eyed to tally votes. We'll join in the laughter, tears, frustration, and joy, hearing their backstories. We're reminding how amazing it is to be American, the pitch reads. The losing contestants will go home with iconically American prizes, including 1 million American Airlines points, a $10,000 Starbucks gift card, a lifetime supply of 76 gasoline. They'll also have a leg up as they undergo the traditional citizenship process. There will be people that unironically defend this on the grounds that even the losing people get good prizes. The big winner, meanwhile, will get sworn in as an American citizen on Capitol Hill by a top American politician or judge. Like who? Like fucking Judge Judy? There won't be a dry eye within 10 miles, the pitch reads. I mean, yeah, because people are going to be crying about what their country has come to. During a Wednesday budget hearing, Noem was trolled by lawmakers over her many photo ops and costume changes, which earned her the nickname Ice Barbie. Noem is cosplayed as a firefighter, an immigration agent, and a helicopter pilot in her trips around the country to oversee the implementation of President Donald Trump's mass deportation agenda. See, this only supports what I was saying about how these people are like largely figureheads for this shit, and they're just doing media tours and photo ops, and they're not actually in charge of these orgs. They've like delegated it out to like other people. Some like young reactionary like Harvard grad or something. But the Homeland Security Secretary has remained unfazed by the criticism. Every day I wake up and there's new criticism, she told Fox News last month. It's something different every single day, so I try not to pay attention to the noise. Yeah, God forbid you listen to anything negative that's said about you or like, you know, valid criticism. That's just noise. So where's the okay, so this all culminated in the fucking Krasenstein brothers getting a visit by the Secret Service. So he posts this 8647 playing pool. Replies, for the record, I am 100% against against violence in any form. Stop creating bogus meetings to try and investigate your political opponents. 8647 means remove Trump from office. If you're creating any other meeting, you're the ones who are going to end up inciting the violence. Which is not wrong. So he posts this at 5:31 p.m. and this at 6:52 p.m. So like not long after. Like it's not because he thinks it's a genuine threat. It's literally just because he thinks it's so fucking stupid that anybody took it seriously. Kash Patel's been working from home most days. It's such BS. Dude, it's so fucking disgusting to hear that like Kash Patel does remote work for the FBI. It's so weird. Maybe it's better he doesn't do anything though. No, but the thing is that like the people that are in charge and actually staffed and doing the work that he's supposed to be doing, they're carrying out exactly what he wants. So, you know, distinction without a difference practically. Deep state running things. Okay, then the Secret Service visit. I literally just had the Secret Service at my house. More details in a minute. What is this? Crassencast.com. I tweeted the number 8647, a common protest slogan used by Democrats. I've never heard of this protest slogan, but I mean, I guess I should believe him because this dude's like a major lib. To call for the impeachment or legal removal of Donald Trump, the 47th president. No threats, no violent rhetoric, just a number. In fact, the tweet thread, I blatantly stated that I never support violence in any way and wanted him removed from office legally. The agents who showed up told me they were sent from Washington, and after explaining it all to them, they appeared to understand it wasn't calling for anything close to the president's assassination. Okay, let's see.
The Trump administration just had the U.S. Secret Service come to my house. You might be wondering why. Because yesterday I made a post that said 8647, which means, if you look it up, get rid of Trump, as in impeach Donald Trump, as in 25th Amendment Donald Trump, as in vote Trump out of office. Why, you may ask? Because last night on the news, Donald Trump made the claim
Okay, I've never heard this guy speak, so this is not the voice that I was expecting.
that 8647 means assassinate him, which it doesn't. I would absolutely never ever call for violence against anyone, let alone the President of the United States. So the Secret Service agents were extremely friendly. They were like, yeah, we understand. It's just something we have to do because Washington told us to. Washington told them to come give me a visit. That's what he said. Trump wants to be a dictator.
If Trump were removed from office, couldn't he just as easily run the country from his house? The entire party is beholden to him anyway. I mean, like, even now what he does is, like, not really run the country. It's, like, other people that actually do that shit. But, I mean, if that were to happen, like, J.D. Vance would become the president. And then I don't see, like, why J.D. Vance wouldn't still have a ton of input from Trump.
and I will not be intimidated into not voicing my opinions or my dissent against him, ever. When Biden was president, multiple large social media accounts on the right used the term 8646, meaning get rid of Biden. But now they want to create this new meaning in order to go after people who disagree with them. We're not going to become a dictatorship. Keep fighting back in a non-violent way.
Dude, it's like you can't even try to convince me that this guy is like sending veiled threats. Literally like the most like meek and timid and like, especially considering everything going on in the moment, just like this display for like law and order. It's like just so, it's such a joke. It's such a fucking joke that I'm supposed to take this year. Like this guy is a threat. Apparently that was enough for the Trump admin to summon federal agents to my home, claiming I had threatened the president's life. What's really happening is he meant to put Trump's admin is changing the definition of a number in order to intimidate and squash the free speech of someone calling for his impeachment. Why did you end this with a question mark? Okay. Let me be crystal clear. 86 is well-known restaurant slang for removing something. 47 refers to Trump as the 47th president. Put it together, remove Trump from office legally, peacefully, through democratic means, like impeachment or the 25th Amendment. The number's been used at rallies, protest signs. Even James Comey posted it yesterday on Instagram. That's what triggered MAGA's meltdown. They know what it really means, but the truth isn't what they're after. Control through fear is. These are the same people who sold 8646 t-shirts to call for Biden's impeachment. The same folks who say murder figuratively all the time on social media without consequence. The same influencers who twist words like woke, CRT, and DEI into weapons to stoke division. Now they're trying to turn a protest slogan into a criminal offense. Let's not kid ourselves. This is what authoritarianism looks like in the early stages. Weaponizing federal power to harass political critics. Manufacturing outrage to silence dissent. Treating peaceful protests as a threat. I mean, it's like all unobjectionable shit. Dark woke. Dude, it's not even dark woke. This is like light woke. This is just actually just being woke. It's not anything. I wish it were dark woke. Like, I totally would have been here for him, like, basically dog whistling or something like that. Like, actually, like, trying to push the limits of political speech in this country. But for, like, self-preservation, 1, you shouldn't do that. And 2, you'll just prove these people right. But 3, it would be... Have you considered it would be very funny? Okay. Before we get to other stuff, I wanted to see... Okay, do y'all know who Miss Rachel is? Mrs. Rachel. So this woman is like basically the new Mr. Rogers. If there's a Canadian equivalent, because I know I have Canadians watching me for like who you guys had for like Mr. Rogers, go ahead and drop it in chat. Yeah, this woman. Super nice lady. Very famous. She's like doing the Lord's work of educating toddlers and babies. But she master's degree in music education from NYU. Worked as a music teacher at public preschool in New York City before starting her YouTube channel. As of 2023, she's pursuing a second master's degree in early childhood education. So she's best known for creating the YouTube series Songs for Littles, a children's music series focused on language development for infants, toddlers, and preschoolers. Like literally the hardest people to deal with. Kidding. So she started the YouTube channel in 2019 under the name Miss Rachel. She and her husband created the channel in response to the lack of media resources for their son, who had a speech delay and did not say his first word until he was 2 years old. She created Songs for Littles, did nursery rhymes, originally started as an in-person class. The channel became especially popular starting in 2020 during the COVID-19 pandemic and has over 10 million subscribers as of 2024. She literally has 14.8 million now and over 10 billion views. In Canada, we had Zap Rousdower. How have I never even heard this name? Because you've probably heard of Mr. Rogers. Rousdower? Oh, he was like a kid's icon. I thought you were saying this is like Canadian Mr. Rogers. She's anti-Semitic though. Yeah, apparently. So the New York Post put out this exclusive on April 7th of this year. YouTube star Ms. Rachel should be investigated for spreading Hamas propaganda over posts about Gaza kids, anti-Semitism group tells Attorney General Pam Bondi. The anti-Semitism group in question is Stop Anti-Semitism. And if we'll look into who the fuck that is. So Stop Anti-Semitism should just be called to, like, renamed to just Stop Anti-Zionism or Stop Criticizing Israel. Privately funded American advocacy group focused on combating anti-Semitism and criticism of Israel by doxing individuals who the group claims to be anti-Semitic. So anytime you see somebody, reposting Stop Anti-Semitism, stop, like any of their posts or like boosting them in any way, even just like following them, if that person ever gets like doxed, just like keep that in your back pocket. Take like a little screenshot of them reposting them. Then if they ever get doxed and want to complain, just like say, oh, I'm sorry that happened to you. And also like show that to them that they were promoting like literally a doxing group. YouTube's top toddler whisperer, Ms. Rachel, should be investigated over whether she's being paid to spread Hamas-aligned propaganda for her posts about the deaths of kids in Gaza, a major anti-Semitism group tells AG Pam Bondi. Ms. Rachel, real name Rachel Griffin Caruso, became the modern equivalent of Mr. Rogers, educating and entertaining millions of young kids with her Songs for Little streaming show, which have been viewed more than 10 million times. But the Jewish civil rights watchdog group Stop Anti-Semitism says Ms. Rachel is not so sweet. They take multiple issues with multiple posts that she's made about the condition of children in the Gaza Strip during the war, alleging that the content is either debunked or disputed by Israel. The group says the posts are anti-Israel and are meant to inspire pro-Hamas sympathies among young kids. Literally, their citation, the fact that they include this is the example. Stop Anti-Semitism says the influencer's posts are anti-Israel, and this is her being like, this is a prayer for the kids in Gaza. Please stop hurting them. Given the vast sums of foreign funds that have been directed towards propagandizing our young people on college campuses, we suspect there's a similar dynamic in the online influencer space. Stop Anti-Semitism Director Leora Rez said in a letter sent Monday to Bondi. We urge you in your office to investigate whether or not Miss Rachel is being removed. I can't get over these photos, dude. Remunerated? Isn't it remunerated? To disseminate Hamas-aligned propaganda to your millions of followers, as this may violate the Foreign Agents Registration Act, or FARA, Rez said. In the letter to Bondi, the group says Ms. Rachel, who once solely focused on catering to children, which she's still doing, has been incorporating Hamas-like propagated images and stories into her content. Yeah, like asking people to pray for kids in Gaza. Her posts have largely ignored the suffering of Israeli victims, hostages, and Jewish children, while she consistently amplifies misinfo from Hamas and other anti-Israel sources, Rez told Bondi in the letter obtained by the Post. The posts cited by Stop Anti-Semitism were made to Rachel's Instagram account, where she has 2.5 million followers and generally gears her content towards adults. Many appear to involve widely shared images and stories that have been covered heavily in the media. Among the objectionable content, according to the group, are vile images of kids with protruding limbs depicting starvation in the enclave. Stop Anti-Semitism claimed those images were debunked, with the child not suffering starvation, but instead suffering from cystic fibrosis. Oh, my bad. They weren't starving. They just had this other totally preventable illness. Cystic fibrosis, dude. Oh, okay. Ms. Rachel's bad, right? Yeah, how dare she? Fadi Alzant, the child in question, however, was suffering from both cystic fibrosis and starvation. Oh my god. I'm not laughing at this, it's just insane. So, like, the double whammy, awesome. His mother told the Washington Post, another Hamas lie, I'm sure. He became a widely shared symbol for what the UN says was a humanitarian crisis in Gaza before the ceasefire. Dude, this sentence. He became a widely shared symbol for what the UN says was a humanitarian crisis in Gaza before the ceasefire. So there was a crisis and then there was a ceasefire and the crisis went away is what they're trying to tell you with this. Okay. Stop Anti-Semitism also objected to Ms. Rachel sharing the death toll provided by the Hamas-run Ministry of Health, which does not differentiate between terrorists and civilians. I roll my eyes at this because it's like, when this Hamas-run like Ministry of Health shit, like this was never called, like Hamas has been in charge of the Gaza Strip since 2005. There have been multiple operations conducted by Israel, Pillar of Defense, Operation Protective Edge, Cast Lead, etc. When the news covered these incidents during, like when they were occurring, they never called it like the Hamas-run Ministry of Health. It's a civilian org. And to me, this is like trying to call like Russian health services, like Kremlin-run Russian health services. You know, it's like, should you trust anything Hamas says? Absolutely not. Like, but should you trust anything the Kremlin says? No. But I like exclusively see this like this language of like, oh, it's run by them when it comes to the Gaza Strip, but I never see it in any other context. Like CCP run health services, you know, it's like if we're gonna do this, like it needs to be consistent or we need to like not do it at all. Putin-backed Ministry of Health, yeah. Like if we're doing this consistently, then like fine. But if we're not doing it, then like why do this? And the other thing is that the UN, the US State Department, everyone cites these numbers from the Gaza Ministry of Health, and they've largely been consistent. The US cites them with almost no caveats about them being inaccurate. Even though Biden said they were lying, but you know, he didn't actually have proof of that. Which does not differentiate between terrorists and civilians. Why would they? Their only job is to keep track of who's dying. They're not there to adjudicate whether or not you're engaged in hostilities or you're a civilian. That's not even that would like, that's like saying, you know, can you believe the hospital did not say on someone's chart that they're a fucking murderer or a criminal? Like that's not for a doctor to decide. That's for like a judge in a court system and like police and other like law enforcement agencies to like designate. Not like medical examiners. Stop Anti-Semitism alleges that the estimates that nearly 15,000 children have died in the war were debunked, accusing the children's star of spreading misinformation. So these people actually think that this number is like only going to go down as more information comes out. It's only going to get lower apparently. Israel disputes the figure, no shit, but the UN has reported similar death tolls as well. Stop Anti-Semitism also condemned Ms. Rachel for echoing reports of children dying of hypothermia in Gaza over the winter, claiming she used pictures from Wikipedia and that Gaza was nowhere near as cold. Three babies have died of hypothermia in Gaza the past few days. Over 14,500 have been killed. Look up hypothermia. You don't need freezing cold from that, especially when you live in a tent. I was about to say, have these people never heard of like exposure? It's like not hard to die from exposure. Especially when there's like a fucking onslaught going on. Israel uses their numbers because they're pretty conservative, yeah. In Gaza over the winter, claiming she used pictures from Wikipedia and that Gaza was nowhere near as cold, but she didn't even have any photos in that. Various reports in international media, however, document the deaths of many children in Gaza from December through February, when freezing mornings hit refugee tents hard in the ruined enclave due to hypothermia. Stop Anti-Semitism ultimately accused Ms. Rachel of perpetuating Hamas's claims of Israel bombing Gaza indiscriminately and violating the Geneva Convention by halting aid, the latter of which led the ICC to put out an arrest warrant against Israeli Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu for crimes against humanity. I guess the ICC is Hamas, obviously. The Israeli military maintains that it takes all necessary precautions to minimize civilian deaths when carrying out airstrikes in Gaza. Ms. Rachel, 42, a teacher who resides in New York City and whose husband is Broadway music director and composer Aaron Acaruso, declined to comment after the post shared Stop Anti-Semitism's letter to Bondi. I mean, like, why? Like, why? I mean, like, what is there to say? Are you funded by Hamas? No, I'm not funded by Hamas. It's a joke. But she previously said she loves all children after coming under withering criticism for launching a fundraiser for children living in war zones, including Gaza. She said tearfully she had been subjected to bullying. I care deeply for all children, Palestinian children, Israeli children, children in the US, Muslim, Jewish, Christian children, all children in every country. Not one is excluded, she said in an Instagram post last May. Again, they're just like posting her W's. I think part of why people respond to the show is that they feel that care. I see every child as my own. I love every neighbor. Any child suffering is in my heart. To do a fundraiser for children who are currently starving, who have no food or water, who are being killed is human. She also sang a song for children in Israel and Gaza. This is a prayer for children in Gaza, she sings. This is a prayer for children in Israel. This is a prayer for all the kids. Please stop hurting them. This is a prayer for all the civilians. This is a prayer for all the hostages. This is a prayer for all the innocent. Please stop hurting them. Reeks of Hamas propaganda, if you ask me. This is why Tinky Winky is afraid to speak out. The post asked Stop Anti-Semitism if it had any evidence to indicate that Ms. Rachel was being paid to spread Hamas propaganda, not just expressing her free speech rights. It's not a secret influencers such as Ms. Rachel often have paid collaborations on social media. That being said, we could not help but notice post 10/7, Ms. Rachel posting a massive barrage of anti-Israel propaganda. AKA, I love kids. I'm praying for them because they're starving and dying. This was at the same time as other social media influencers were being paid to post, Rez said. So, no, you don't have any proof of that. You're just saying it. We are merely asking the Attorney General to investigate. While Ms. Rachel is entitled to her opinions and to exercise her free speech rights, there are laws that require being paid by foreign countries to disclose these things. Foreign agents must register. I fucking can't. Okay, before I show the clips, I'm going to run an ad. Or we're already in the middle of an ad. Okay. I'll be back. Okay, we're back. This is so insane. I can't get over it. Like they see this child educator who like witnesses this genocide right before her eyes, sees tens of thousands of corpses all over social media and in news reports. And they think that the only way she could have come to the conclusion to post about this stuff is because Hamas paid her. So if you're wondering like why I'm reading an article that came out in April, it's because the New York Times put this article out and they actually asked her if she was paid by Hamas. White tot celebrity, dude, I hate this term for kids. White tot celebrity Ms. Rachel waded into the Gaza debate. Facing criticism, Rachel Caruso defends making the plight of children in Gaza a primary focus on her social media feeds. With her pink headband, denim overalls, and permanent smile, Ms. Rachel has become a mainstay in the households of preschool-aged children who are drawn to her good cheer and sing-alongs. Parents revere her I always hate saying this word. Pedagogical practicing of skills like waving, clapping, and pronouncing consonants. The former music teacher's YouTube videos became such a sensation, 14 million subscribers, 1 billion views, that in January, Netflix began licensing episodes. Ms. Rachel, whose real name is Rachel Griffin, at times presents a different side of herself on social media platforms like TikTok and Instagram, where the content is geared less toward toddlers and more towards their parents. There, her millions of followers will also find impassioned videos touching on current events. These focus on the push for universal childcare and geopolitical crises that have led to children suffering, above all, the ongoing war in Gaza. In March, for instance, Caruso posted a video of 2 children watching a Miss Rachel video amid rubble. The caption read, "My friends Celine and Celia in what used to be their home in Gaza. They deserve to live in a warm, safe home again." On Monday, Caruso posted to her Instagram account photos of a meeting she said she had last week with Rahaf, a 3-year-old girl from Gaza who had lost her legs in an airstrike, and the child's mother. The meeting was arranged through the Palestine Children's Relief. It's the 2 of them. Rahaf's mother and I both love our children with all of our hearts, Caruso wrote, adding, "My son will have dinner tonight, a story and snuggle with me, school in the morning and hers won't," referring to Rahaf's brothers in Gaza. The post was followed by an interview on the news site Zateo, combining to make this Caruso's most outspoken few days to date on the subject. "It's so clear how we should treat children to help them thrive and grow into happy, healthy adults," Caruso said, responding to questions over email. "We need to stop failing them," she said, adding that in particular, no kid should have their crucial brain development ages of 0 to 3 interrupted by trauma. But her advocacy on behalf of Gazan children has led some supporters of Israel to accuse her of treating Palestinian children with more sympathy than Israeli ones, because it's a zero-sum game, obviously, including those abducted in Hamas's attack of October 7, 2023. Last month, the advocacy group Stop Anti-Semitism labeled Caruso the anti-Semite of the week. Jesus Christ. And the New York Post reported, dude, like, I mean, she's definitely not this type, but like, if I were her and I got this is like a badge of honor from these people, from these fucking psychos. She should do what, who's that guy? I can't think of his name. He went on Piers Morgan. Bassem Youssef. He was like celebrating. He was like trying to get like anti-Semite of the year from this group because it's a total joke. And the New York Post reported sent a letter urging Attorney General Pam Bondi to investigate whether Caruso is receiving funding to further Hamas's agenda. She posted nearly 50 times about the kids of Gaza, most of which is filled with misinfo from Hamas, only 5 times about Israeli children, but who's counting? The group, which monitors statements about Israel on social media accounts of prominent figures, that's one way to put it, said on its website. In the case of the Israeli children, she only posted due to widespread public backlash, never condemning Hamas and the Palestinians. Almost like it's not about that. She's just raising awareness to like child welfare. Caruso, 42, in an emailed response denied having received money from Hamas. This, okay, it's so insane that they asked her this. "This accusation is not only absurd, it's patently false," she said. This is journalism, you guys. I'm glad she didn't stop speaking out even after the harassment. I mean, she was already labeled an anti-Semite, so like, fuck it, right? The reason I post about Israeli children is because I care deeply about them. The accusation that I would be doing it for any other reason is outrageous and wrong. I've spent my life committed to the learning and well-being of children, she added. I have always believed that safety and security are a basic human right for every child. So you see, caring about children in Gaza is a direct continuation of the work I've been doing most of my life. We don't care about only some of our students because of where those students were born. We care about every one of them. Again, this is like elementary morality. She did not dispute that she had posted more frequently about Gazan children. The painful reality, she said, is that Palestinian children in Gaza have been killed by the thousands and continue to be killed, maimed, and starved right now. The idea that caring about one group of children prevents us from caring about another group of children is false. Recently, the UN estimated that more than 90% of Gaza's population faces food insecurity in the months after Israel ordered a halt on humanitarian aid, and some Israeli military officials believe there will be widespread starvation if that blockade is not lifted soon. Stop Anti-Semitism tracks the statements of public figures for anti-Semitism under a polarizing definition. That's a hell of an understatement. That can include undermining. I mean, some of this I agree with. Using Jews as a people or Israel as a state of inventing or exaggerating the Holocaust. Applying double standards by requiring of it a behavior not expected or demanded of any other democratic nation. Okay, like this I don't agree with. Because it's like, yeah, nominally they'll say this, but then what they think is like double standards is like them being held to any standard. Drawing comparisons of contemporary Israeli policy to that of the Nazis is like, yeah, okay, you've lost me. Like, this is not anti-Semitism to me. That can include undermining Israel's right to exist or comparing Israeli policy to Nazi policy. A family foundation that on its website says it funds numerous center-right pro-Israel groups, including the Jewish Republican Alliance and Christians United for Israel. This is like Kufi. Says it funds Stop Anti-Semitism. The group and the foundation did not reply to requests for comment. Oh, suddenly now we don't have anything to say? Suddenly we're going radio silent, even though you have this huge platform to talk about the scourge that is, you know, Miss Rachel being funded by a terrorist group. Okay. Acaruso's activism has divided Jewish parents distraught by the relative dearth of posts about Israeli children, with whom many Jews worldwide feel a powerful connection. I just don't understand who sees it this way. Again, this is like literally like all lives matter shit. Like seeing like if she posted like Black Lives Matter, especially like black children or something like that, these are the types of people to be like, oh, so you're saying white kids don't matter? You saying Asian kids don't matter? Ms. Rachel seems to be someone who is really, really good-hearted, but in the context of everything that's going on, she says, I care about all children, but really she's talking about the children of Gaza. Gee, I wonder why. Stacey Hackner, a teacher at a London cheater? What is this word? I've never heard of this. A school for Jewish children in Hebrew and religious knowledge are taught. Cheater. You learn something new every day. It's like CCD, but for Jews. A school of Jewish... if I just kept reading it, I would have said it. A school of Jewish instruction, she said in an interview, that has left a lot of Jewish parents feeling quite isolated. Self-report. Acaruso also has many defenders. Do you see a through line here? Said the Crooked Media podcast host Tommy Viator, referring to Acaruso's mentioning children in several war zones in an online post. She cares deeply about the well-being of children, he said. Interviewing Acaruso on the news site Sateo on Monday, Mehdi Hassan said of her post, it's crazy that it's become controversial, adding, when you speak out about kids in Gaza, Palestinian children, some people, I should say a minority, go crazy. They think it's somehow controversial. It's divisive. The stakes surrounding what Acaruso says seem higher than for a typical celebrity because families who play her videos are inviting her into their most intimate space, their own toddler's attention. I mean... yeah, some people, but it's like we live in the age of the iPad baby, and people just like open up YouTube Kids and like give their kid a screen. They're not. So a lot of parents that like don't really give a shit. But yeah, I mean, if you're paying attention to what your kids are consuming, this should be the way you look at it. Acaruso is herself a parent of 2 young kids. Her videos originated shortly after her son encountered a speech delay after turning 1. Her unique position opens her up to a felt sense of connection or even parasociality to other parents, says Brooke Aaron Duffy, a professor of communications at Cornell who studies the intersection of labor and new technologies. If you look at the images, Professor Duffy added, referring to Acaruso's post of children in Gaza, it's showcasing the young children who are experiencing these vulnerabilities. Dude, the fact that they have to bring in like this expert to, again, explain elementary morality and ethics to grown adults that see this as a zero-sum contest about, if you talk about these kids that are suffering, that must mean you don't care about these other kids that are suffering, because you can't walk and chew gum at the same time. It's showcasing the young children who are experiencing these vulnerabilities. It's not unabashedly political, but within such a polarized climate, everyone is up for scrutiny and critique, especially if you have that level of audience engagement. Rebecca Balin, a community organizer behind a New York childcare advocacy group, said Ms. Rachel had been receptive after a member reached out to enlist her in the group's lobbying to protect public preschool programs. She's a respected voice in the early childhood space, Balin said. Parents trust her, kids trust her, so her opinion really does matter. A review of her Instagram posts over the past 18 months showed that her activism is focused primarily on Gazan children. Her work with World Food Program USA, to which she and her husband and business partner Aaron Akaruso recently pledged $1 million, she said, had also seen her mention malnourished and suffering children in Malai, Sudan, and Haiti. Akaruso, wonder why she didn't get accused of being backed by, a state sponsor of terrorism or another group. Akaruso also made several posts about Ariel and Kafir Bibas, Jewish children whom Hamas took hostage with their mother Shiri. A post in February after the Bibas' death were announced stated, "My heart is with the Bibas family, the Jewish community, and people all over the world who are grieving. We need to protect children always." It's so insane that they fucking asked her. She's funded by Hamas. It's just insane because they had no evidence, even in the New York Post article. When they originally sent the letter, it was literally just like, well, sometimes people get paid and they don't disclose it. So how do we know that she's not, by Hamas? It's a joke. And the fact that they don't go on to reiterate that Stop Anti-Semitism literally had no evidence for that is what drives me fucking insane. It's just repeated and legitimized. But this woman's pretty amazing because there is clearly no benefit to doing this as far as what is immediately within your self-interest. If you're an influencer with this amount of fame, talent, etc., it's to ignore it, to not say anything, to not rock the boat, and to literally just shut up and block out the comments and the few people that are like, why aren't you saying anything? But no, she decided to speak out, and that's obviously been of great personal expense in some ways. So these are clips from the Zateo interview.
It's sad that people try to make it controversial when you speak out for children that are facing immeasurable suffering, the largest cohort of child amputees in modern history, that acronym for a child who has no surviving relatives. And I think it should be controversial to not say anything.
You mentioned silence and how you really need to speak out. It's weird not to speak out. I'm sure you have a lot of good people in your lives, well-meaning friends and family, who are saying to you, just be quiet. It's not worth it. Think about yourself and your career and your family and your safety. Just
exactly.
Shh, don't go there. A lot of celebrities don't say anything about this stuff. What do you say to them?
Well, I say, what would you want someone to do if you were there? Because as a mother, I met Isra, Rahaf's mom, and if I was there and she was here, what would I want her to do? And that's why I want to talk about Rahaf all I can and the boys, because I have empathy. And I do also have the peace of God, which our show's not religious. And I just, in my own life though, I have the peace and strength of God that I feel. And so when things are like a roller coaster, I was on the roller coaster of this career. And I was on the roller coaster of the people saying you're wonderful, and then people saying those other things and accusations, and I was on that roller coaster. And I did step off, and now I kind of watch it, and I do feel the peace of God, and I just know what is right, and I just have to.
You clearly
I mean, like the point that I agree with there specifically is that it really should be far more controversial to not speak out than to do it.
Are facing immeasurable suffering.
I'm interested in that moment in those few months after October 7th when our feeds were just crazy. I'm just wondering, as someone who's just an ordinary American, not Miss Rachel, the YouTube creator, was there something that just stopped you in your tracks?
There are multiple that I can't forget. There was a little boy who was really shocked and he was shaking, and his eyes were there was so much terror in his eyes, and a healthcare worker was being so compassionate, and you see that compassion, and he finally was able to cry because he was just so shocked he couldn't even cry. And then Hinder Job's voice on the phone.
Yes. I'll
never forget. And I know some people can't even listen because it's so hard, and I think that's, that's so understandable, but as just, her voice, and a little boy who was staring at the wall who had lost his whole family and just was staring. And then there was a little, a child in like a rainbow onesie. And my daughter has a rainbow onesie, and I had to give it away because, you just see that and it just doesn't make any sense, because as grown-ups, we know what children need and what they deserve and what will help them grow into happy, healthy adults. And it will benefit us all. It's right to speak out because this is wrong, but it's also right to speak out because it's going to benefit everyone.
Clearly, this could only be the work of Hamas, ladies and gentlemen. So insane. It's so insane. Okay, how are we doing? I'm going to do a quick show. If you're liking the stream and you're watching on YouTube, please go ahead and give me a thumbs up or a like. Would really appreciate it. If you haven't subscribed, I will shout you out when the notification comes up if you subscribe. If you want to follow me on Twitch, that would be greatly appreciated. I'm trying to make partner, and I already have the amount of followers that I need for affiliate because I'm already affiliate. But if you want to give me a subscription, even just chat, would really appreciate it. And if you want to support the stream, you can go ahead and put !tip or donate in chat, or check out the links in the YouTube description or the pinned comments, and you can support the stream by sending me money through those links. The next thing I want to look at is, I think I want to look at I do Beto versus, I'll probably do this because I think it's like, it'll be quick, and then I'll do probably the abundance backlash. I got an ad earlier, so that's good, right? Yeah.
This is the great opportunity for the Democratic Party.
Okay. I don't want to watch like the whole thing. I just want to see where he talks about like Biden. Okay. Biden. Okay, so apparently Beto went on Pod Save America, at least your podcast, and spoke out about like Dems having Biden run again.
You're an expert in messaging. The message is we fight for you. But the trick is you can't say that. You have to show that.
Yeah.
You can't
Let
say
her read in the stage directions.
That's
from
right.
Democrats.
Yeah.
And I was just surprised by this because Beto is not like he's not like a fucking huge progressive or anything. He's just like an average lib. And he should never have run for president in 2020. That was a joke.
I don't know if you've come across any of the excerpts from Jake Tapper and Alex Thompson's new book, Original Sin, which is about Biden, his decision to run again, sort of decline and age-related issues. I'm thinking about it because you were just mentioning, Democrats have to listen to people. Clearly, the Biden folks were not listening to a whole bunch of voters, not just Democratic voters, but voters all across the country for a long time who didn't want him to run. And then, post-debate, trying to tell people that what they were seeing with their eyes wasn't real. To what extent do you think Democratic
To what extent do you think these people push that?
Politicians and party officials have a credibility issue to fix with voters, due in part to everything that went on in 24?
Just to be clear, Biden should not have run again. And to be even more clear, he failed this country in the most important job that he had. In fact, the entire rationale for his presidency the first time and the rationale he tried to sell us on for his attempt to run for re-election. Only I can stop Donald Trump. And he failed to do that. And it's not just you and me, but our kids and grandkids and the generations that follow that might have to pay the price for this. We might very well lose, the greatest country that this world has ever known. And it might be in part because of the decision that Biden and those around him made to run for.
It does make me happy that like this early, like these more prominent Democrats, even though it's like when you look at O'Rourke's like record, he's like mostly a loser because he's lost a lot of races, but like he's a prominent Democrat in the mainstream. He came really close to unseating Ted Cruz for senator in Texas. And it's good to see that they're just willing to be, that there already some course correction. And they're not trying, like, there's already top Democrats that are not trying to cling on to, like, oh, there were some errors or whatever, that he's just being frank that, like, yeah, Biden shouldn't have run again. And, like, he is in part responsible for Harris losing and for Trump becoming the president.
Re-election, instead of having an open primary where the greatest talent that the Democratic Party can muster could be on that stage to have a competition of ideas and track record and vision and really excite not just Democrats, but the people of this country who did want change. I mean, if anything was clear coming out of 2024, they wanted change. And to literally run the oldest guy who many people accurately, to your point, said, I just don't think he is capable of doing this. And I know that I saw the Congresswoman and the Congressman on CNN saying he's running circles around us in the briefing rooms behind closed doors. It doesn't add up with what I'm seeing with my own lying eyes. I think that credibility problem is going to persist up until when Democrats say we fucked up and we made a terrible mistake. And it didn't just hurt our ability to win election in a political.
I don't know. Like, I really don't know how many people are going to follow his lead, though, because I'm seeing, I would say almost unseating Cruz in Texas is impressive. Yeah, but I call him a loser because he took that momentum and he decided to channel it into this national presidential run for some reason instead of trying to run in that race one more time, because he came so close and then he decides to try to run nationally, and then nationally he said, oh yeah, I'm for a total ban on assault weapons, which is already like stupid policy, but it's like, dude, you just killed your chance of being able to get to ever win that Senate seat now, because Texas is a huge like pro-gun state, and you as a Democrat saying that, it's considered already like a more radical position, but especially in Texas. So it just pissed me off that he, was saying stuff like throwing stuff like that out there for what to me was a very, very like unserious presidential run. Went to YOLO 07. I mean, like, clearly he was like trying to put way too much into that. And I'm also pretty sure that, like, I swear I read somewhere, like, did the Pod Save America guys convince O'Rourke to run? I swear they did. Dude, AI summary is so useless. Like, crooked media is like what their thing is. Stop. Give me ads. Okay. So this Dan Pfeiffer guy, he is a co-host of Pod Save America. I convinced him to run. It was me. It was Econoboy. He did it, you guys. He was the brainchild behind the O'Rourke 2020 run that went nowhere. Dude. It's amazing that this, it's not accurate because he doesn't technically have the power to, they don't technically have the power to convince somebody because they're not literally him. But yeah, this was, if you're like penning op-eds for media and like giving him a platform to encourage this in, 2018, you were encouraging him to run.
Campaign, it deeply and gravely, and perhaps we'll see irrevocably.
He promised he would socialize gun ownership. That goes over well in Texas.
Harmed this country. And so, you...
I mean, maybe this is some more of that fucking YOLO energy, though, because he's already like, I'm not going to win. Like, I'm never going to win. You look things up for factual claims. He's like, he knows he's not going to win another race in Texas probably. So it's like, yeah, and he probably can't win the presidency. So he's like, yeah, fuck it. You know, they fucked up. They made a huge mistake. And I can say that because I'm not as, you know, constrained as I need to be.
And many others got out there.
Other people would be.
And told the truth. And I don't think you did it in a crass or brazen or mean way. I think you said, hey, maybe we should have this conversation. And we're absolutely trashed for doing it. You know, others, I think, saw that, were concerned, but worried that, you know, Biden's already out there. He's going. Am I going to hurt him and his chances and our ability to defeat Trump if I further weaken him? I was definitely hearing stuff like that. I supported, you know, folks who were behind the uncommitted movement in Michigan, not because I wanted to hurt Biden or Kamala Harris, but because I just couldn't stand what was happening in Gaza. I didn't like America's complicity in that. I knew President Biden had the power to do something. And here were people, speaking of the civil rights and voting rights movement.
See, this is where he's like too conservative to say it, because he'll just say what was happening in Gaza. Like it's like this natural disaster that just like fell out of the sky or whatever. Like he won't just say that like Israel is responsible for this and Biden was complicit in it by cutting blank checks to Netanyahu.
Who were peacefully, democratically.
But I do at least appreciate that he was supportive of the uncommitted movement.
Non-violently protesting to get the president's attention, to give him the power to do the right thing. And when I spoke on behalf of
he had the power to do the right thing. He chose not to.
Those who were doing that in Michigan, and in the same breath saying, you know, I want to defeat Donald Trump, and if Biden is our nominee, we should vote for him. You know, the attacks were, you know, you're undermining the president, you're weakening him in front of this election. Why don't you just shut up and stand with him? And if we're the world's greatest democracy, you never shut up and stand with anybody when they're wrong. And you always have to speak the truth. So grateful to you and others who did do that. I wish more of us had done more at that time. But the last thing that we can do is fail to learn from that and not be honest about Chuck Schumer right now, not be honest about other Democratic leaders who are failing us in this moment. The time to be polite and kind and respectful is over. You know, Democrats, it seems, care far too much about being right and being polite than being...
Dude, it's scary, though, that, like, top Dems are, like, only saying this in, like, 2025, when really, in reality, it's like, okay, that should have been, like... And maybe he did. You know, maybe he did. I don't closely follow Rourke's record day-to-day or anything. But this is the sort of energy that was needed in, like, 2016, and kind of always, you know? I don't think that just because your own party is in power, you should ever be... like less vigilant about like actually holding them to account and forcing them to make good on campaign promises.
Being in power. Republicans under Trump care about power and nothing else. Not the Constitution, not the rule of law, not being nice to one another. We don't have to be so immoral or illegal or corrupt, but I think we have to be far more ruthless and real about power, or we'll never have it again.
Yeah, and you know, whenever we talk about it now, people are like, oh, wait, you're still picking on Joe Biden, and let's just move forward. And you see a lot of Democratic politicians are like, let's move forward.
Dude, like that let's move forward shit is like so irritating. It's like that is clearly just you attempting to avoid like responsibility and like move on from it. But you are never going to, like O'Rourke was saying about like the credibility gap. It's like, do you think the American public is that like this conversation you could just move on from this, is going to be renewed as we approach both the midterms and 2028.
Not only
like there's no escaping accountability for this. You're either going to be a Democrat that tried to sweep it under the rug, or somebody who at least just said what everybody's already thinking. So just fucking say it. Like, why are you so worried about alienating Biden or whatever? Who cares?
About Biden. I do think our party...
Or like alienating the type of Democratic politician that thinks it's good strategy to like keep throwing their weight behind like Kamala and Biden and stuff like that.
You know, we just talked about how reading polls too closely is bad. You get poll tested messages and all that shit. But knowing where the public is and trying to at least meet them where they are on issues, I do think is important. I think is an issue that our party has had over the last several years. And it's not just with Biden.
I don't. I feel like politicians should come in and be, you know, you should be receptive to what your constituents want, but I also think that you should be principled. I don't think that you should just, you know, leave yourself to the whims of whatever the most recent like polling data and focus group data that is put in front of you on your desk. Because what they say this is like, give yourself room to start embracing like right-wing immigration policies, because you need to meet the American people where they're at. It's like, okay, you're just going to end up caving on everything.
Biden's age, it was like
the average American is like on board I don't want to say totally on board, but like, you know, somewhat on board with what Trump's up to.
Hey, the economy's great, and look at all the statistics, and people are feeling the price increases.
It's much worse in England and Europe. It's not so bad here in America.
Right.
So like, here's the comparative example that you need to pay attention to.
And you've lived this, being on the border, which is like, oh.
He wants to eat his cake and have it too. You're triggering me by putting eat it and have it instead of have his cake and eat it too. Claiming he didn't want to hurt Biden, but also supported the uncommitted movement. But how did the uncommitted movement hurt Biden? Is Pod Save America any good? Fuck no. Fuck no, it's not. Not to me. If you like, you know, lib takes, then yeah, you will like this. Like if you like lib left of center type takes, you know, you're a big fan of like Pelosi and like Obama. Like these were Obama's like speechwriters. So if Obama makes you lib out, then maybe you'll like this podcast.
Immigration is just an issue that Trump uses to win elections, and that people couldn't possibly be upset by, you know, more migrants coming over the border than any time before. And look, you can imagine that people are still want to be generous and want to have more immigration in this country. We're worried that when you have, you know, so many migrants coming across the border in a community and it's stretching the public services in that community, that people are going to be upset by that, you know?
Yeah, migrants get the royal fucking treatment. They get the red carpet rolled out for them, baby, as soon as they touch down in America. That's how it is, you know? And if someone in America needs something, you know, neither Democrat nor Republican is going to hesitate to give them the services and social delivery that they need. Surely this is not just a fiction.
And I just think that we have to do a better job, like really finding out where people are. And
like, why do we need to like racistly accommodate these fucking people? They need to be educated and given an alternative to what Donald Trump is proposing, which is mass deportation. There are other ways. We were not always this conservative on immigration. Not even like 4 years ago, Biden like had completely different rhetoric and much better policies when he ran.
Even if we disagree with their policy solutions or we disagree with their,
like, to me, it's like either shut up or like, cause you're, or like, yeah, just like shut, if you're not going to actually present an alternative, just shut up.
Positions, like,
because you're just like feeding into lies, you know, people thinking that like migrants are taking jobs and like fucking, what is it? That they're depressing wages significantly, or that they're bringing crime.
Figuring out a way to make sure that they feel seen and heard.
Absolutely. You know, I spent a lot of time on the border for forever. I lived there, but going to other border communities like
dude, all of these, like, what they will acknowledge that like the right-wing ecosystem online and like even in mainstream media is like oversaturating people with misinformation, especially related to immigrants. So why don't they take that opportunity when they're speaking about the issue to educate voters that a lot of the Republican fear-mongering is just that, is lies, it's fear-mongering. Instead, they're thinking about what are some ways we can give into these lies that people have bought into. Because people's opinion on immigration is not corresponding to their fucking reality. It's corresponding to what they're being told and inundated with by right-wing news that is telling them lies about this shit.
Go Pass in Maverick County. This is where Abbott has put these border buoys that are in the river that have razor wire. It's this like medieval torture death device that has led to far too many migrants losing their lives, you know, mothers and young children. That's obviously the wrong way to do it. But when I listen to people in Maverick County, they're like, where's the president? Where is the party? Like, Beto, would you be okay if at 2 a.m. 20 people are walking through your backyard? You don't know who they are or where they came from or what they might do to you and your family. Is that cool with you? No, I wouldn't like that either. It sounds like you have
to this like fear mongering again, like this framing. And this shit. Like, what is the plan for stuff like this? Because this is what Republicans feel emboldened to do when they have mandates, popular mandates in their home states. Dead body found stuck to Texas Governor Greg Abbott's border buoys in Rio Grande. The body was discovered by Mexican government officials who have condemned Abbott's placement of the buoys as a violation of our sovereignty. The U.S. Department of Justice has sued Texas over the buoys. So they have spikes. Like these have spikes so that people can't climb over them or swim under them, or if they do, they get caught and they die. Like, you are never going to like out Republican these people. You would literally have to call for like gas chambers. So it needs to be an alternative, not saying, how about we do the buoys, but without the spikes, or we do half of them. Who is going to go for that? How is that inspiring?
Well, then where the hell are you guys? Quit telling us that.
And like this, I just have to go back. This fucking, this like death wish like scenario that he brings up.
Where is the party? Like, Beto, would you be okay if at 2 a.m. 20 people are walking through your backyard? You don't know who they are or where they came from or what they might do to you and your family. Is that cool with you? No, I wouldn't like that either.
Like, dude, this like politics of nightmare shit. Just like coming up with this fucking nightmare scenario that's like not happening and like any measurable or important scale and putting that in the minds of people to be scared about. Like, does this correspond to an actual anecdote at least? When did this happen? Why are people thinking of these scenarios? Did this happen to somebody? If not, shut it. Why are you talking about it? You're just fear-mongering for no reason. You're feeding into lies.
It sounds like you have a real problem here. Well, then where the hell are you guys? Quit telling us that everything is okay or that we're managing this through the asylum process or we just need to get comprehensive immigration reform done. So vote for me in the next election until we have a majority. And they know that we had a majority in both houses and a Democrat in the White House in 2009 and the same in 2021. And I don't begrudge Obama or Biden for the priorities they chose instead of immigration. They were both very, very, very important. But that's not lost on the voter. You guys talk a good game. You never fix this shit. So I may not like walls and family separation and kids in cages and all the other crazy shit that Trump does. But if he's the only guy offering change and taking us seriously and showing up and visiting the border, okay.
Like even that, okay? There were kids in cages under Biden as well, okay?
I guess
it was not just a Trump thing. That had become a bipartisan consensus, you know? What people got mad at Trump for was the child separation policy. That was really the thing that sunk him in his first term, as far as like going too far with immigration policies. And he will hit that threshold, but he at some point, you know, but we're so far right on this issue that I don't know where that threshold is this time around.
Vote for him. So should not be a surprise to us that we lost so many voters in Maverick County and the Rio Grande Valley and El Paso, Texas, my hometown. You know, El Paso, Texas.
They also just like don't know how to reach out to like Hispanic people, which is insane because he's from Texas, but he should know that like, you know, what Democrats call Latino, this like huge umbrella blanket term that like no actual Hispanic person in America really identifies themselves as, you know, like most ethnic minorities in the United States. They don't say, oh, I'm Mexican American or I'm Latino American. Most of them think either they just identify that I'm Dominican, I'm Cuban, I'm Puerto Rican, I'm Mexican. You know, I'm Tejano. I'm like a Hispanic person from Texas specifically. That none of these people are going to behave the same. And if you try to just look at it as like, oh, they're all Latinos, you're not going to get very far.
Which saw a Trump-inspired shooter come and murder 23 people and said he was coming to repel the invasion of Hispanics who were taking over our country.
Like the last time that Texas went blue, that was because of Hispanic voters. That was literally how part of the reason why Jimmy Carter got elected.
Trump still won more voters in 2024 than he did in 2020 or 2016. So you're absolutely right.
But they're losing these voters because they're not reaching out to them. There are Republicans that literally go outside. Like there's been a Republican effort consistently to target specifically his like newly naturalized Hispanic Americans. So in Texas, this was happening when I still lived there. They were setting up, they were handing out like Republican leaflets and literature to people that had literally just become naturalized US citizens after like coming from Mexico. Where is the Democratic equivalent of outreach to these people? That's why they're losing them. And it's like, yeah, these people are like so ready to prove themselves as American or whatever. They're willing to like take on this kind of like overly jingoistic, very like nativist outlook and attitude, since, you know, they don't want their citizenship questioned. So they go along with it, or like they are exposed to this sort of propaganda and they naturally feel welcomed by the Republican Party when they do that. So they're willing to embrace it, and they're willing to embrace like the racist policies.
Got to listen to people, and we can't tell them not to trust their lying eyes on price increases, on a border that is.
And it's also like survivorship bias, because growing up in Texas, I knew no shortage of like Hispanic people that were incredibly racist to fucking immigrants, both legal and illegal, even though their parents would be illegal or they were overstaying visas or whatever. It was always some like, yeah, but my parents did it the right way or something. There's always some excuse.
Out of control, or one of the things I learned as somebody who often talks about democracy is, I know what I'm talking about when I talk about democracy. It's the right to vote and to freely and fairly choose the person who represents you, and my love of this country and 249 years of history, and are we really going to fucking blow it? But for someone for whom this country has not been working, they're making $7.25 an hour, or they're a young person who has heard us talk about school shootings, and more than 2 years after Uvalde, nothing has changed.
Okay, like the $7.50 an hour thing. Okay, it's like, okay, so Biden campaigns on $15 minimum wage, right? This gets tanked by Manchin and Sinema and the Senate parliamentarian and them being squeamish about disrupting norms or something. And then Manchin went back on his promise to the progressives. Is what the fuck was it that happened? Like, there was like Build Back Better, and then there was the American Rescue Plan. And these two bills had initially been pushed by like progressives to like, let's keep them together. But they really wanted to get the American Rescue Plan passed. So they separated the bills. American Rescue Plan gets passed through reconciliation. Build Back Better ends up passing in Congress, but failing in the Senate because of Joe Manchin. Because of these moderate Democrats and because of people like Kristen Sinema that are Democrats, supposedly. I mean, Kristen Sinema's not anymore, but at that time, these people were supposedly Democrats, and they're literally getting in the way of a Democratic president's agenda. Yeah, I remember Sinema did a little curtsy when she did her thumbs down for $15 minimum wage. Yep. What a fucking girl boss. She's off doing consulting now. So it's so aggravating how it's like, and like, so she fucks off, and now we have Fetterman doing the same shit, like running and getting elected as a progressive, and then only to figure out it was like a total LARP and that they're conservative. Although with Fetterman, as we're learning, that has a lot more, that might actually have a lot more to do with like brain damage than previously thought, and like that stroke that he had.
Or you name it, it's not working out for them in their lives. Are you, the Democrats, defending everything as it exists, these institutions, including quote unquote democracy? So people still want change. I know that from visiting all these communities. Democrats better offer it. And to your point, it better reflect what they are hearing in these town hall meetings. Let the people define the message. It doesn't mean you change your core convictions or what you believe. It just means that you reflect those people that you...
No, don't. This is such a terrible strategy. You just end up looking like you're not fucking principled, and you flip-flop at the drop of a hat. This is why when President Obama didn't always support equal marriage, his comments come back to haunt him because he looks terrible. It looks like he wasn't actually principally for it when he later started to support it, that he just did it cynically because he was trying to get elected, which he was. Like right now, who's like one of the most popular politicians in the country, and it's like Bernie, and it's like, yeah, because Bernie's been consistent for like 20 years or sorry, like way longer, for decades. Like they underestimate the extent to which voters actually value consistency. They don't see it as like, or like voters don't assume that when politicians change their position, aka flip-flop, that they're doing it out of principle. They think that they're doing it just to stay in office. It's so transparent.
You want to serve, and the only way you're going to do that is by showing up. And man, it is hard. Texas is a big state. It took me 2 years to cover 254 counties. But if you're serious about winning places like that, I think it's the only way to do it.
In Texas, you mentioned your 2018.
Yeah, but that flip-flopper might be more electable. They're not, though. They're not. This is part of the reason why I feel like, I mean, again, this stuff is like niche, but like leading up to it, hold on. What I'm about to show you is literally Kamala Harris going on like an apology tour for her record in 2020. Like in 2020, when she tried to become the president, she campaigned in the progressive lane and as a progressive for the most part. She was for Medicare for all. And now when she's trying to get elected as president in 2024, she's having this like town hall right before the election with Anderson Cooper. And he's asking her about all the positions that she's flip-flopped on. Let's see. Maybe it was this one. If I put like record, will it come up? Might be this one. I think it's this one.
Weiss is a student at Drexel University from Flourtown, Pennsylvania. Registered Republican. Says he's leaning toward voting for you, but has yet to make up a final decision. Jackson.
Thank you, Anderson.
Hey, Jackson.
Thank you for taking the time to be here too, Vice President Harris.
Thank you.
Okay, so this
But go ahead.
kid will go on to ask about, we need to secure the border, ma'am. Okay, so she'll talk about that, and then I mostly want to show not just her answer, like she talks about how Republicans killed the bipartisan border bill, which they shouldn't have been in favor of either, but whatever. Because that whole thing, they like the strategy there was that Democrats conceded everything to Republicans. It was a fucking giveaway to Republicans as far as what they wanted for immigration. It was total appeasement. Then Republicans voted against it, and the Democratic strategy was going to be, see, we're gonna give them everything that they want. And when they vote against it, we're going to point out how they don't actually want to fix the problem. It's not like they've done this stupid strategy before and it never fucking works because people don't pay attention as much as they think that they do when it comes to that stuff. So all they've done is made it impossible to drag this issue back to the center and really to the left where it belongs, because now you're going to have to explain why you were so comfortable with all of these right-wing changes and this bill that you went around saying, we voted for this bill and the Republicans didn't want to go along with it. It's like all that ended up making Republicans want is mass deportations. That was it. And now it's going to be impossible to drag it back to the center without it looking like they're flip-flopping. But in reality, they were flip-flopping by conceding everything in this bill.
That was in 2024. You talk about the bill he tried to get passed in 2021. That wasn't able to get passed. 2022, 2023, there were record border crossings. Your administration took hundreds of executive actions. It didn't stem the flow. Numbers kept going up. Finally, in 2024, just in June, 3 weeks before.
Would you say that about consistently supporting Israel because Biden has been a lifelong Israel supporter, or should he flip on that based on the popular opinion? He should flip on that, not because it's popular opinion, but because it's right. It's like, I voted for Biden in spite of his position on Israel. Biden has literally taken more AIPAC money than any other congressional representative in the United States history. He was a huge Zionist. He was probably one of the most pro-Israel presidents we've ever had.
Before the first presidential debate with Joe Biden, you institute executive actions that had dramatic impact, really shut down.
And like, you know, he shouldn't have even been running. But her reluctancy to change course on it was so stupid to me.
People crossing over. Why didn't your administration do that in 2022, 2023?
First of all, you're exactly right, Anderson. And as of today, we have cut the flow of immigration by over half. In fact, the numbers I saw most recently, illegal immigration
But if
is
it was
low.
that easy with that executive action, why not do it in 2022, 2023?
Because we were working with Congress and hoping that actually we could have a long-term fix to the problem instead of a short-term fix.
You couldn't have done one and both at the same time?
Well, here's the thing. We have to understand to really their work down there to fix our
borders in 2020. Actually, you guys, under Donald Trump, border wall stupid?
Come on, they didn't.
Stupid border.
Sides of
Okay, here, this is like, I can't find it. There's a point where he's like grilling her on her fucking record, but like this specific one. This specific part where
we actually put the partisan approach to this aside. We know what
he asks her, like, didn't you say the border wall is stupid?
Can work.
Well, let's talk about this compromise bill that you want to pass if you're elected.
Also, like, Biden wasn't even just being consistent on that issue. He was going far beyond and saying stupid things like there are no red lines. You know, like even a departure from his own, you know, consistent quote unquote support of Israel, like way too far. He didn't need to do stuff like that.
You said that's going to be a priority. It includes $650 million in funding for the border wall. That's something Republicans wanted. That was part of the compromise. Under Donald Trump, you criticized the wall more than 50 times. You called it stupid, useless, and a medieval vanity project. Is a border wall stupid?
Well, let's talk about Donald Trump and that border wall. So remember, Donald Trump said Mexico would pay for it? Come on, they didn't. How much of that wall did he build? I think the last number I saw was about 2%. And then when it came time for him to do a photo op, you know where he did it? In the part of the wall that President Obama built.
But you're agreeing to a bill that would earmark $650 million to continue building that wall.
I pledge that I am going to bring forward that bipartisan bill to further strengthen and secure our border. Yes, I am. And I'm going to work across the aisle to pass a comprehensive bill that deals with a broken immigration system. I think Jackson's question, part of it was to acknowledge that America has always had migration, but there needs to be a legal process for it. People have to earn it. And that's the point that I think is the most important point that can be made, which is we need a president who is grounded in common sense and practical outcomes. Like, let's just fix this thing. Let's just fix it. Why is there any ideological perspective on it? Let's just fix the problem.
To fix the problem, you're doing this compromise bill. It does call for $650
It's like, again, like the idea that like any solution on this could be anything but ideological, you know, this is not that type of issue.
million that was earmarked under Trump to actually still go to build the wall.
I'm not afraid of good ideas where they occur.
So you don't think it's stupid anymore?
There was a time when immigration was just showing up at Ellis Island and writing down your name. I mean, there was a time where Republicans pushed for and successfully made it so that any Cubans that came to the United States were instantly granted American citizenship. Which is so funny to me because, like, the narrative surrounding, like, immigration and Democrats, the whole conspiracy is that Democrats want to get a bunch of illegals in because then the illegals, once they become naturalized U.S. citizens, will become so sympathetic to that party and loyal to them for giving them everything that they want that they will become Democratic voters. One, that's not true because it's not happening. You're actually seeing the opposite happen. And two, Republicans literally did that same thing, but with Cuban voters. And it never gets talked about. I don't understand why if Democrats are going to take this hard pivot on immigration, why they don't bring that up more.
I think what he did and how he did it did not make much sense because he actually didn't do much of anything. I just talked about that wall, right? We just talked about it. He didn't actually do much of anything.
But you do want to build some wall.
I want to strengthen our border.
Like, painful. The fact that, like, she got to the point that she was, like, praising the wall.
Race. You came so close from 2018 to 2024. The state seemed like it moved to the right. It seemed like it was moving to the left, and then it moved back to the right. Where do you think the situation stands right now, and how big of a reach do you think the Senate race is in 2026 for Democrats?
You know, I mentioned some of those transformative changes that took place in 2018, including at the local level. You know, Houston, Texas, most diverse city in the country, 17 black women in that year won election to judicial positions. That was not lost on Republicans in power in the state legislature and in the governor's mansion. They almost immediately began changing the voting laws to make it harder and harder for people to cast a ballot, closing hundreds of polling.
And the other thing with this Israel thing, I'm sorry, I'm like so sure. I don't think you meant to do, maybe you meant to do this. I'm still so triggered by it because it's like the support still also cannot go beyond the limits of international law. And if the United States, as Biden constantly reaffirmed, is supposed to be the steward of the rules-based order, we have to uphold international law. You know,
places, almost all of
so whatever support looks like it can't be extra legal.
In the fastest growing black and brown districts, changing the rules on mail-in voting. So when I ran for governor in 2022 during the primary, 13% of the ballots cast by mail in the wake of the deadliest pandemic this country
I said I want to watch this, but it's like not actually that long, and now I'm like kind of invested.
Has ever seen. 13% were rejected. 13 out of every 100. That's a banana republic. That's not a modern democracy. Guess what happens when 13 out of every 100 ballots are rejected? People stop voting come November. 9 million registered voters in Texas with Uvalde.
I mean, the other reason why people don't vote is because we don't have it as a national holiday like they do in other countries.
And the most obscene abortion ban in America and a power failure in the energy capital of the world that killed 700 Texans didn't vote. It's not that they didn't care. It's not that they don't love this democracy. It's just that they didn't think that this thing worked anymore. So I'm kind of laying the groundwork for the answer. It is a very challenging environment, exacerbated by the ratio of what Republicans can spend. I raised $80 million in the governor's race, a record for a gubernatorial candidate on the Democratic side. Greg Abbott spent $130 million, plus what Dan Patrick, plus what Ken Paxton.
It's kind of the point for less people to vote right in the U.S. I mean, we'll give you that impression from the Electoral College or the fact that they're trying to pass like voter ID laws or just make it illegal for people to like ballot harvest or, you know, give water to people that are in long lines for voting.
And plus what every other statewide elected Republican, plus the independent expenditures that come in.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't know what this would ring.
So, you know, this party cannot be won by the...
There's going to be I'm going to run an ad break in 2.5 minutes, guys. Get ready.
Texas alone. We are doing a mighty job with what we have, but we need the party and the country as a whole to see its future in our state and to invest appropriately. In 2032, which will be on us before we know it, Texas will likely have 44 electoral college votes as population continues to move from other parts of the country to our state. You, the Democratic nominee, could win every one of the blue wall states in that year, and you'll still lose the White House if you cannot pick up Texas. So investing now is important for whoever the nominee is against Ken Paxton or John Cornyn, but it's also important to continue to build the infrastructure, the bench, and the wherewithal.
I mean, they should do it, but Texas is definitely not going blue anytime soon.
To win elections down the road, especially when the only path to the White House is going to run through Texas.
What are the chances that the nominee against Ken Paxton or John Cornyn is you?
I don't know. I really like when
he's not. There's no way. He shouldn't have said that stupid shit about guns. Now he has no chance.
I'm doing right now. It's nice not to be a candidate, to be at these town hall meetings and not say, you know, at the end of it, now I need you to vote for me or sign up for my campaign. But really to hold this conversation and for everyone to listen to one another. And then with Powered by People, our group, to recruit volunteers to do the voter registration and voter organizing and voter turnout work. But I'm also not afraid of, serving as a candidate. But I only want to do it if it's the right thing to do, if it's right for the people of Texas, if it's the best way for us to win political power and then to be able to deliver on that. And that's a question I can't answer right now. Perhaps as I continue to travel the state, I'll know more, but we don't suffer from a lack of talent in the state. I mean, we've got extraordinary leaders in and out of office right now. So I'm not too concerned about that. And the filing deadline is not until December. So we've got a lot of time. Yeah.
Okay. I'll be right back, guys. We're going to run the ad right now. It'll be like a 3-minute break. Real quick. Back to it.
What's the most important lesson you've learned from running all those races in Texas?
Guy looks like a Ken doll.
That maybe surprised you that you didn't think about before?
Well, you got to show up.
Yeah.
And we did it in 2017 when we first ran. We had a snowball's chance, and no one had ever heard of me. And Ted Cruz was the runner-up against Donald Trump for the Republican presidential primary. He had more money than God. Name recognition was at 100%. I couldn't get a professional political person in Texas to return my phone calls. Seriously, I mean, I can't tell you how many messages I left. It was just a lost cause. And everyone was also dispirited because Trump had just won in 16. The few folks who did call me back said, hey, I'm out of gas. I gave it all for Hillary. I can't do another heartbreaker. So I'm sorry. We turned a necessity, no money, no name ID, no path, into a virtue. And that begat the 254 county campaign. I learned so much as a candidate. I grew so much as a human being. We got so close. And John, some part of me still thinks we won. On the eve of that thing, I just felt.
Oh yeah. I know what he means. I know what he means. It just sounds like coke.
I'm not the kind of person who counts my chickens before they're hatched. I just knew it. And it was one of the hardest calls I've ever made to call Senator Cruz on election night and to concede to him, but it was the right thing to do. He and Trump and others might learn something from that.
Dude, they need to get over this. He just said it's not the time to be nice anymore. I feel like we need to put the fucking, I called them and concede the election or whatever. Like that fucking habit needs to go away.
But showing up is what got us there. And being honest with people, again, virtue out of a necessity, no money to poll test or to focus group.
Because you will be baiting Republicans to be like, they won't call and concede the election after fucking January 6th. No Republican has a leg to stand on with that shit and they can call it out. So they should stop doing it altogether and just bait them into making that criticism.
Or to get pointers from a consultant. You had to listen from people, learn from them, reflect that back on the campaign trail. And there was a real magic in that. And it is how I won my election for Congress in the first place. It's how I won my election for city council. So all those lessons hold true. But I think when we're talking about power and being honest with ourselves and actually winning and not just feeling good about the way that we run, it cannot just be a Colin Allred or a Beto O'Rourke or Wendy Davis, just to pick three of the last statewide nominees.
Colin Allred was the last person that tried to unseat Ted Cruz. He didn't come anywhere as close as O'Rourke did, and I knew that was going to happen.
You need a full ticket for every position statewide. You need every state house seat contested because those votes will flow up just the same way that they flow down. You need county commissioners and justices of the peace. You really need to be doing this everywhere all at once. And I really believe if we do that in Texas, we're going to win those positions up and down the ballot. And who knows what will happen in 2026. But given the crises that you and I just discussed that are hitting people in Texas probably harder than almost any other part of the country, there is an opening. And if it's Ken Paxton, twice indicted, recently under FBI investigation, impeached by a Republican majority state house in the state of Texas, he's wildly popular with the most extreme element of the Republican Party and not a whole bunch else. Golden.
There is only an extreme element of the Republican Party. There's only fealty to Trump. There are no moderates in the Republican Party.
Opportunity, but we have to hit on all.
There are ways that he'll subtly undermine the other things that he said earlier in this, and he doesn't even know.
All cylinders in every county.
Or I don't know if it's that he doesn't notice or he's hoping that nobody else notices, because I fucking notice it.
On every position of the ballot. So I learned that from the races that I have run and lost. You can't just have one person out there. You can't have a few people out there. It's got to be everyone, everywhere, in every county.
Beto, as always, your energy and optimism is infectious. I am so grateful that you're out there doing the hard work of registering voters and going to all those town halls. Wish there were more Betos in more states. Thanks for stopping by. It's great talking to you.
Thank you.
All right, if you like that conversation and if you agree.
I was not a huge fan, but whatever. Okay. What's next? Now we do abundance. Now we'll do the abundance backlash shit. Okay, so I don't know why. No, I do know why. So this tweet. This tweet happened. Cedar has been I already reviewed this debate. I thought Sam did very well. Ezra Klein's Sam went into this conversation with Ezra Klein. And it was not just going to be the standard, oh, you come on here and promote your book and Sam listens or whatever. Sam had already listened to the audiobook and he knew what his points of disagreement were with Ezra Klein. But Ezra Klein's book is not very good. There's a reason why it's backed by Silicon Valley, billionaires and typhoons, because it is a pro deregulation, the main criticism that Sam Cedar had was that he kind of just makes it sound like all of this government red tape just kind of came out of nowhere, just fell out of the sky. And Sam was trying to get him to say, you're missing the forest for the trees. you need to see that all of these policies and all the ways that the government's hands are tied were the results. Like the common denominator was like moneyed interests at every single point, whether it be corporate lobbies or whether it be homeowners that have a lot of sway in what zoning laws and policy is adopted in their local area. And Ezra is like, he was like, I'm not really interested in like villainizing anybody or, like he's like, oh, you're oversimplifying things. And so what his strategy is to make things like so granular and like zoom into these very hyper specific examples when it's convenient. And then as soon as it starts to become convenient for him, zoom back out and show like compare them to like other areas or whatever. So like the example that I think he'll use in this clip that I'm going to show is like, oh, how come they're building more in Texas and they're not building as much in California? So this conversation, what is it? This like clip, like one, it's already strange that like a 6-minute clip, like, if you're going to be like, Sam can only pivot. He has no answer. Like, I was like, did I miss something where like Ezra like absolutely like destroyed Sam? But I guess because like I saw the full conversation, I was like, no, this is like the natural conclusion of like where this conversation would end up. Like given the criticisms that Sam was making. And there were different points where like Ezra Klein tries to like return back to his examples and is trying to like obfuscate the point and like not engage with what Sam was saying. And it's so funny that they're like, oh, Sam's pivoting because it was like Ezra Klein pivoted so much in this fucking conversation if you saw the whole thing.
Turn this question on you because like I guess I would turn this question on you because I feel like we want to be, as you were saying earlier, upstream. Do you think we can build enough affordable housing if the units cost $650,000 to $1 million to complete per unit? Just flat. Like, can we pay for that?
No.
I would imagine not, depending on
so
the locality.
So what should we do then? Like, what is your view of what is pushed? It doesn't cost that much to build market rate housing. So what is your view? If when you trigger government money, you often double the per square foot cost in some cases of the housing it builds, or when you trigger government money, they don't get things like high-speed rail done. Like, all I want to do here, man, I'm not here for like a big like left liberal moderate fight.
And this is not me saying that like Sam Cedar BTFOs Ezra in this clip or anything like that. It's not that. It's that one, I don't think this is a particularly strong clip or like it's like not really indicative of much for either person. But two, just like, well, I'll let it play.
I actually want the government to deliver things I think we both want it to deliver. I don't want it to give people asthma, but I need it to be able to build housing because homelessness is a fucking problem. And it is the worst problem for the people experiencing it, not for me. So what is your theory of how you get this cost of construction down to speed up? There's got to be something here.
Well, it's obviously localized, right? I mean, I have a sense of like in New York, how it could be cheaper. Okay, let's do New York. We do not allow developers to sit on land and wait for the market to catch up to them. We do not allow
like there's an example of like a concrete answer to that question. He's talking about, so in this country, housing is treated as a speculative asset rather than a basic human right for the most part. So you have these different real estate developers that will acquire land and sit on it and not develop it because they're waiting for the land to become more valuable and then they'll just sell it later. And so they're not incentivized to immediately build it because they can literally continue to hold the lot, sit on the land, not do anything with it, tax write-off after tax write-off. And what Sam is proposing here would basically be a vacancy tax. Is like, if you're going to hold land and you're not going to get building permits and construction permits and actually start creating housing on the land that you're holding, there is going to be a tax for every single year that you would do it. And then investors, billionaires, millionaires, etc., real estate developers are not incentivized to go around to different areas of the country that need more housing built, which is most areas of the country, purchase a bunch of lands and hold it until they can just sell it later for a profit, because land almost consistently ends up being a thing that appreciates. So Sam does answer his question. So why this person says he has no answer is weird.
Homes to sit unoccupied without it being a cost on those people. I mean, there is a lot of excess housing and space in the city that is being held in private hands that they can maximize.
And this is like, I can't speak specifically. I can't speak specifically to New York. But the other thing is that, like, when you look at the areas that he's talking about, like, oh, they're building housing, Ezra Klein misses that where they're building housing, you think they're building affordable housing? They're not building affordable housing. They are building luxury high rises. You know, I used to live in Miami Beach. There was construction all around me, but it was not for like cheap small apartments or whatever. Like it was for these like gargantuan like these huge, very, very dense buildings, like what he wants to see built. But there are exclusively marketed towards upper middle class people that they know are moving to Florida. Wealthy people that are coming to the state because they don't want to pay a state income tax. That's who it's aimed at. You know, so you can still increase supply and it's not necessarily going to correlate with lower rents, you know, because it depends on what supply you're increasing. You're not increasing affordable housing. In this case, you're increasing like condos and shit.
So let's say we do all that, but we're talking here very specifically that New York City is going to have to build housing that is affordable. We know, like, there are studies on this. You can read them. You can go talk to developers. Like, the reporting on this is like very straightforward. We know that when you trigger the public rules, it ends up being extremely, extremely expensive. We know that, like in San Francisco, where they would try to build a public toilet for almost $2 million, they do that here too. Why does it cost so much, and why does it so often fail when government tries to achieve the things we both want it to do?
Because a lot of people in America profit off of poverty. That is why they have conducted, there are studies, and this is like, there's a book called Poverty by America by Matthew Desmond, where he explains why so many people profit off of how expensive it is to be poor and why so many people, different people and capitalists in the United States profit off of people being poor. One of the examples that he uses is that the amount of overdraft fees that are processed in this country alone is in the excess of like tens of billions of dollars. That's an example of people not having enough money in their bank account at the end of each month, or enough liquidity or enough savings to prevent their bank account to dropping into a negative balance and then being charged money for being poor by their bank. You know? So a bank is profiting off of somebody not having enough money. There's one example. Then you look at other examples when it comes to housing. So landlords actually benefit from low income areas. When you look at the rents of like supposed like low income areas and stuff like that, it's not that, like, it's actually more profitable to be a landlord in a low income area. And you're thinking, like, why would that be the case? That's counterintuitive. Wouldn't it be more profitable to be a landlord in like Miami Beach or New York City? No, because you can buy these shitholes, basically, these very, very low, like, it's cheap for a real estate developer. For the average person who doesn't have a ton of cash or liquidity or capital, like a $500,000 building is not that cheap at all. Or like a building with a bunch of units is not cheap, especially when it's $500,000 just to buy it. And then it's also another like several tens of thousands of dollars to flip it. But for the landlord who has a ton of fucking money, that is a drop in the bucket compared to the return on their investment that they're going to get from renovating this, you know, these buildings and charging rent for tenants into perpetuity. So of course it's going to be a lot of money. So when he's asking this question, like, it hasn't already been answered by different sociologists and economists in the United States, you know, or globally. You know, you see far more homelessness and poverty in this country when you compare it to any other developed country. So like, he's like in the dark to me. I'm like, how does he not know this stuff? This is stuff that is like if you're writing a book asking these questions, there are answers out there, you know?
I think,
and I feel like he constantly kind of like reverses cause and effect. Like he like doesn't understand how like moneyed interests like are the reason why the government has all these weird regulations surrounding zoning, you know? He thinks like the government just had that and now the rich people just have to deal with that and suffer. Necessities like rent have become too expensive while past luxuries like TV have become cheaper. Yeah, for sure. Section 8 landlords make assloads of money because they can buy tons of property and evict people on a whim. Yes, exactly. And he talks about that. Matthew Desmond talks about that in his other book called Eviction. And he was evicted and how uncommon eviction used to be. How when people got evicted, it used to draw a crowd because it was so uncommon to see people dragged out of their houses, you know? And now it's just another day if that happens.
I think property has been so commodified that there is such a profit incentive, such a money incentive to slow that roll.
And that's another thing. You know, the less supply and demand, the more supply there is, the more demand there is or whatever, like it's supposed to, those two things are supposed to correlate. And the more supply there is, the more the price is supposed to drop. But the thing is that there are landlords and real estate developers that try to make sure that doesn't happen. That this is a unnaturally scarce resource for people, even though it's a basic necessity. Because if people have limited options as far as where they're going to pay rent, you're more likely to have control over how much you charge them. Because they're constantly going to be weighing every single rent increase that you try to impose upon them, even with a 6-month, 3-month, 6-month notice, against the costs of how much would it cost for me to move? Can I find a place that's going to offer cheaper rent, or at least rent that's like the same? How far away am I going to be from where I work? Am I going to get this maybe cheaper rent, but now I have to drive 30 minutes to work instead of just 15? That's going to be something that you have to factor in. So it makes renters desperate, and then they eat the costs because they have no ability. They don't have the ability to move, you know, without that incurring a ton of expenses, because moving is fucking expensive and it's stressful as shit. So it benefits landlords that there is, you know, a finite amount of houses in every single city, because then they have more control over what they can charge for rent, because the harder it is to get, you know, an apartment, the more flexibility they have with what they can charge you. Rent and healthcare are two necessities that have prices that can be raised. Yeah, because they're inelastic goods. It's not like a TV. You know, it's not something that people can get priced out of. If you need to go to the emergency room and your heart needs to be put on bypass because you're having a heart attack, you'll pay anything for that. You know?
That it creates a whole litany. There's an everything.
We're talking about
there's an everything bagel.
We're talking about projects
of,
that are past that point. Like I think that let me be really meta clear here on what I'm trying to do with you, because I think you keep wanting to pull it back to where we can. Let's totally premise corporations are terrible. They are bad. They are your enemy.
And yes, he keeps wanting to pull it back, but it's not because, and the funny thing is that people are under the impression, I have some tweets of people like criticizing Sam. They think Sam is like some huge, like fucking progressive. He's like really not. Sam is like, it just, you know, or like, Sam's a progressive, sure, or whatever, but he's not some like fucking DSA card carrying like socialist, you know? He lets people and platforms people to his left and he like hears out these criticisms, but Sam's not some fucking radical. You know, and you really don't need to have these criticisms of the state of things in America as it relates to like poverty and zoning and housing and stuff like that.
Hold on.
They have
there are
their
cases,
agenda,
sure.
and we have ours.
Yes, there are cases where the government is building affordable housing on land they own or they have already bought, or they are funding somebody else to build it that is already nonprofit housing. This is just like, it's not being done for profit. We are not in a commodified system. We know that housing costs more than the commodified housing costs to build.
Sorry, but behind, no worries. Biden did put pressure on Bibi to show some restraint to protect the public opinion of Israel. Yeah, but exactly. It was about protecting the public opinion of Israel. It was not about protecting civilians. That's what aggravated me. IDK, why it's not really talked about that much, because he didn't really attach any prerequisites or how do I say this? Like, he just kept signing blank checks to Netanyahu, sending all these arms, you know, not actually like it's insane the degree to which the United States has leverage over this like effectively client state of ours. And yet Biden continually refused to exercise and use more of that leverage. And it's like past a certain point, it's like he just doesn't want to, because he is a committed Zionist, you know? He also walked back the no red lines thing. It's like, yeah, but I need that to be paired not just with like a rhetorical walk back. It also has to be, you know, paired with action. There comes a point where it's like, you know, people should not believe that they were working tirelessly day and night for that ceasefire.
It is fine to say that it costs more. This is a totally reasonable interpretation. That is because wealthy landowners and wealthy corporations have colluded, maybe with other figures, on rules that have made it cost more. But which of these are you going to pull apart, right? This is the trade-offs that we are trying to force people to confront in abundance. You have to go into this thing and say, this is not working. I need to make it cheaper, faster, more achievable. Like, when you can't make the corporation your villain, what are you doing? Like, how do you approach?
He stopped shipments of 2,000-pound bombs and deferred BB from going into Rafah. And it's like, yeah, that's good. You know, that's good, but is it enough? No, it's not. You know, I'm obviously not saying that like him getting aid in doesn't make a difference. It obviously makes a difference to a good many people in Gaza, right? It's not like nothing. But that to me is like the bare minimum. That is like hardly something worthy of praise. It's like he forced him to comply with, you know, their legal obligations as the occupying power of Gaza. That's what they should be doing. You know, I can only give so much credit for like the bare minimum, you know, like obviously I'm going to like, it's better than not doing it, but what would be enough though? An arms embargo? Calling for a ceasefire, holding Blinken to the ceasefire that he called on October 7th. He literally tweeted out calling for a ceasefire. And then when Israel said we're doing whatever we want, he deleted it.
Well, is that a question of making the, well, first off, I think as a political matter, making the corporations a villain is going to be far more, you're going to have a far broader support than making, you know, environmental groups or people seeking equity in housing the villain.
And that's fine, but
okay. But then I would say,
the actual problem here.
Well, and then I would say the problem again is that we have so greatly commodified housing. There is such a profit incentive to create these barriers. I know how they exist today, but the idea of unwinding it, you're just like.
There are a lot of examples where he asked Israel to show restraint. Yeah, but for every one example where he asked Israel to show restraint, you can find a dozen more where he was enabling them. And the United States was complicit in encouraging them. We were literally at the point, you can read it in the first congressional bills, like allocating all this money to Israel, where the United States was talking about putting aside money to assist with the migration of Palestinians into Egypt and Jordan. And when Egypt and Jordan said, we're not doing that, we scrapped it, you know? And a lot of that, I feel like a lot of that only got scrapped because people like Jamie Raskin and other House Democrats were pressuring them not to do that shit because you're just aiding in the forced migration, ethnic cleansing of Palestinians.
You know, the whole book is about the idea that what was good intention 25 years ago.
This is also, in your words, the most pro-Zionist president. I mean, he was. I feel like the bare minimum is more than what someone like Trump would ever do, who is going for that title. I mean, it's like, you think this is not me praising Trump, you know, but like the standard cannot only be, is it better than Trump, you know? The standard to me is like, is it in compliance with international law? And are we exerting the maximum amount of pressure that we can, given the amount of leverage that we have over them? And to me, it's like a resounding no. We were enabling them.
40 years ago has now brought us this problem. It seems to me that there's an attempt to restart that cycle.
You know, like Biden could have gotten into office and he could have reversed Trump's decision to move the U.S. embassy to Jerusalem. There's a reason why most countries have theirs in Tel Aviv, because Jerusalem is disputed territory. Disputed. East Jerusalem is occupied Palestinian territory. He could have reversed that. He didn't reverse it. You had Chuck Schumer when that happened under Trump praising it, as far as I remember. When like Democrats should not be praising stuff like that.
I think that you can say, I really want to push you here. I don't think you can say the reason it costs more money and is so much more difficult and is so much slower to build nonprofit affordable housing than to build market rate housing is because we've over-commodified housing. I just don't, or that Texas is better at building housing because they somehow de-commodified housing compared to California.
Well, they have more space. They simply have more
plenty of space. If you go to San Jose, man, there is plenty of space. It's strip malls and single-family homes. It is one of the richest tracts of land in the whole country, in the whole world. It could be skyscrapers. It could be Shenzhen. It is strip malls and single-family homes. We have plenty of space in California.
The other thing that gets left out of this conversation, though, is like, is that California has like an economy. I mean, there were literally proposals about this not that long ago, like a few years ago in California, where they were they were looking at potentially split. Not that it probably wouldn't have happened, but California should really be its own country. it is so fucking big. You know? It has so many people. It has one of the largest economies in the world. And there were literally initiatives in California wanting to like split California up into like 3 states. Basically, they want to do like a northern California and like southern California and like a northeast California. But it would have been struck down by the Supreme Court anyway.
California.
I mean, I can't speak to San Jose.
Like Silicon Valley is what I'm talking about. Like you go right around where these fucking venture capital firms.
You put LMAO, come on, that's not fair to Palestinians, like it's some restraint versus no restraint. I think it's some restraint is probably not good enough, but it's better than nothing. Gulag, what do you think Palestinians thought about Joe Biden? What do you think the average Palestinian opinion is on Joe Biden? Trump wants to ethically cleanse Gaza. Yeah, but I just gave you an example of how the Biden administration was trying to get that plan in place, but they couldn't get Egypt and Jordan to go along with it, so they dropped it. And turned it into a resort that is way beyond something Biden would do. It's like, yeah, I know, but like, I'm not saying, I never said that Trump is better on this than Biden. I was saying that Biden is the most pro-Zionist president he is. I think Biden is an ideologically committed Zionist. I think Trump is basically opportunistic, and the reason why that he is so supportive of Israel is not because out of some ideological commitment to the project of Zionism, you know. I want to know, how did 99% of the politicians of the world's most powerful country become paid to the mouse beholden to Israel? Is it just because we had imperialist interests from the beginning? Oh, there's a whole host of reasons why that's the case. They liked Kamala more than Trump. No, but I asked you, but I didn't ask you what their opinion was on Kamala. I know that. I've seen that poll or whatever, but I asked you, what do you think the average Palestinian thinks of Biden? I voted for Harris. I would endorse Harris. I would vote for, I would, like, if I could like vote for Harris again, then endorse Harris again, I would do it all over again, even though she was terrible on this issue. You know? They like every single American president has been terrible on this issue, with maybe the exception of Jimmy Carter. Iran tried to kill Trump because they knew he'd be an Israeli puppet. I think that also has to do with the fact that, you know, Trump assassinated Soleimani. I think that might have something to do with the tensions before, and also tore up the Iran nuclear agreement. That's total capitulation to the Israeli lobby in some ways.
Man,
it is now trying to extract and there's Democrats going along with this shit to get in place a worse deal. But Kamala continued Biden's policy. I feel like you're dodging the question about the average Palestinian's opinion on Biden because you know it's terrible. You know it's terrible. You know that if you ask the average Palestinian, they're not going to have an understanding of the extent to which, like, yeah, it's a difference between there being more aid going in or not, you know? Like, they're going to see, like, minuscule differences between these, but I don't want to speak for Palestinians or whatever. This is a hypothetical person that doesn't exist.
Promise you will not leave that drive saying there is nowhere to build a 6-story apartment building.
But it's like my opinions on this stuff has nothing to do with, like, it is not about deferring to the opinions of Palestinians or Israelis or whatever. It's like a personal assessment that I make based on the information that I have. You know, I don't defer. I can't think of times where I just like defer to Palestinian opinion or Israeli opinion, you know. There's a point where Palestinians are fine with suicide bombings. That doesn't mean I have to be. Clinton was decent on it, maybe. I can't. I can't. Okay, we're not going to get baited into this. We're doing abundance and Ezra Klein.
And do we have public transport there? Like, how
we would if we could build it. That was part of what high-speed rail is supposed to be doing, which is why I'm so rich.
And whose tax base is going to pay for that public transport and those buildings there? I mean, that's
our tax base. I was one of the taxpayers.
I I mean,
I am saying that I don't think it is plausible to say that the reason you can't build in like San Jose and you can in Texas is that we've decommodified in Texas. We just haven't.
See this little fucking okay. Ezra Klein drives me crazy in this conversation because like the bad faith, like disingenuous reading into what Sam just said there. Hold on, I just want to go back like 10 seconds.
I am saying that I don't think it is plausible to say that the reason you can't build in like San Jose and you can in Texas is that we've decommodified in Texas. We just
Oh, you're saying they've decommodified housing and like there's no money in Texas, man? I know that's not true. It's like, dude, come on. You know that's not the fucking point that he was making. And this wasn't really like a debate, honestly. It's like, yeah, I called it a fucking debate, but it was more of like a conversation. But semantics aside, the where is it? Where is it? It's remarkable how outmatched all these NIMBY pundits are by Ezra. It's like, dude, Sam Cedar is not a fucking NIMBY. Texas degrowth truthers. Texas is a different kind of red now, apparently. He isn't a subject matter expert, not an insult. I think you would agree. And yet he's able to send them into an incoherent ideological spiral simply by asking common sense questions and then not backing down. Well, no, because again, like the context of this is that Sam came in saying that like your book misses the forest for the trees. I was curious if Biden should flip on his opinion of Israel. I think he was trying to balance supporting Israel fully, but letting them be totally unhinged where he could prevent it. That's what a principled position looks like, IMO. No, but it's not, because again, there's other things that he said that undermine his unwavering commitment to Israel. Like I was saying, it's like as the commander-in-chief of the United States, you're supposed to be upholding the rules-based international order. And Israel does not comply with the rules-based international order. They just don't. 60-plus year illegal occupation, blockade in Gaza. And illegal settlements, which, like, again, he never called them illegal. The United States still won't say that they're illegal. They're an obstacle, but they are illegal under international law. There's Israelis, like lawyers, off in their own in La La Land. There's some American lawyers that argue the same thing, but I have a very interesting definition of principled. Maybe. I don't think so. I was also waiting for you to start streaming for 3 years. You're like the only socialist type I can tolerate, Lil W. Well, thank you. Where's the other criticism? This person. Cedar has been... Oh, wait, no. This one. Oh, wait. I didn't mean to close this one. Oh, no. I was just starting to read this on accident. I love that Ezra is doing this because he's exposing the entirety of left NIMBYdom to be a bunch of clout-seeking tribalists. Of course, Sam Cedar has no idea how housing actually works. He doesn't actually care. He just knows more homes under capitalism equals bad. Dude, again, these people did not... Oh, you're talking to Gulag, not me. I was like, I really don't think I'm using some like idiosyncratic or unorthodox definition of principled here. Because I would say Biden has been like there's a difference between being consistent versus being principled. You know what I mean? Know what I'm saying? Like Trump is consistently a crook, but I wouldn't say he's principally a crook. I love that Ezra is doing this. Oh yeah. Okay, like again, Sam Cedar is not a NIMBY. I can't even take their criticism seriously because they don't even understand it, you know? They're doing my boy so dirty. And it's like, yeah, but like he has no idea how housing works. I'll concede that. But like he was not there to say like, I know more about housing policy and zoning than you. He was saying that like, I want to like your book, but it feels like there are just things that are missing and it's hard for me to trust your analysis of, and like your solutions and prescriptions, because abundance is that it attempts to be focused more on solutions and like analyzing the processes as to like why there's so much red tape. But Sam was trying to reintroduce that back into the conversation because he's saying it's integral to be able to properly understand it. Capitalism equals bad. It's like, okay, just like tell me you don't watch Majority Report without telling me you don't watch Majority Report. Like he has criticisms of capitalism the same way every liberal is supposed to have criticisms of capitalism. He's not like just capitalism bad. Who are you? This is pretty rough. Cedar ends the clip echoing brain dead NIMBY talking points like, where will the transit be for upzoned areas and whose taxes will pay for that transit? We're not getting mad. Okay. Brain dead NIMBY talking again, like, why do they think he is a NIMBY? Where will the transit be for the upzoned area? I mean, like, Sam is speaking to the fact that like so much of the zoning and housing code in America is like transit and car centered infrastructure and zoning rules. It was not built with the idea that we would have public transportation built in mind, that never factored in. And it's why a lot of American zoning looks the way that it does. If only the whole country could be built like Houston, exactly. They're so conditioned into liberalism that they cannot concede that the issue with housing might just be that simple. It's certainly, that's like the root of the problem. That's the thing. You know, given who's behind the abundance agenda, I can see why he's like never going to concede that. He's like kind of paid to misunderstand it. I also just think like he just doesn't really think that, you know. Ezra Klein, I mean. Okay, this fucking dude. So this is a huge day for Jesse Singal. This is a really big day. And the reason why is because Jesse Singal, he did not like, do you think more homes would fix the housing crisis? Curious on your take on it? Yeah, of course. It would be a start. But the thing is that there is so much more that goes into the housing crisis than just lack of homes, you know? It's a fact that like when you look at the expansion of housing in America, like post FDR, post New Deal, the thing is that was coupled with a very different like private sector and job market in the United States, because decades ago, this is now a thing of the past, the private sector and quote unquote job providers were actually tasked with upholding different parts of the social contract they totally are not made to uphold any longer, like the fact that you know, there's been the newer embrace that's spreading of at-will employment. So you can be fired in a bunch of different states for no fucking reason, for no reason given. If your boss just doesn't feel like employing you anymore, they can let you go. So there's that. The fact that more and more people are becoming these independent contractors. So you have limited hours, you don't get benefits, you don't get access to retirement, you know, unless you're doing it yourself. And you pair that with a lack of housing and increasing costs of living and stuff like that. It's like, yeah, no shit. People can't afford to live because they just don't get that we're working more than ever, but we're getting less than ever out of our jobs, you know? So more money, you're technically right. Wages are like going up. But when you actually look at like buying power, money, are they at pace with where they need to be? It's like, no, they're not. So it's like one thing, but it wouldn't be the only thing that like needs to be solved for it to matter. You know, like he's, you know, as he being Ezra Klein is like micro-targeting like this one aspect of it that's like undoubtedly important to, you know, the housing crisis in the United States, but it's definitely not going to do what he thinks it's going to do. But yeah, huge day for Jesse Singal because let's see if he deleted this. Hold on. Defamatory. This is defamatory. Where did he say this? Okay, I don't know. I gotta go to YouTube. So like Emma Vigeland called him like a transphobe and like a trash human being or something like that. Building homes, I think, will create more jobs, and more homes means more supply, which means lower prices. Add a vacancy tax will be solved, IMO. Aha. Okay, see, but you're forgetting this. See, Ezra over here, when he talks about successful housing projects in the United States, like this, everything bagel, what, liberalism? Here. He gives examples like construction that occurred in Tehran. I don't know how to say this word. Someone told me it's like Filipino or something. So he was talking about, where is it? Where did they get into it? Yeah. In February, I visited Tahanan, a building that might be the answer to San Francisco's homelessness crisis. I left wishing that the answer had been other than what it was. So this is a neighborhood in San Francisco. 145 studio units of permanent supportive housing for the chronically homeless. It's a cheerful, efficient building that bears the hopes and scars of the population it serves. The carefully curated murals and architectural flourishes give way to extensive water damage inflicted when a resident on an upper floor reportedly slept with the faucets running. Social workers walk purposefully through the halls, greeting residents, and well-loved dogs are being walked everywhere you turn. But what makes Tahanan notable isn't its aesthetic, it's the way it was built. Tahanan went up in 3 years for less than $400,000 per unit. Affordable housing projects in the Bay Area routinely take twice as long and cost twice as much. Development timelines for affordable projects in San Francisco have typically stretched to 6 years or longer, and development costs have reached $600,000 to $700,000 per unit, observes the Turner Center for Housing Innovation at the University of California, Berkeley. San Francisco cannot dent its housing crisis at the speed and cost at which it is building affordable units now, but if the pace and price of Tahanan were the norm, the outlook would brighten. So how did they do it? The answer for liberals is a bit depressing. It got around the government, but the word government is misleading here. Government, blah, blah, blah. So the point is that he praises this housing project, right? But what you just said is like building more homes is going to create more jobs. It's like, yeah, but you have to ask like, what is the quality of these jobs going to be like? So if you search the word union in here, you will learn that they circumvented the union labor that they were supposed to because it was cheaper. No shit. This is what, you know, deregulation and like going around certain things looks like. So it's like, yeah, the part of the reason why it was so cheap to build these units, which are not that great, is because they didn't use union labor, you know, so they paid these people less than they probably would have had to otherwise. So we're getting more houses, but it's coming at the cost of like it being a decent paying job. Okay.
Just writing to support the IMer who called.
So this happened a year ago, August 28, 2023. Actually closer to 2 years now, practically. The MR crew does a deep dive into Jesse Singal's recent meltdown over our coverage of his misinformation campaign last week.
You to issue a correction. Jesse Singal is unequivocally a transphobic asshat. Now, listen, that is an opinion. We allow opinions on here. I'm not even sure if there is an assessment, a way you can assess whether someone's an asshat or not.
Right. Okay, so yeah, like Emma was reading an IM that she got, and she calls Jesse Singal like a transphobic asshat or something like that. Well, we use the vacancy taxes we collect to pay for the labor and materials. Yeah, maybe.
Anyone who can't see that is missing.
And then Jesse Singal got sent the clip, and he was like, people on Majority Report defamed me, and he literally like made factual errors. He said like Matt Binder when he was talking. I think he was talking about Matt Lech, who was the producer.
Something, maybe their own unexamined transphobia, maybe perspective. And if we're the ones missing something, they could give us an argument to explain how a man whose BS is regularly quoted approvingly in transphobic legislation, whose reporting has significantly exaggerated the importance of detransitioners, and who has generally acted like someone who at the very least does not care if it helps or hurts trans folks, is somehow not a transphobe. Thank you for all you do.
Transphobic lawsuits, just to, in case we don't open that, I am up to pedantry, it's transphobic lawsuits.
What's that?
What they were cited in, or at least what I know.
So what that that Emma was responding to is somebody saying that Jesse Singal's body of work is, give me a second. I want to see where we're at with running an ad. Okay, we're good. Jesse Singal's body of work is like, he exists to be the like go-to guy for libs to point to like, look, even like the liberal Jesse Singal says that he has, you know, issues and reservations about youth access to trans affirming care and whatnot, you know. And I'm not saying that that's not an evolving conversation, but his coverage or whatever is like focused exclusively on those sorts of edge cases, to the extent that he has even propagated misinformation, because his big claim to fame, the Atlantic, when kids say they are trans, I think. When children say they're trans, okay. So first of all, the non-binary person who is included in this person is not actually featured in the article, FYI. I remember seeing an article on a different queer outlet talking about how they answered a casting call that had been put out asking for like a non-binary presenting person or something, gender fluid presenting person to come do like a photo shoot. They didn't say what it was for, and then they learned that their photo was used for this. So this person is not affiliated with this article. They're not a kid either. This article doesn't even talk about kids. This article talks about adults. I can't read it because I don't have a trial to the Atlantic. But even though he doesn't say it, this article promotes rapid onset gender dysphoria. Rapid onset gender dysphoria does not exist. A controversial, scientifically unsupported hypothesis which claims that some adolescents identify as transgender and experience gender dysphoria due to peer influence and social contagion, particularly those assigned female at birth. So this is based on a study by a woman named Lisa Littman. She was attempting to establish the prevalence of a thing that had not actually been proven to exist yet. I'm not saying it's impossible that it exists. I'm saying if it does, there's no evidence. So it remains... What is it when you have an idea but you don't have data to support it? That's called a hypothesis. So you have to prove that it exists. Well, her study was attempting to demonstrate the prevalency of a thing that had, again, not yet been proven to exist. And she went to websites like Mumsnet, which is, you know, some may call transphobic. I would be one of those people. To validate the idea that this exists. Again, the paper initially proposing the concept was based on surveys of parents of transgender youth recruited from 3 anti-trans websites. You know, and if people have issues with this being called a anti-trans websites, 1, I encourage you to go look at the posts that exist on this website. But 2, trans hostile, trans skeptical, gender critical, whatever fucking word you want to use. Okay. Following its public, so like again, you are going to survey the parents whose opinions it's already known based off of the fact that this is the type of website that they go to. Okay. That's not mentioned in the study. It's not an issue to gather data from a website like this. The issue is not that it's pro-trans or anti-trans or whatever. The issue is that it's not disclosed as a limitation of the study, for 1. 2, you're not actually talking to trans youth. You're talking about the parents. You're talking about their parents' opinions, their layman's uninformed opinions of the people and kids in their life and their supposed gender transition, you know? Following its publication, it was reviewed and a correction was issued, highlighting that ROGD is not a clinically validated phenomenon. Since the paper's publication, the concept has frequently been cited in legislative attempts to restrict the rights of transgender youth. Which is true. So, Jesse Singal, even though he doesn't say it anywhere in this article, what he's talking about is rapid onset gender dysphoria. And this is the type of shit where it's like your kid watched a TikTok and it had a person with a trans flag in their background. They're talking about hormones. And now your kid wants to cut their tits off. It's like that kind of like fear mongering, if that makes sense. So he pushes stuff like this. I don't particularly have respect for him because I think he's in over his head, and to the extent that he's not, I think he's disingenuous. And if anybody wants to see him being taken to task over this, where is it? Nope, I have to put Jingles Science Lad. Oh my god, is it gone? Let's see. We had a conversation. So Jangle Science Lad, this YouTuber used to be more active. He had a conversation with Jesse Singal and he like debated him on this years ago. Maybe he took it down. Oh, that would be a shame if he did though. Let me see if I go live, it'll be there. Yeah, here it is. So 4 years ago, conversation with Jesse Singal, rapid onset gender dysphoria, and Lisa Littman. So they talk about this. And I think he pokes some pretty big holes in Jesse's journalism. And he only has more exposure now. So whatever. So yeah, that's like a little bit of the background on him. And the thing that they're talking about specifically, and why I brought up this article, is because this article was later cited in a Republican, Attorney General, Texas cites Jesse Singal. Or was it? If I put cited, what it says? Here it is. No, can't find it. Trying to find what they're bringing up in this majority report thing. Let me see if I can't find it on another website. Hold on. Let's see. Singal's story was cited in a legal brief filed by 7 state attorneys generals in a federal lawsuit seeking to roll back a trans person's access to healthcare. I found it, finally. Okay. So this, in the United States District Court for the Northern District of Texas, Wichita Falls Division. Leave me alone, Adobe. If you search Jesse Singal. When children say they're trans, The Atlantic, July 2018, 21, there. So buried in this at some point, what page are we on? Page 21. The bathroom example highlights the fundamental point that punitive interveners miss. The basis of sex discrimination law as it currently exists is biological sex. By contrast, there is no broad consensus, much less federal law, on the proper approach to treating individuals with gender dysphoria, the clinical term for the feeling of disconnect between one's gender identity and sex at birth. See Jesse Singal, When Children Say They're Trans, The Atlantic, describing the growing number of people who regret transitioning to a different sex and later detransition. So, to be fair and balanced, because I don't need to misrepresent things to make my criticisms of this guy, once he realized that his article had been used in that brief, he published a Substack or something like that, saying that like they misrepresented his work and that was not how he intended it to be used. So I can appreciate that he did that. But since then, his body of work reflects the same pattern. Okay, we have a ad break coming up. Okay, guys. Lovely music for a second. And then I'll be back. Hold on. Really, really quick. Thank you for the sub. The gifted sub, Mr. Braindead. 1. I'll go back to this. Oh, I did want to correct something though. I think I said, I was like, oh, this like, there's no kids in this. No. There are kids in this, but the primary focus and like who he ends up, like the long form interview that I believe, like he talks to multiple people, but the long form interview, like a lot of it's based on like adults that are like reflecting back on transitioning as a kid. It was something like this. If I could read this fucking article without this paywall being up, I would be able to get it precise, but I don't want to sign in or do any of that shit. So there you go. So yeah. So he writes this thing saying that's not how we intended his body of work to be used, and that Republicans were misusing it and they misrepresented what he said, blah, 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 blah. And I'm fine with that, but I feel like a lot of his body of work continues to just be that kind of mistake over and over. You know, like lending itself to be weaponized rather than it being productive, I would say. So Emma was responding to like an IM of somebody just like taking a shot at him for the article and the way that his work is generally used and cited.
Might be cited in transphobic legislation, but I know specifically the lawsuit brought by multiple.
Oh, right.
Trans attorney general.
Right, exactly. Let's do that now. Should we get to this?
Sure.
Or should we just do the Tim Pool thing first? Oh, well, I say we do it now, and then tomorrow, if he wants to call in, he can, absolutely. I mean, look, I'm not going to be accused of not fixing this as soon as we have the opportunity to do it.
Absolutely. I mean, we're on top of it.
Do you have the that original? Oh, you sent it to me, right?
Yeah, I can read this IM that, thank you, Affluence and Wretchedness. You wrote in and said...
Okay, well, wait, let me contextualize it, okay?
Yes, sure.
So, apparently, Friday on the show, when I was not here, as folks know, I was on vacation. At the end of the show, Emma received an IM.
Yes.
And she read the IM and reacted to it. The IM said, criticized the writer Jesse Singal for...
I think everybody says Singal, but I think it's just single.
Amplifying or publicizing part of the affidavit from Jamie Reed. She was the, I guess she worked at the front of a.
She was a case manager at a clinic that did transforming care. Yes.
And she came out with all sorts of accusations about the St. Louis clinic, essentially really shoving people through a pipeline to get trans care. And
is that his fault, though? I feel like you can't control how people will use your work. It means something if he's not coming out and saying the way it's being used is wrong. Well, that's what he and Sam later like debated over or whatever, because like Sam didn't want to. I don't know if they like ever like scheduled a formal thing, but Sam was like, well, feel free to call in, and then they call in, and it is very satisfying if you're like me and you already agree with Sam and you disagree with Jesse Singal because you know that you feel that he's disingenuous like I do. It was satisfying to watch him railroad him. I don't think to anybody who didn't already agree was going to be swayed by that, because Sam does interrupt a lot and just kind of steamrolls him. So in the interest of promoting, like, you know, being fair and being good faith, do I think he gave Sam, Jesse enough room to talk? No, I don't. Do I think he was correct? Yes, I do. I do think he was correct. And I agree with you that, like, again, you can't control how it's going to be used. And I think the thing first and foremost that journalists should be focused on is, being rigorously factually accurate. So as long as that, to me, that's like the only thing. And then you can deal with how things are being used. But to me, it's like, if I'm Jesse Singal and I really want to explore the nuances of which there are many, of youth transition, trans affirmative care, I have no issue with any of this stuff. But he swears that, like, he's an ally and he's not hostile to this community. And time again, his work is what pops up and is what's cited when people, especially like liberals, I've noticed, want to talk about, what is it? Like how they've, like Anna Kasparian was like citing him when she was like, talking, like when she first like left the left, she was like, oh, Jesse Singal, like I was listening to his podcast and he was how I know that like puberty blockers cause like irreversible damage or something like that. And yeah, so it's like if I were him and I wanted to, support this community, it's possible for you to, and this is what Sam talks about with him, it's possible for you to say nothing like factually inaccurate, but to still give an overall false impression of something. And the example he uses is like, if you have a newspaper and you publish an example of somebody being robbed or murdered, and then you start to basically like exclusively draw attention to those stories, you can give the false impression to readers that that is a far more prevalent phenomenon than it actually is, even if you're not saying anything technically inaccurate, Hold on, is Anna not a liberal? No, she's now unaligned, and she's now on the Valuetainment Network, starring on Her Take, which is, and this is how they describe it, the conservative version of The View. So do with that what you will. But yeah, he's more like an entry point for people to end up consuming a bunch of like misinformation about youth medicine. And it's also like, you really should not be going to me to like journalists to understand these things. Like a single journalist. If you want to understand like youth medicine and gender dysphoria, I feel like one, you should be looking at like experts and meta-analyses of these things. And then two, Jesse Singal has made enough mistakes that I think all of his work should be looked at very, very critically. Like the fact that, again, this article promotes rapid onset gender dysphoria, which doesn't exist. So people should be very skeptical.
And subsequent reporting showed.
So it's like, not only do I have an issue with the way that like I don't even think there's anything wrong with like having a niche. Is the fact that also like, just like first and foremost, he gets things wrong. That's what bothers me.
That her story was not corroborated by the vast majority, overwhelming majority. It's almost understates it by saying that of
yeah, this Jamie Reed like whistleblower or whatever was like literally doing this, like there were people identifying as like cats at this youth clinic or something like that. I don't know. She was like trying to whistleblow, and then nobody could corroborate her story or something.
And children who went through or who dealt with that clinic, I should say. And this IMer said that Jesse promoted her affidavit, which she gave a sworn affidavit, and promoted the part that talked about OCD care, that that one of the patients had OCD, and they were given hormone therapy for the OCD, presumably, whatnot. And that.
It's funny, like back to that comment though, like you can't control how people use it, but it's like, what does it say that like for in Ezra Klein's case, like the abundance thing, what does it say that, you've got people like Ben Shapiro finding something of value in abundance? Like if I were Ezra Klein, that would give me pause. I'm like, wait, why did I write something that like Ben Shapiro likes, a broken clock and all, but it would give me pause.
That IMer saw that there was a controversy and has written back. Here, why don't you read that?
Affluence and Wretchedness says, I'm so sorry that my IM last week made Jesse Signal angry with you all. He's a transphobe and a huge loser, but I accept and confess that I made an attribution error. The article I was referring to was written by whistleblower Jamie Reed for Barry Weiss's terrible Substack, not Jesse Signal, who has his who has his own terrible Substack. Nothing Reed says should be taken at face value, as the assigned media post Emma read on Friday explained. Reed's assertions about the patient with OCD demonstrate a real failure to understand both OCD treatment and gender-affirming care. Anyway, big congrats to Jesse on all of those shout-outs he's been getting in anti-trans legislation, and sorry to the crew for drawing his ire.
Now Emma and read that IM.
Yes.
And I went back to research this, and it is the case that Jesse did never mention the OCD thing in his piece.
Okay, so they get into like the nuances of like what did or did not occur, but where's the point where he says like, oh, it's straightforwardly defamatory or something like that? He said he was like literally chiding them for not being like factually accurate, and then he like made a basic error about who he's on Majority Report, and said that they were being straightforwardly defamatory. Do I think Jesse Singal is transphobic though? I don't know. I don't know in his heart of hearts or whatever, like what he thinks, but I'm not really interested in that question. It's more like, what is his output like? And I think that I don't think that he always gives the topic like the due diligence, and I certainly get that impression. Like it's like somebody asking me like, do you think Trump is personally racist? It's like, one, yes, in the example of Trump, but it's like, it's less, or like if Ben Shapiro is like personally racist or whatever, it's like, I really don't care about like if what's in their heart, you know, it's like, I'm looking at the output and the effect that they're having on the world. And that's like where my criticism stems from. You know, I'm not so interested in trying to figure out, you know, what's in their mind, because you can never know that. It's always going to be something that you try to inductively reason. Defamatory. But yeah. So they had, from this led to like a call, like a time where Jesse Singal like calls in or whatever. Didn't go well. So, and now he's saying here, like, I'm sorry, but Cedar is just the ultimate lightweight. This is a guy who will debate random college students, but can get clowned on by absolutely anyone who knows what they're talking to. He is a joke, and he's making his audience stupider and more self-assured. And it's like, dude, you did not even try to like push back. There came a point where he admitted, he was like, maybe I am transphobic, when he was talking to Sam Cedar. Hold on. They never uploaded it, so like, I don't know if I can find it. No, I would literally need to. And this he lies. And this he lies about this. He's like, I've watched this interview from Colette where he talks about how there's a link between being transgender and sexual abuse. Hold on. No. Where is it? Here, car crash. There it is.
Trans community, but no one anywhere has accused Diane Aronsaf of transphobia. In both of her books, she mentions these well-known cases.
Okay, here. Like somebody coming into a transgender as a result of like trauma or disassociation or whatever. It's like there's no like clinically backed evidence for this, but he repeats it.
But then it's just there. It's permanent. And the research, this is more another area of limited research, but
where is it?
And I think the worst possible takeaway from a study like that would be for parents to assume that because their kids' gender dysphoria seems sudden, they're not really trans or they shouldn't really transition. Because there are, as some critics of the study have pointed out, there are situations where it can seem to come on suddenly, but then it's just there. It's permanent. And the research, this is more another area of limited research, but we've known for a while that there are some cases where a kid gets traumatized and then develops a different gender identity.
And some have speculated that they're seeking to disassociate from their former self. And this is, some would say, a strategy for doing that.
Yeah, and this comes from, again, Diana.
Like, again, some would say, like, who are we citing when we're saying these things?
Aronsaf, who is, I don't want to speak for, you can't speak for the whole trans community, but no one anywhere has accused Diane Aronsaf of transphobia. In both of her books, she...
Like, I do not give a fuck about this woman, like, whether or not this person is transphobic or not. I care about whether or not what they're saying is accurate.
Mentions these well-known cases. They're pretty anecdotal, but other clinicians I've spoken with too have mentioned them. A little boy will lose his mom in a car crash tragically, and then he will suddenly say he's a girl. And the clinicians I've spoken with said that, yes, this happens. Sometimes it's actually permanent. Sometimes like this is just their new identity. Other times it goes away in time. Again, you need to be aware of these different possibilities and hold them in your head at the same time as you help kids explore who they are. I just don't want...
It's like, you have a doctor that has an anecdote of this. This is not anything serious, you know? My dermatologist was an anti-vaxxer. He literally told me that, that COVID-19 could be cured with hydroxychloroquine. There are physicians that get things wrong. That's not data. You know, it's an anecdote. It's a case. It's not even a case study because it's like it would need to be submitted and then reviewed. At least you would have like a case study of this happening or whatever. But even if it were a case study, it would be just that. It would be one instance of it. You would need to prove that it's something that occurs like over and over and over for it to prove that it's a actual phenomenon.
I want people to read the Lippmann study and then say, oh, well, my kid has RGD. They couldn't possibly be trans. The clinicians I respect the most who do this work are able to keep all these different possibilities in their head at the same time.
And then he's talking about like ROGD. There's no evidence that ROGD exists. So like he pushes pseudoscience to me, which is so crazy because like his whole thing, his like the book that he has, it's called like The Quick Fix, where he talks about, what is it? Why fad psychology can't cure our social ills. It's like you cite fad psychology. Rapid onset gender dysphoria is fad psychology. There's no evidence for it. Like the National Review, dude. Like, again, the National fucking Review. This is a conservative, William F. Buckley Jr., notable fucking racist. Ayn Rand reconsidered. What do you think the ideological leaning and agenda of this fucking outlet is? Like, if I were him and this were my output on the world, I would be like, why do transphobic people like my work? Dude, I need to find where they fucking debate, though. Maybe Riverboat Jack put it in her. But there came a point in this where, like, he was like, maybe I am just a transphobe or whatever. So it's so funny. He's like, he's the ultimate lightweight. It was like, really? Because you got steamrolled by him in that conversation that you had. You could have pushed back more or whatever. But whatever. And then he said some other shit that was even dumber on the same thing. So this person put, this is how popular leftist content creators are reacting to one of their own making a total ass of himself. There are very serious problems with this media ecosystem. It's like, one, this is not Hassan's channel. It's like some fan channel. Sam Cedar destroys this. Like, this is, you know, not him, but like I haven't watched this, but it's like, fine. Let me grant that Hassan says Sam Cedar destroyed Ezra Klein. It's like, I wondered if this guy actually watched the whole thing, you know? But this is not, he didn't make any of this. He probably, this photo of Hassan is probably not even actually from that reaction video. But then he says, I've been trying to make this point for a while. People always derail it by saying right-wing ecosystem works, which maybe. Like, maybe? Are you fucking kidding me? What equivalency is there between someone like Hassan and Asmongold? Yes, I have like so many criticisms of Hassan, but I have far more of Asmongold, you know? You have one, like, on the one side, the criticism, like, here's how you know the leftist ecosystem's not serious, because Hassan doesn't agree with me on like housing policy or whatever. Meanwhile, the right-wing ecosystem is like saying that vaccines cause autism and that Donald Trump actually won the presidency in 2020. Like, how are these in any way comparable? But dive into these morons' universe and tell me it isn't a generation dumber and angrier. It's like, you know, it's not unique to the left. That's like most media. So with that logic, someone could say, for example, Hassan is increasing the amount of anti-Semitism in the world, even though he may or may not be anti-Semitic. Would you agree? Yeah. Case in point, you know, it can be possible to not yourself be a racist or whatever, but to say racist shit and to enable racism, or for you to not be an anti-Semite. But if you're attracting anti-Semites and you are fostering anti-Semitism, you like the output you're having in the world is like that you're functionally anti-Semitic in a lot of ways. But let's see this. Let's see this. Let's see Sam responding to this.
Go to the phone.
Your encyclopedic knowledge of the past positions of professional transphobes is impressive or whatever, because this guy drives me particularly crazy because so many people cite him as an example of somebody who like gets into like the nuances of this stuff, but it's crap. Like he's made glaring errors and he's not acknowledging them. Some of them he continues to perpetuate, and it drives me insane. I used to have a doc on him that I was like working on to like go through systematically like the issues that I have, but I never got around to finishing it. But that's why I know so much about him, because he's like just like a thorn in my side. Because a lot of people misrepresent or like what is it? A lot of the criticisms that people have of Jesse Singal is like they get stuff wrong or whatever, and then people just capitalize on the fact that it's like, aha, you made this like small mistake, and it's like yeah, they've made errors, but there's like a lot there to criticize.
Calling from a 406 area code. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
Hey, my name's Dakota. I'm calling from Georgia. Yes, sir. You guys mentioned Bozeman, Montana. I was actually a contractor when I lived there, so I have a little bit of insight into the housing market in that town.
Well, can you tell me, before you give me, hold on for 1 second. Can you tell me the mayor of that town, Democrat or Republican?
To be honest, I don't know. I've been gone for almost 3 years now, or just over 2 years, so I can't. But Bozeman is a blue dot in a red state.
Okay. And what was the, it must have been very expensive because of all the environmental regulations.
Yeah, you'd be surprised to learn that in that part of the country, there's not a lot of environmental regulations. Yeah, I know. And there's plenty of space. And in fact, there's a lot being built. And I actually got priced out of the housing market, so that's why I left. So,
it's almost like supply and demand doesn't fix everything.
So red versus blue.
Yeah.
I mean, I think obviously they need more supply, but the idea that it's necessarily the cost of building is a function of or can be diminished by getting rid of protections of regulations for people isn't necessarily the enough of a panacea to build an entire movement on.
Yeah, no, for sure. And Ezra seemed to be dodging the point, and I've seen it firsthand where it's kind of capital that runs the show up there, big money interests that come in and buy up all the land, so people that have lived there their whole life can't afford to buy a home.
Big money, you say? Interesting. I find that hard to believe.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I appreciate the call.
Yep, that's the best.
Thank you.
I know so many people that there's like jobs in Montana working in the recreation stuff, like ski slopes and lodges and that sort of stuff. Often you have to live in like housing your boss provides.
on the resorts.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, this is largely, it seems to me, a story of wealth inequality. And, I think largely, and there's no doubt, I'm sure, that there are regulations that make it difficult for people to build, and those are no doubt weaponized by people with lawyers and have the money to weaponize them. But getting rid of them is not going to. All you're doing is taking a tool off the table, not the will to stop those things if they want to. Right. And if it involves like local legislation or whatnot, like there is no. I think there is no sort of broad-based movement that can be built around pinpointing which regulations are inhibiting things. And, we've got a bunch of emails regarding my...
I don't really care if people transition and realize later on they didn't have dysphoria, they feel like they made a mistake. That's their problem. Let people do what they want. Yeah, what drives me crazy is that like so often the voices of people who detransition, they are to me like cynically amplified to derail ongoing like trans activism and whatnot. It's not really like a thoughtful exploration of like why they decided to detransition. It ends up being just weaponized to hurt other trans people for more.
I talk with Ezra, and I mean, clearly he's done some reporting on this. The real issue I had with his book was less about the specifics of what was inhibiting the high-speed rail in California or, the building costs in San Francisco, but rather as a movement, as they refer to it, or as Derek Thompson said. Yeah, an agenda, but also one that they see as being an internecine fight amongst Democrats, as if one is to come out ahead rather than this being sort of like a small bore set of fixes. And also as something that you can run as a political agenda. I mean, people are putting hundreds of millions of dollars behind supposedly the abundance agenda, and outside of some
and that's like putting it That is putting it conservatively.
Fixes in blue states. It's unclear to me what it is exactly that, what exactly is this political message. But people send emails.
Yeah.
And we got emails from people who worked on the high-speed train debacle in California. And the original sin, someone pointed me to this, where is it?
Wasn't moneyed interest behind killing that?
Well, certainly, but the big original sin was the idea of how ambitious it was. Yeah. It instead of going between just LA and San Francisco, it had to stop through close to a half a dozen other small cities. And apparently the first company that was brought in that did the high-speed rail in France said, you can't do it this way. And now it's possible that environmental groups somehow said, you've got to go through these secondary cities when you build this train. It's possible that low-income equity people said, you got to go through these, or it's more likely that moneyed interest in these cities said, the only way that we're going to sign off on this and give the political power for this to get built is if you go through these other cities. And that became almost impossible to do. You cannot get from here to there in 6 hours if you are stopping in these different places because of the physical limitations on the train. And you have to make that choice that we're going to go around these cities and this is going to be this, and then maybe we will.
Political messages. Please don't think capital is the issue and don't unionize, deregulate all markets. Well, there's a reason why, like, again, Ben Shapiro likes this shit because, let me see, I think I have a link to like his criticism. Or like him praising it. Transitioners are always politicized by conservatives. Well, that's why like more left-wing people need to take up the mantle of doing journalism that involves detransitioners, because right now it seems exclusively like transphobic people on the right have the mandate on
Trump tariff
talking
policy,
to these people. And it's like these, you know, it needs to get to the point where like if people start to associate detransitioners with trans activism, not with the rights agenda to take away trans protections and civil rights from trans people. And I'm sure that's already happening, you know, but it needs to be on a bigger scale.
As far as I
am off. Well, that's going to interest in what again, I think don't know. And uncertain. So my friend, Perplexity AI treasuries drop 0.5, yields drop by 33% more. Is insane. Capturing the idea is to bend the cost curve down. Problem going to solve the problem. Several $100 billion is and so not only to get inflation, Democrats have about how Democrats are.
Here it is.
Well, while Republicans are struggling over tariffs and what exactly is going to happen, Democrats have some serious struggles of their own. Ezra Klein of the New York Times has a brand new book titled Abundance, all about how Democrats really need to abandon what he calls their everything bagel strategy regarding regulation. He sounds kind of like a Republican sometimes. Ezra, thanks so much for the time. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me. How are you feeling, Ben? How liberated?
I mean, on a scale of 1.
I was almost a detransitioner. It's very rare for someone to actually go ahead with serious stuff if they're not actually trans. Unbelievably rare from experience. Well, that's the other thing is that like a lot of people that report detransitioning, it's not because of it. It's not exactly the result of a change in their gender identity. Some of it ends up being the result of being socially ostracized, not being rejected by their family and friends, or not having access to the gender affirmative care that they need. So if they don't have the ability to take estrogen or testosterone consistently, they just stop. Because in some cases, I believe you can do more damage you can basically botch a transition if you attempt to half-ass it or you're not doing it consistently. And that can inflame gender dysphoria more than them just attempting to put it off for a few more years.
1 to 10, there are certain areas in which I feel liberated and certain areas in which I feel a little bit more dicey. I'll be honest with you. And I'd like to see, you know, some stability out of the markets. I'd like to see the president actually explain what he is doing and what he intends to do with the tariff regimen here. But it does feel like we're living in a moment where almost everyone across all parties is engaged in a sort of chaotic game of let me not explain what I'm doing and just do things. And I think that is something that you talk about in your book, Abundance, is sort of the stacking on of various MOs, various regulatory rationales on top of each other, and what you end up with is an unworkable system. That seems to be one of the main themes of Abundance.
Ooh, that's a good connect.
Okay, so like this is what is it? Like that. Him being like, see, the liberal nanny state just wants to put up red tape to prevent you know, the capitalists and private actors from, you know, solving these problems. And to me, I just see like these conservative pundits being like, you know, Ezra Klein is right. That's why we should deregulate everything and get rid of all this, you know, red tape. Let's get rid of the fucking environmental protections while we're at it. Let's also get rid of requiring union labor. You know, this is why you need to give all of your money. We need to deregulate everything, and then you should give all your money to, you know, BlackRock and Elon Musk, and they'll solve everything. That's what scares me.
Backfill this stuff. But the problem is, because we have so little infrastructure like this in this country, that a project like this ends up getting larded up and becomes top heavy in terms of.
If Ben Shapiro is positively platforming you, you're doing something wrong. Yeah, for the most part. Which is funny because, like, you know, this is not an issue where I see the bipartisan consensus giving, like, yielding a positive result. Because again, anytime there's going to, I'm like fine with deregulation if it's going to have a good impact on, you know, better zoning laws and housing policy. But the extent to which Republicans are going to be interested in that is, again, over deregulation to the point that we roll back things that we should not be rolling back on, like environmental protections, and if anything, making more strict. But Ben Shapiro, what is it? Here like 5 years ago, okay, like they debated, and there came a point where like Ezra Klein actually did really well in this debate, talking to him about like Ben Shapiro was like, oh, the government like can't do these things or whatever, and Ezra's like, it's not that they can't, like they could do these things, you just don't want them to. There's a difference between those two things, you know. If you're saying that you oppose something because, oh, well, it can't practically or logistically be done, that's one thing.
I would not be here if I thought it was going to like destroy my.
What if I told you that it could be done? If you're still going to have an opposition to it based on some other ideological predisposition, then what are we talking about? Let me see if he says ideology. Like where is that? Maybe ought. Let's see.
Divisions are part of politics. You're going to somehow like lock them out. It just seems wild to me. I mean, of course, one of the many things we have to deal with in politics is racial division. Politics is a place where we're able to take our divisions and hopefully deal with them non-violently so they don't explode in other parts of our country and other parts of our society. Now, I have very deep concerns. We've become unable to deal with anything in politics, be those racial divisions, be it healthcare, be it anything. But that's a set of arguments I'll make about the way our political system now functions, not so much about whether or not it is viable to bring these disagreements into the political sphere.
I'll find this.
What its agenda is. And downstream from that,
obviously, we disagree on him with a lot, but he's genuinely a skilled debater, Ezra. I mean, yeah, he has his moments. There's other times where he embarrasses himself. Like when he was talking to, when he's up against people like this, it's like, yeah, obviously I like agree way more with Ezra Klein than I do Ben Shapiro. But so he spoke to Ta-Nehisi Coates. So Ta-Nehisi Coates just wrote an amazing book called The Message that everybody should read. But the point of notoriety is the fact that he went to the West Bank, observed the apartheid conditions that exist between Israelis and Palestinians in that area, and wrote about what he saw. And there comes a point, he comes on Ezra Klein's show to talk about this book. And there's a point where Ezra Klein he like challenges Ezra on his like framing of something. Because he says like, I've brought on like far right wingers in Israel and then Hamas apologists. And Ta-Nehisi Coates is like, why are you making a distinction between, why don't you call them like right wing apologists? And then Ezra Klein out of nowhere asks him what he thought about October 7th. Let's see.
Most people I knew understood back here in America. That immediately forced me to privilege. And this was just a decision I made. Okay, who am I not hearing from? Who have I not heard from? And so that necessarily means marginalizing a portion.
Sorry to start check. I have to know before I go to bed. Thoughts on Ethan Klein? You're just going to have to go to sleep. I don't know that you're going to get the answer to that one in a succinct way.
Of it, but what I felt was largely like,
not a big fan of what he's up to. I don't like for like suing people over YouTube videos that you don't like.
The narratives that I've heard out of it have been discredited for me. It doesn't mean that there's nothing true or, you know what I mean, anything to be learned in it. But in terms of my question, how did I get this so wrong? I probably was not compelled to have a conversation with the people who I feel, even now, it was in their interest for me to get it wrong.
But how about on the Palestinian side, right? I said earlier, there's no member of the PA in this book, right? No member of Hamas.
Right.
I've heard you say elsewhere that that's because Hamas is in Gaza, but there's a lot of Hamas in the West Bank. They control villages, right? They're there. They're suppressed by PA and Israeli security cooperation. One thing that I think we all tend
This was overstating the presence of Hamas in the West Bank, but okay.
to miss in this is the role of...
So I guess there is coordination between Hamas and the different Palestinian militant factions that exist in the West Bank, but I don't think it's to the extent that Ezra seems to think.
Religion on both sides. I think that when you're covering this as an American, and I've said this on the show before, I worry that we have just enough access to really get this wrong. Because, I mean, tons of Israelis speak English, enough Palestinians do, but the ones who do on both sides tend to be much more secular, much more educated. I think compared to most outlets, I've had a fairly wide range of opinion on Israel on the show. And on, you know, I've had everyone from right-wing Israeli commentators to actual Hamas apologists. And still
Is he a liberal Zionist? I don't know. I don't know if he would describe himself that way. I would probably describe him that way based off his commentary on the conflict insofar as I've listened to it.
Believe that maybe with one exception of people I've had on, that if you got all the people I've had on in a room, they would solve it.
I get the suing part, to be honest. Dude, how? Why are we suing YouTubers? Why are we suing YouTubers on opinions you don't like?
And that's because it's not really representative.
Ezra, why is one group right-wing advocates, or what you just said, and the other group Hamas apologists?
What do you mean?
Like, why are they not right-wing apologists?
They're right-wing apologists.
Yeah, that's just not what you just said. Like, you called the Hamas folks, and I'm not saying they're not apologists.
Compared to when I say I've had right-wing Israelis on, I mean people who support Netanyahu, not people who support Ben-Gvir and Smotrich.
Like, what is the difference between those two people? I get that. It's bad. I agree. LOL. But besides all of that, well, you just said that his only crime is being Jewish and having an Israeli wife. And I just outlined to you a pretty valid criticism that most people have of him right now. So clearly that's not the only thing that he's being targeted for.
I do not
like all of these people are like fucking like he's like citing like 3 genocidal monsters, and he's like, there's a difference between supporting Netanyahu and Ben-Gvir and Smotrich. It's like, what is the difference? They're all Likud assholes.
I mean, Hamas is a complicated organization. Right. I've tried to treat it on the show as a complicated organization.
Right. I know you have.
It did spend many, many years specifically targeting killing civilians. I take that as different.
You take that different than Netanyahu?
I take that as different than Netanyahu, yeah. Certainly the military wing there. Do you not?
Which is insane.
Like, what did you think of October 7th?
Like, what did he think that, like, yeah, dude, you're about to get the exclusive where Ta-Nehisi Coates endorses October 7th. Like, why would you pivot to that, you know?
I thought it was horrific. It was absolutely horrific. I mean, one of the things I just said in the earlier question was I've spent a long time sort of grappling with the idea of nonviolence and the other part.
But just, yeah, I just thought he like fell apart under just like a little bit of scrutiny there.
Is maybe as you are trying to hit these multiple cities, you run into more regulations and more veto points, as it were. But the original point was the original sin was how ambitious of to have multiple stops on this rather than make it high speed from one location to another. And
right. And it's also, I think, look, I don't know the specifics of that case, but I think there's also just a difference in terms of what we even think the problem is. Like, I think the left-wing viewpoint is that housing is overly commodified, which empowers gouging, which is what we're seeing now. Rent has never been higher. Yeah, there is a supply side problem too, but
that is contributed to by the people who own that, because they're not wanting to see a whole bunch of affordable public housing come up because it hurts their ability to gouge more, like you said.
In cities, there should be a vacancy tax. Yeah.
The question is ultimately becomes for them is like, what inhibits on the supply side? What inhibits the government from doing it? And the story that Ezra has is that it is overly cumbersome regulation, that either environmental regulation or things like on the government side, you have to use union workers or you have to have equity. Now, they compare, and people also sent me this stuff. They compare San Francisco to Houston. Apparently, a lot of buildings back before Hurricane Harvey in houses in Houston were found to be built on floodplains. Now they have tightened up those regulations since then, although those houses are still there. They don't know whether are they in a 100-year flood zone or a 500-year flood zone. Apparently they're still figuring that out. But this, there's I would imagine in each situation, there are different things that contributed to whether it's, hurting housing in San Francisco. But if you go upstream from that, you realize there's a structural problem that inhibits the supply side government from providing these things. I mean, not just mention the Faircloth Amendment. To ignore that, I mean, I suppose it can be fine on a.
Sorry, I don't have much commentary here. I feel like I agree with Sam, and I'm like interested in hearing out like what his thoughts were on the abundance debate.
A micro level, but the macro message, which ostensibly it supposedly was presented, nobody's putting $120 million plus at this stage behind local movements in San Francisco, in New York, to roll back legislation. They're putting it behind a broader movement and a messaging campaign that they want the Democrats to win on. And I don't think you can win that way as a political matter. And if you can't win that way as a political matter, then you end up with Donald Trump or the Republicans, who also are even far worse than the environmentalists and the equity people are.
And I am not convinced. I am not convinced that an emphasis on supply like this, which if it's being well funded, I trust what you're saying on that front. I mean, of course, developers are going to love this kind of thing when you make housing into a purely supply side problem and you say regulations are the issue, so you can continue, so you can build more. Some of that is part of the problem, but zoning reform and things like that, like Zoran Mamdani's campaign includes that in his overall housing vision, but he also has a rent freeze. And the tenant protections, the decommodification that is essential to actually...
That's the other thing, is that like, I feel like in a thing that's missing in Ezra Klein's conversation about like abundance is like, in trying to deregulate so we can build more housing and, make zoning better. It's like, are we going to end up gutting like tenants' rights even further than they already are to get this off the ground? Is that going to be like the monkey's paw trade-off?
Change housing forever, so it's not just a method of speculation and passive income for a lot of people. That seems to be absent. And when you pair from the overarching analysis, or at the very least de-emphasized, and then when you pair it in with the money that's behind it and the marketing push, it's only natural to be skeptical, because we've seen this story time and time again. And like, that doesn't mean that I think like Ezra's what he's had to say was offensive or anything like that. I just think it's really the wrong emphasis and the wrong time to be making this kind of case.
This is from Benjamin Schneider.
don't know, like, kind of strange because it's like, if it's, I don't know if there's ever going to be like a right time for this if you disagree with the policies.
Who's got a Substack. And tells this story. 2008 high-speed rail plan approved by California voters required the train to travel from San Francisco to LA in no more than 2 hours and 40 minutes. The project, however, promised to serve the downtown of every major, not so major city in between, including Merced, Madera, Fresno, Bakersfield, San Joaquin Valley, high desert city of Palmdale. Those travel time promises combined with that route map meant that the California high-speed rail would have to reach speeds of 220 miles per hour. In 2008, only a couple trains in the world reached that speed. And it's still the fastest that any high-speed trains currently travel. And then you have California's mountainous, earthquake-prone topography. You've set yourself up for one of the most difficult engineering projects ever attempted. And this is in a country that was not used to building it. Now, I will also say, in 2008, the governor of California was a Republican. And then once California would not deviate from its initial route map.
That's the other thing, is that I think people forget how... I think people forget, what is it? That, like, Nixon came from California. Reagan came from California. Schwarzenegger came from California. Like, there's a lot of conservatism that exists in California.
SNCF, French National Railroad firm, said, all right, well, we're out of here. This is going to be impossible. There are other ways to approach this, but it was clearly a function of like the incumbent interests in California. And those incumbent interests, broadly speaking, are, be they Democrat or Republican, very often highly influenced by big moneyed power. Now, I imagine there's some power that the environmentalists have as well, but I just don't think it competes.
Big, you know, big tree,
I mean,
big green energy.
You don't think it competes? That's that's why we're like moving so far forward with climate legislation. I mean, let's be real here. We know that like even solar, wind, etc. Since once you set up a solar panel or when you set up a wind farm, you can't. It's not like oil and gallons. It's not this like fixed. I'm not looking for the right. I can't find the right word right now. But it's not this like commodity that you have to constantly get more of. Once you set up the infrastructure, there's less profit that you can make from it. That's part of the problem. That's part of the reason that we haven't greened our economy is because of that profit incentive. And the one thing I didn't love that he did throughout the interview that I thought was disingenuous was the conflation of degrowthers with left-wing visions for environmentalism and for a more sustainable economy. It felt to me,
I don't even remember this,
like another way to do neoliberalism, or like old tricks by the Democrats, where he also brought up, he'd say the degrowthers are sounding like Donald.
Would you ever stream on Kick for the K-SIP? Is that the thing where they like pay you $15 an hour? Yeah, I keep meaning to like multi-stream to Kick when I go live, but it literally just slips my mind every single time. And then it's like never a priority because it's like what I'd max get like for now on Kick, I'd get like 2 viewers.
Donald Trump. That's what he said at one point with the 2 dolls and the 5 pencils. Like you have to make a sacrifice. He was trying to imply that this was like a horseshoe theory thing. And the center where he's at is the more reasonable approach. And I found that straw manning of the left wing arguments about housing and environmentalism to be a bit telling. Because it's difficult for him to attack, or the abundance people to attack the reality, which is what I just said. Like a left-wing campaign right now in New York City also incorporates zoning reform, which is what they say they're in favor of. But all the other stuff, they're either de-emphasizing it or saying it's not the primary problem.
Well, also they attacked Sunrise Movement for something about some moratorium on solar, when the Sunrise Movement was also very publicly calling for Joe Biden to declare a climate emergency.
Kick is not the platform for this kind of commentary. Not yet. Not until I get there.
So they can get through some of that red tape.
Right. Somebody sent me that article too. That was a student sunrise group in Amherst, Mass. That spoke in front of a town hall meeting. It's possible that this student sunrise group was the deciding factor in Amherst. It's possible.
Yeah.
I mean, why else would you bring it up if it wasn't the determining factor?
I have an alternate book.
And apparently too, it wasn't quite so straightforward in terms of there were other locations to put this.
Popular knapsack with me.
There's a book on why we're actually not solving the climate crisis, and I do appreciate that that's one of the sort of things that Ezra says he's motivated by abundance to do. But put this up, Russ. It's The Price is Wrong. We've had Brett Christophers on to talk about private equity, but he also has this great book about why capitalism won't save the planet. And the problem is what Emma pointed to, which is that like the whole point is to get energy cheap by using electricity, like solar and wind and stuff like that. But the problem is if you're relying on capitalism, they don't like when energy is cheap because there's no profit in it. So that's why we've run up against.
I wish they had these questions prepared before the interview. Not a fan of doing all this research after the fact. Emma could have given Sam these questions. Well, I think it's up to Sam to know these, to have this research prepared, you know?
It's barriers in the last 4 years where it looked like we were making headway, and then all of a sudden.
But you're also talking to somebody who thought that like he was raising the right points, because it wasn't necessarily that they like disagreed so much on like the prescriptions. Good night, Spore. The prescriptions, he actually did agree, like, oh, we have like a lot of the same goals. He was just saying that he felt he was missing the forest for the trees, and there was like a framing issue going on, and like not enough emphasis placed on underscoring the extent to which like money is a corrupting and like negative influence and factor in like every single issue that he has with what he's like laying out.
When something happens and all of a sudden they can't get profit out of it like they used to.
Calling from a 308 area code. Who's this? Where are you calling from? 308.
Sorry about that. I was on a pivot. Very windy. Give me about 5 seconds to get to some shelter.
Let's see. An abundance of bullshit. They talk about storms.
You could build housing.
Oh wait, no.
And it didn't improve housing. Invest that money.
I thought for a second this guy was going to talk about something else.
So, a few months ago, I believe, Matt, you had been talking a lot on Obama's monetary policy with the quantitative easing, right?
Yeah, I mean, and generally that government action was directed towards banks and not, say, homeowners. But yeah, go ahead.
Well, you see, that is what Ezra is advocating for. In a nutshell, like, there's no regulations on it, or there really wasn't much. It was just putting money out there and investments being made where they were made. And if you have something like quantitative easing, people who have money are more likely to borrow money and thus invest that money wherever they see fit. So, without regulations in place, you're just going to end up with the wealthy getting wealthier because money begets money, just as power begets power. So, from my perspective, when he talks about this abundance agenda where we have to get rid of regulations, all you're going to end up doing is empowering the same people who still have power. So,
I think he would argue, to be fair, I think he would argue that these crises are so urgent that if that's the price you pay for getting more housing and drawing down the price of housing, then it's worth it. It's just
but it wouldn't work.
Well, why wouldn't it work?
Okay, so quantitative easing gave us the cheapest capital for it might have been ever, the cheapest money you could possibly borrow for investments, and it didn't improve housing. I looked this up after your interview with him. Guess how many homes?
And quantitative easing, according to Wikipedia, monetary policy action where a central bank purchases predetermined amounts of government bonds or other financial assets in order to stimulate economic activity. Quantitative easing is a novel form of monetary policy that came into wide application following the 2008 financial crisis. It is used to mitigate an economic recession when inflation is very low or negative, making standard monetary policy ineffective. Quantitative tightening does the opposite, where for monetary policy reasons, a central bank sells off some portion of its holdings of government bonds or other financial assets.
Were built in the aughts, the whole decade of the aughts. How many millions of homes?
I would say,
I'll give you a hint, it's 25 million.
25 million, I would say a lot.
Yeah, the decade prior to that in the 90s, about 25 million. Before that, 23. Before that, 22. Seems like every decade we built around 25 million
Band-Aid solution.
In homes, 20 to 25. Do you know what it was for the 2010s when the cost of capital was the cheapest it had ever been?
I'd bet that it was a tenth of that.
Less than 6 million.
Wow. Wow.
Because
do you know which decade we lost the most homes?
Lost?
Like to storms. Yeah.
Oh, well, I would imagine that same decade. Yeah.
Yeah. So if you actually look.
Okay, so this guy's going really fast. Like, I can't. Fast in the sense that he is like giving out these aggregated like data and statistics that I like have. He's saying it authoritatively. So, but take it with a grain of salt because I have no idea if it's true.
After the 2008 financial crisis, a lot of housing construction companies went out of business. Makes sense. The whole industry had collapsed. What were the 3 places in the United States where the housing market started picking up the fastest first? It was
3 places in the United States where the housing market started picking up fastest. I feel like it's gonna be like Texas. It's gonna be Dallas, Houston, or Austin. Maybe parts of Florida. Might be way off.
Arizona, Texas, and Florida.
Okay.
Oh. I just missed Arizona.
Worcester is unique because Worcester is a lot like Lincoln, Nebraska, a mid-sized community that had institutions that could keep borrowing money, and thus it created more economic dynamism that attracted people.
Worcester also missed the entire run-up of the value of real estate, and basically Boston got so big that Worcester ended up being they couldn't build to the east, so they built to the west. But Worcester was up there.
Yeah, a lot of mid-sized towns did all right because, I mean, if you have a university, you have like hospitals or something like that, you have cash that'll keep flowing through no matter what the economy's doing. So you'd have people who can borrow money. That's kind of the issue. Wealth begets wealth. But anyways, the 3 states that had a lot of housing built was Arizona, Texas, and Florida. Why were these the 3 locations? Because people like to retire where it's warm. The people who had the most money financially after the crash were people on the verge of retirement, but they did not sell their homes in the Midwest or in the Northeast. They kept them. Why? Because they would appreciate in value. So the new homes that got built did not end up going to new families. In fact, we've seen the sharpest drop-off possible with the cheapest capital possible. On top of that, California was another large recipient of quantitative easing, but it all went to the tech sector. What did the tech sector do? It just created a bunch of disruptive technologies. The big one was Airbnb, which also reduced the housing supply. That cheap capital also allowed groups like BlackRock to...
No one hates Airbnb more than me. But I have seen mixed results as to whether or not Airbnb is part of the reason why there's an issue with housing supply in dense and urban areas. I don't think it's not positive. It's not a positive force, but it may be overstated the extent to which like it's really leading to like the crisis. It seems more like a symptom.
Purchase the existing housing supply. As well as in the state of Texas. Are they building houses? Yes. More than anyone else? Yes. But they were one of the largest recipients of capital investment because of the fracking industry. Every year, like $100 billion got funneled into the state of Texas. Of course, there's going to be more money around to do housing, not to mention because they have all of this money going into the energy sector, the energy's cheaper there, so manufacturing makes more sense. And because they're getting all of this cheap capital, they don't have to have as high of taxes. So their tax rates go down, which attracts more people. Like it was just a feedback loop. In California, their big deal was the tech sector. Those guys weren't spreading any of the money around. I mean, yeah, cheap energy is going to spread money around through your economy better than anything else, but it was just like a different dynamic. And to the point of deregulating housing construction, California was already pushing the limits of where they could build housing. Like, there's actually not a lot of land to build there. If you really think about it, a good chunk of the South is desert. You don't want to build there. You don't have water.
And this is something that Sam brought up to Ezra in that clip that everybody's circulating around. He was like, why do you think Texas is building more than California? And he was like, part of the reason just has to do with the geographical makeup of the areas. You know, how much of California is not arable? Like, what would be the right, you know, California's maybe geography is contributing to the lack of construction of new houses.
But did he also just completely forget what happened to California in January? How many homes were lost in LA?
Yeah, all the fires.
The county due to fires because they were building homes on high elevation points that are difficult to service with utilities. Like a firestorm wiped out thousands of homes.
The book was probably written before that.
Well, I don't know.
Well,
I mean, from I made that point.
Yeah, but the fact that he didn't, and like I was about to make the exact same point I was about to make, which is like, I do think that he wrote this thinking that Kamala Harris was going to win, for one, and he wrote it months ago. But two, I also think that, like, that it's, I guess, strange that it doesn't come up as like a caveat as to like, and I know the fires just happened or whatever, so this makes it, you know, difficult for construction in California to just get underway right away.
Point about Houston being significantly more sprawling and there are more opportunities to build there, in addition to the having like an average wealth about half the size of San Francisco. And he told me that there was plenty of room to build in California, but I don't know California.
I mean, you can build on a hillside if you'd like, but the problem with building on hillsides in California, I had a professor who used to teach at Berkeley here in Nebraska. He was a soils teacher. You build on a hill slope, you have two risks, earthquakes and mudslides. So the insurance is going to be out of this world if you're going to try building there. One of the reasons land is so much cheaper in Texas is because, well, like that person who sent you the email, they build a lot of things in floodplains on the coastal portions of Texas because apparently having federally subsidized flood insurance is a perverse incentive. And I mean, it kind of is. They build a lot of things in floodplains on the coastal portions of Texas because apparently having federally subsidized flood insurance is a perverse incentive. And I mean, it kind of is. They do build houses in a lot of really stupid areas because of that, but that's going away now, so that's going to make housing more expensive.
I'm from California, and I know the Bay Area pretty well. There is a lot of public transit, which is the other thing you asked about, Sam, but it's mostly concentrated.
California's topography, with its extensive coastlines, mountain ranges, and protected areas, restricts the amount of land available for development.
In San Francisco and Oakland, and the BART that extends out to these exurbs, all those places are super built out. Like if you want to live off of public transportation to be able to go into Oakland or San Francisco, like all of the places that are close to where public transportation would be are completely full, except for, as Kowalski's saying, the hillsides, which when you drive through them, and Ezra said, when you drive around, you see all this empty land. It's just, dry brushland.
But it's not just built, like, to your point, it's not just built up, and it's built up also by wealthy interests. Like Marin County is one of the wealthiest in the country. Like they're not this is not a place where you can build public transportation out into because of the topography, and then also because of back to the point, the wealthy interests at play. In that area, wasn't Steph Curry the guy that was like trying to oppose
housing,
public housing being built in his area? I don't know if that was.
This is true. Steph Curry like signed on to an initiative that, I remember the language of it was like they didn't want that area of California to lose its character or something like that. Stephen Curry lobbies California. It was like him and this other interest group where he signed, like there was an initiative that he didn't start that another interest group did, but he signed on to it. To oppose public housing. This is an opinion, but let's see. Let's see. Please don't make me have. Okay, cool. This is February. Stop trying to make me pay. February 3rd. Oh shoot, an ad was running. I forgot to set the timer. Sorry, Twitch people. Well, I'll wait for it to come back. 38 seconds.
I mean, to be fair, like the book does make an elegant case that it's not, say, drug addiction or mental health that causes homelessness. It is very clearly inequality, and then it proceeds to like not address inequality.
Right.
Yeah, I don't think if you look at it to where it's not just like a money and power thing, you're kind of missing the forest for the trees. I mean, could some well, that's just the thing with regulations, though. Like the powerful will use any regulation.
Are we back? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So they brought up, okay, we're back. So they brought up Steph Curry. NBA Steph Curry joins neighbors in opposing affordable housing plans for ritzy Atherton. NBA star Steph Curry as to oppose joined neighbors in wealthy Atherton who object to the Bay Area's city plans to build multifamily and affordable housing. The immediate object of concern for Curry and wife Aisha is a potential 16-unit townhome development situated on 1.5 acres near the 30 million home. Oh no. I know you wanted public housing, but did you ever think that it would be annoying to the multimillionaire NBA player? The lot is currently occupied by a single dwelling. It's common for homes in the 5 square mile enclave to occupy at least an acre. In a January 18th letter to the city obtained by the Almanac, a local newspaper, the Currys wrote that they had, quote, major concerns in terms of both privacy and safety with 3-story townhomes looming directly behind us. We hesitate to add to the not in our backyard, literally, rhetoric, their letter goes on, but we wanted to send a note before today's meeting. Safety and privacy for us and our kids continues to be our top priorities and was one of the biggest reasons we chose Atherton's as our home. God, this is so like tone deaf, dude. Although urging that the development be rejected, they said if that wasn't sufficient for the state, we asked that the town commits to investing in considerably taller fencing and landscaping to block sight lines onto our family's property. Do they really think that the world just fucking revolves around them? That this is being built specifically to intrude upon the Curry family's like fucking privacy? The Currys are far from the richest or the angriest objectors. Those directing flack towards city officials include billionaire venture capitalist Mark Andreessen. No surprise there. In recent months, town leaders have tried to satisfy concerns raised by residents, but officials can only go so far because they have to meet state requirements in putting together an updated housing plan. If the state rejects the city's plan, Atherton would be subject to lawsuits and the imposition of rules giving developers freer rein within city boundaries. Underneath the veneer of celebrity and wealth is another iteration of a long-standing debate over who should share responsibility for solving the state's housing crisis and how. And one portion of the debate centers on whether wealthy neighborhoods and cities, and the wealthy in general, have done their share. Spoiler alert, no, they fucking haven't. There are state rules in place that attempt to impose responsibility in some unfamiliar places, such as Atherton, located just north of the Stanford campus in San Mateo County. According to census data, the community of about 7,000 is 73% white, 19% Asian, with a median household income of $250,000 plus. The density is about 2 people per acre. More like, okay, so the lack of density. And 86% of the housing stock is single family homes with an average of just under 3 people per household. Jesus Christ. As a 32-year resident of Atherton, wrote Grace Ferrando in comments submitted to the city, it saddens me and sickens me. Absolutely fucking disgusts me to think of what has been proposed for our beautiful town. In short, I'm deeply concerned about the impact of safety of our residents, including traffic safety. A 95-year-old coming out of the woodworks. Uncertainty looming over me. Marie, you have like 5 years left, if that, you know. We kind of have to move on. You know, we have to build houses. You will have to suffer for 5 years. You'll be fine. This plan disproportionately puts the burden of meeting the state requirement for moderate income multifamily on our small community. This is just our small community of like, you know, multimillionaires and billionaires. Increasing the population density, he added, restricts our property rights. I'm raising a family in Atherton because I like the quality of life in the town. There are other options available that can meet the spirit of the housing element given the unique character of Atherton. What the fuck does that mean? These are complex times, wrote Nick and Denise Person. If you can't trust that your single-family neighborhood doesn't suddenly turn into an apartment complex, how can any American ever dare to buy a house for his or her family? I think we can all agree on this. Dude, these people live in like another galaxy, man. This like the fucking like they're in this like hermetically sealed like bubble. Crime and congestion is what you'll get with this outrageous plan. Ding ding ding. I mean, at least you just said the quiet part out loud. You can't bring these damn pores into the neighborhood because they're gonna make it messy and gross. Funny thing is that if those houses were built without telling these millionaires, they probably would never notice that it was there. No, but a financial advisor probably would when they attempt to sell the house later. But you, as a practical matter, and as far as like, you know, yeah, would they've immediately seen it until like the construction started? No. Or if you could just like snap it into existence, yeah, they wouldn't notice. So insane. This is why LeBron's the GOAT.
For their own interest. I mean, you can
LeBron would let them build it in their backyard.
easily use anything for that. I mean,
the crazy thing is that if you wrote these characters in a comic book, people would call them unrealistically unlikable. I know.
There are certain rules in place for like, I would say like
it does like reading that shit, especially as like it got further into it. I'm like, this is like beyond parody. This is like how I would imagine like as a caricature these people act.
the incentives to put wind farms in Nebraska, great idea. Like today, very windy. Solar farms, I could see the argument against it just because of how dark it is in the winter months. So, I mean, like, that's another reason why Texas is the green energy leader in the United States right now as well. They have plenty of wind. They're a southern state. Makes sense. California, not as windy. Why would they have as many wind turbines? Wouldn't make as much sense. Then the whole, like, this will be the last point, and I'll stop rambling. He made the point that the IRA allowed them to bypass environmental regulations. Am I remembering that correctly?
I can't remember if he said that, but I know that it did in...
Well, we have the benefit of hindsight, so let's see. What do I search up? Cedar. That's Klein.
But use the coupon code majority, get 10% off. And
let's see. He said if they brought up what though?
Some
Remember that the IRA allowed them to bypass environmental regulations.
Okay. Environmental, like, I'll put environment in the transcript.
A problem both in terms of like building infrastructure and to some extent within the context of housing. There are that housing is also addressed by like local, I guess, incumbent groups that have power there. The infrastructure, again, some of that bureaucratic process is a function, and we'll get into this, is a function of environmental regulations that end up getting abused in some fashion. And then in the context of like of science and innovation, it is a sort of a risk-averse funding. But let me, before we go into some of the specifics, from your perspective, because I've been reading a lot of the...
Okay, let's see. That wasn't it. I don't know. I guess he doesn't mention the IRA. Let's see. Nope.
Am I remembering that correctly?
I can't remember if he said that, but I know that it did in some instances.
Well, I think that is a bit different because the IRA, and this is what I liked about it, was government direct investment into something. Like the goal was to spread wealth around with whatever it was investing money into. I know in the Dakotas, it spent money on some water management around some rivers that always seem to flood whenever there's ice jams, and it spent money on these soybean crush facilities so we don't have to export soybeans to China for them to crush them. We can crush it ourselves and then send more valuable products out. Nobody fought any of these because, well, why would a local community fight just direct industrial build out? Like, I doubt Worcester would fight a government program for them to be like.
Okay, there it was. And I saw that. Okay. This is what
equity. You do get people living in apartments that are going to slowly kill them or give them asthma or higher asthma rates. Without that equity, you are going to destroy a neighborhood and creating the barrier to build, housing. We can look at the CHIPS Act, and that was also something that had everything.
It was chips, not inflation reduction. Damn.
Big liberalism built into it, which apparently, as far as I can tell, up until Donald Trump shows up, was quite effective. The timeline of things, definitely.
Hold. They went back and answered one of my critiques on the CHIPS Act. If you go back to that original piece, one of the things I'm saying is that they've loaded a lot in this bill but taken nothing away. After that piece comes out, President Joe Biden signs a bill from Ted Cruz and Mark Kelly exempting the CHIPS Act from environmental review under the theory, as the administration says, that we cannot allow this to be delayed for years and years under environmental review. So you can think that's bad or good, but if you want to say the CHIPS Act is going smoothly and well, it's in part because they took the critique.
Well, I think there are instances.
I don't know that I feel like he does have the ears of these people in Washington, unfortunately, but I feel like he's giving himself too much credit because there was a lot of concessions that were being made at this time because these were like must pass bills for Biden's agenda. And I wonder how much of it is like, oh, wow, we just think that's like fantastic policy versus like, no, we need to incorporate this because it makes it easier to pass.
And you talk about I-95, for instance, what you
Or I guess remove it in this instance.
The idea that, and my argument is, without that equity, you do get people living in apartments that are going to slowly kill them or give them asthma or higher asthma rates. Without that equity, you are going to destroy a neighborhood, and like we saw it in Worcester, and like with generational impact. But I also think, as a political matter, it is extremely difficult, unless there is some type of buy-in from everybody, that there are circumstances that qualify as an emergency or an urgency that give you the political ability to do something like this. So, for instance, in the I-95 thing, you cite that as an example of where this type of power, sort of centralized power to bypass this stuff, is effective, and it was very effective in that moment. But if you contemplate like the constituents constituencies who would be for it versus against it, there may be people who are like, I got a store on Route 1, and if 95, that bridge is down, I'm going to make a lot of money because people are going to drive by. But outside of that, there was an alignment where in the fact that you could essentially bypass these things in a state of emergency. There was the political will to do that. There was the political will to do that in the context of the CHIPS Act and to revitalize industrialization. You had buy-in. And on some level, it feels like some of what you're talking about with the jettisoning of the everything bagel liberalism, maybe it's like, it's not, what you're talking about jettisoning is not the poppy seeds or the garlic or whatever it is on top, but it's like maybe the salt inside or, the dough.
Well, you have to be very connected.
Yeah. He's saying you're trying to trim the fat, but you're going to end up, the people that are going to get their hands on this, it's like, one, the moneyed interests are going to win. Their voices are going to be prioritized over like the environmental groups and whatnot that have their cases to make to the government about what sort of regulations need to be put in place. But two, you're going to throw out the baby with the bathwater if you're not careful.
Like a manufacturer for, like power pole transformers. But that's because nobody would fight that. If they were going to be building housing, though, I could see a lot of property owners fighting that, because if you increase the supply of housing,
of course,
the value of housing would go down.
Of course.
So, I mean, it's one of those things where, like, it wasn't that you were getting around environmental regulations. It was powerful people had no point to use.
That was also my point with why it was so easy for Shapiro to say it's a state of emergency to rebuild this bridge, because the bridge already existed. There was
Thank you for subscribing.
no one who was going to really fundamentally complain that you're encroaching upon anything that hadn't already been encroached before. All you had, all the stakeholders associated with it, from the person who had to drive to their crappy job every day across that bridge, to, trucking companies and economic activity. I mean, whomever, everybody associated that was touched by that bridge, all of the stakeholders were in alignment. And so in that moment, you can suspend you can suspend these regulations, because as a political matter, they're all on board already. There's no new territory you're covering. It's just, we're just going to rebuild this bridge. And so, I mean, I'm sure that there are instances where what they're talking about would be effective. Although, I appreciate the call, Kowalski. Next time he's on, we'll have you come on. Said we'll do a.
Have a good one.
All right, take it easy.
All right. Speaking of taking it easy, it is almost 1:30 in the morning where I am. If you're watching on Twitch and you've not subscribed to me yet, what are you doing? You should be subscribed to me. If you're watching me on YouTube and you haven't given the stream a like, please go ahead and hit the thumbs up button. It would really appreciate it, because it pushes the stream out to more people. If you want to subscribe to me on YouTube, that would also be a massive help. If you want to support the stream, you can go ahead and follow the pinned links in both chats, both my Twitch and YouTube chat. Follow it to my Streamlabs link. You can support to be there. I think I'm going to head out for tonight and pick this up tomorrow. I'll get to Bernie and Colbert and whatever else is going on, but there's like so far more of this like abundance stuff I want to look into. But yeah, thanks to everybody who spent their Saturday night with me. I got on late and then I stayed up late. More streams? Yes, tomorrow I'm going to be back for sure. And I'm going to continue this right where it leaves off. And probably do more deep dives into Ezra. This is morning for me. Dude, I would. It's like 2 in the morning where I am. Practically. So, all right, you guys.